Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Peoplearesofinebro on Wattpad. Now, let's start. Hashirama felt a sense of frustration as he wandered through the village of Konoha, lost and unsure of where to go. As a member of the 𝗵𝗃𝐻 clan, albeit from a side branch, he wished there were maps or scrolls to guide him. After walking in circles multiple times, he finally spotted the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 tower and sighed in relief. However, as he approached the entrance, he hesitated. A brunette approached him, inquiring if he needed assistance. Hashirama explained that he was searching for Hashirama Senju, feeling grateful for the interaction. To his surprise, the man he sought introduced himself with a bright smile that momentarily dazzled Hashirama. He introduced himself as 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗍, playfully addressing the 𝐒𝐭𝐻 with respect, which caused Hashirama to blush and respond with a shy acknowledgement. They began discussing matters related to their clans. Madara was in his office when his younger brother burst in, excitedly introducing him to their elder sibling. As the clan leader, he had a mountain of paperwork to attend to and preferred not to disturb Tobirama, so he remained focused on his tasks. Despite his initial annoyance, he greeted Madara without looking up, acknowledging him as Uchiha-san. Madara grunted in response and turned to leave, but Hashirama urged him to stay and engage. Reluctantly, turned to face Madara, introducing himself and apologizing for his younger brother's loudness, hoping for a positive interaction. Madara introduced himself in return, and Hashirama was pleased with this exchange, leading Madara away while returned to his work, unaware of the blush that crept onto Madara's cheeks. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 was called to Konoha by his assistant, Naomi, who informed him of the dire situation involving the Uchiha leader and the first 𝗒𝐭𝐻. Remaining calm, he suggested calling for Tobirama, knowing that walking would not be efficient. Tobirama arrived promptly, and they set off together. After an extensive operation lasting 23 hours, assessed that both men would recover. He attempted to leave but stumbled due to exhaustion, only to be caught by Tobirama, who insisted he rest for a while. Though scoffed at the idea, he agreed, and Tobirama teleported him to the Senju compound, where he fell asleep in the guest room. Izuna was glaring at Tobirama when intervened, urging him to stop. Izuna protested, claiming Tobirama had started it. Sighed, moving to sit beside Madara, who also received a gentle reprimand. One of the children from the Hyuga clan called out to play, but Izuna's protective nature flared, causing to ask if he wanted to join or continue glaring. Izuna's face turned red as he considered the invitation, and although noticed his crush, she pretended not to, finding his blushing endearing. Later, Hashirama invited 𝗵𝗏𝗏 to accompany him to a new restaurant, and 𝗵𝗏𝗏 teasingly suggested it sounded like a date. Hashirama blushed and nodded, eager to spend time together. Before 𝗵𝗏𝗏 could finish her sentence, he took her hand and led her away. Hashirama's voice echoed through the door, urging to come outside. Replied that she was busy, ignoring her younger brother's pleas. Suddenly, she sensed a chakra presence in her office and instinctively grabbed a kunai, only to find it was Tobirama, who scolded her for neglecting her health. Scoffed and returned to her work, dismissing his concerns. Madara entered, reminding her that as clan leader, she needed to stay healthy. Argued that skipping meals helped her focus, but Madara proposed a compromise. If she took a walk with him, he would ensure her brothers left her alone. After a moment of consideration, she agreed, standing up and stretching as they set off together. In a rare moment of excitement, joyfully suggested they eat at a nearby restaurant, surprising Tobirama with her enthusiasm. He followed her inside, a hint of a smile on his face. From a distance, called out to Izuna, who sprinted toward her. She bluntly asked if he wanted to go on a date, causing him to stutter and faint from surprise. She caught him just in time, chuckling at his reaction and interpreting it as a yes. As they walked together, Hashirama asked if they should make their relationship official or keep it a secret. Looked at him teasingly, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement. "Aren't you supposed to be in the 𝗒𝐭𝐻𝗏's room?" It seems you want to assert your presence over him. He blushes, and playful thoughts cross his mind. It appears he wants to make things official, so you shrug and accept the situation. He gazes at you with stars in his eyes, and you share a gentle kiss before he rushes off to inform everyone. Madara approaches and suggests they have a conversation. You acknowledge him with a grunt, continuing to read the book titled What Emotions Are and How to Control Them, a gift from Hashirama that you had never found the motivation to read. When he hugs you, you respond affectionately, asking what he wants. He expresses his longing to make your relationship official, calling you his little songbird. You blush at the nickname but nod in agreement, returning to your reading as he dashes off. Tobirama looks up from his scroll when you express your love for him. He asks if he can tell others about your relationship, and he nods in response. Excited, you rush to share the news with Minato, and soon everyone knows. Izuna calls out to you as you return from a month-long mission. You greet him and lean into his embrace, feeling the warmth of his presence. He reveals that he has told everyone about your relationship, and some from your clan found it amusing. You suggest cuddling since you're feeling tired, and he happily carries you to his room, where you snuggle closely. Hashirama's mother expresses her hopes for grandchildren, while Minato warns that if Hashirama ever breaks your heart, she won't hesitate to confront him. Tobirama believes you deserve better, but he acknowledges that you make Hashirama incredibly happy. Madara, surprised to hear about your relationship, feels a twinge of sympathy for you. Hashirama, pleased to see you happy, trusts Madara to treat you well. Izuna encourages Hashirama to propose, noting that it's clear you both love each other. Minato trusts Tobirama to treat you well, while Naomi admires you from afar, feeling a small crush. Hashirama ponders the implications of marrying Minato and what that would mean for your relationship. In a light-hearted moment, the children comment on how long it took for you and Hashirama to become a couple, finding it both amusing and adorable. Madara reflects on your character, noting that you are respected within the 𝗧𝗏 clan. In a modern setting, Hashirama is the popular guy, while you are more of a loner. Madara is the student council president, a bad boy that teachers hope to reform. You are known by many but not personally connected to them, while Tobirama is the quiet kid often overlooked. Izuna, struggling in school except for gym, contrasts with your nerd persona, which hides a fiery spirit. During a reunion with Minato, she playfully tackles you, leading to a tug-of-war between her and Hashirama over your friendship. You feel caught in the middle, expressing your discomfort before retreating behind your mother for safety. Madara, affectionately hugging you, asks if you're okay with spending the night at his brother's place. You agree, enjoying the affection he shows. Tobirama interrupts your work on a new medicine, wrapping his arms around you from behind and insisting on continuing the hug. You turn to embrace him more comfortably. Izuna, in a playful mood, clings to you until he falls asleep. You humor him, dragging him to bed despite his playful protests. Once there, you cuddle him until he drifts off, feeling content in the warmth of your relationships. Citizens were diligently working to help Konoha thrive. However, a sense of loneliness crept in, and the longing for love grew stronger. When a faint trace of Hashirama's chakra was sensed nearby, excitement took over, leading to a rush toward him, resulting in a warm embrace. Hashirama expressed his joy at the reunion, returning the hug with equal enthusiasm. Taking a break from work, the decision was made to visit the 𝗧𝗏 compound. Although one might expect glares from the Uchihas, none were directed your way. They remembered the support provided during times of need, and smiles greeted you instead. Some even invited you for tea at their shop. Politely declining the invitation, the search for Madara began. A kind elderly woman, Mrs. Ashido, offered guidance, mentioning that Madara and Izuna had just returned from a mission. Upon arriving at Madara's house, Izuna was found, and he immediately ran to hug your leg, expressing his frustration about Madara's behavior. Comforting him, you reassured Izuna that he was not a mean person. He even suggested that Madara should propose, wanting you to join their family. Just then, Madara appeared, playfully engaging in a light-hearted tussle with Izuna. Feeling a bit shy, you hesitated before asking Madara for a hug. He obliged, wrapping his arms around you and giving a gentle pat on the head. Izuna, feeling like a third wheel, left the room with a pout. In the kitchen, the atmosphere felt maternal as you called out to Tobirama. He approached, curious about your request. After showering him with affectionate gestures, you expressed your love, causing him to blush and avoid eye contact. Later, you sought Izuna's attention, playfully demanding affection. He was preoccupied, mumbling a response that left you feeling neglected. Earlier, a disagreement with your father had left you feeling upset, and you just wanted some comfort. Ignoring his protests, you settled onto his lap and soon fell asleep. As the day of your wedding approached, nerves began to surface. After 2 years of dating the 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲, the moment had finally arrived. Dressed in an appealing white gown, you were met with Hashirama's exuberant compliment as he joined you. Together, you walked toward the ceremony, discussing the number of guests invited. Once inside, the vows were exchanged, and the priest declared you husband and wife. Hashirama's gentle kiss sealed the moment, filling you with joy. Later, a playful exchange with Madara ensued regarding your wedding attire. You expressed your frustration at wearing a dress while he donned a suit. He insisted on his 𝗬𝗵𝗏 in the situation, leading to a compromise where he would assist you in getting dressed. After the ceremony, the thought of attending the celebration felt daunting. You expressed your reluctance, preferring the quiet of paperwork over the noisy festivities. Madara, however, insisted on your presence at the party. As the celebration unfolded, Minato helped you with your kimono, ensuring it fit properly. Despite your discomfort, you were pulled into meeting distant relatives, feeling out of place among the crowd. You exchanged glances with Tobirama, both of you wishing to escape the social obligations. Amidst the festivities, fatigue set in, and you voiced your exhaustion to your soon-to-be husband. He simply responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, leaving you to ponder the whirlwind of emotions surrounding this significant day. You squinted at him, puffing your cheeks in annoyance. Skipping all the way until the boring party finally ended felt like a long journey. You wondered if it was time to go home yet, resting your head on the table. One of the maids informed you that all the guests had left, and you nodded, slowly making your way back to the house. It seemed unfair that Izuna, the more social one in the relationship, had to attend such an important meeting while you were left feeling lonely. You glared at the ground, overwhelmed by the feeling of isolation. You muttered to yourself about the food, recalling how terrible it had tasted and hoping that Izuna had prepared something better this time. Upon arriving at the compound, you announced your return. A warm welcome greeted you from the kitchen. After eating, you quickly changed out of the yukata you had been wearing, opting for something much more comfortable. You called out for Izuna, craving his affection after a long day. He entered the room and flopped onto the futon, playfully squishing you in the process. The clan head had asked you to deliver some paperwork that Hashirama had given him. However, when you stepped into the 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 room, you were taken aback to see Hashirama sporting cat ears and a swishing tail. You questioned him about what had happened, and he cheerfully explained that he had been trying to help Tobirama with a jutsu, which had led to this unexpected transformation. Although you found it amusing, you felt a sense of responsibility since he was your husband. You insisted that it was best for him to come home, not wanting important figures to think he was goofing off during meetings. He happily agreed, eager to leave work behind and just enjoy your company. In another part of the village, you gently woke Madara, who stirred from a dream that had clearly been quite vivid. He was reluctant to rise, especially since you both had stayed up late the night before. You calmly pointed out that he had grown cat ears and a tail, which startled him enough to leap out of bed and check in the bathroom. You chuckled at his reaction while changing into one of his comfortable yukatas. When he emerged, he was blushing and pouting, which only made him look cuter. You reassured him that he could take the day off, knowing that Izuna would prefer to do something other than training. Suddenly, you heard Naomi calling for you, exclaiming that Tobirama had been badly injured. Your heart raced as you rushed to the hospital room where he had been taken. The nurses informed you that he had been struck by a jutsu. You sat beside his bed, waiting for him to wake up. When he finally did, he felt disoriented, and you couldn't help but spring into action, showering him with affection as you petted and scratched his head. One of the children interrupted your thoughts, announcing that the Uchiha head was calling for you. You looked up from teaching your younger cousin's hand signals and made your way to the door. Upon making eye contact with Madara, he gestured for you to follow him. You bombarded him with questions about Izuna's appearance, curious about why he looked so adorable. Madara explained that Izuna had been used as a test subject for one of Tobirama's jutsus, which had gone awry. As they spoke, you noticed Izuna causing a bit of chaos. You playfully warned him that if he broke anything, he would be missing out on kisses for a month. He turned to you, pouting, and you called for cuddles, knowing that Madara had already left for another meeting. Later, you approached Hashirama and asked if he had finished his work. He blushed and nodded, prompting you to suggest finding a private place. You led him outside to a peeling sakura tree, its flowers gently falling, creating a picturesque scene. You expressed your feelings for him, declaring how important he had become in your life and how much you loved him. Hashirama smiled and embraced you, reciprocating your feelings with a soft kiss. Madara, on the other hand, was not one to wait for an invitation. He commanded you to come with him, and despite your playful glare, you followed him. He picked you up and carried you to the holy Uchiha grounds, where he suddenly declared his love for you. Surprised, you smiled softly and drew him close, placing a hand on his cheek. He looked unsure, but before he could retreat, you kissed him passionately, sealing your feelings for him. Finally, you received a note on your new desk, a small mark indicating it was from either 𝐒𝐭𝐽 or Tobirama. The note expressed admiration for your kindness, respect, and beauty, leaving you feeling appreciated and cherished. A message needed to be conveyed, but it was preferred to be delivered in person. The plan was to meet at the stream later that day at 5 p.m. Acknowledging this, the day continued as usual. Upon arriving home, a comfortable aesthetic kimono was chosen for the occasion, and the journey to the stream began. During the walk, it dawned on the individual that today marked the celebration of Konoha's founding. Ninjas were casting fire techniques into the night sky, creating a dazzling display of lights. Reaching the stream, Tobirama was spotted holding a bouquet of favorite flowers, dressed in a navy blue yukata. A blush crept onto the cheeks as the approach was made. Tobirama greeted warmly, inquiring about well-being. The response was a cheerful affirmation, followed by a question about the elaborate setup. With the lights in the sky resembling stars, reflecting in the stream and creating a dreamlike atmosphere, Tobirama prepared to share his feelings. He confessed his love, prompting a blush and a close embrace, followed by a gentle, slow kiss filled with affection. The response was equally heartfelt, expressing love in return. Later, Izuna was addressed with the need to share important news. He looked up, turning his body to listen intently. The announcement of a long mission was made, and disappointment flickered across his face. Another revelation followed, leading to a gentle kiss that surprised him, but he quickly reciprocated. A playful acknowledgement of his feelings was made, easing any tension. As the moment deepened, Izuna leaned in for a kiss, and a promise was made for a safe return, accompanied by a warm hug. With a smile and a kiss on the cheek, the individual vanished, leaving a slightly blushing and wistful Izuna behind. Meanwhile, a friend approached with a tiny vial containing a questionable brown liquid. Skepticism filled the air, but before any hesitation could linger, the cap was opened, and the liquid was forced into the mouth. The taste was dreadful, but the friend cheerfully announced that it would wear off in about 24 hours before darting away. Feeling a strange weight, the individual drew a chakra sword at the sound of a rustle, only to find a tree husband waiting eagerly. The affectionate greeting was met with excitement, leading to a playful moment at home. In another scene, Hashirama burst in, alarmed at the sight of Tobirama administering a shot. Concern for a sibling's safety was evident as he expressed his fears. The situation was clarified, and despite the initial shock, Hashirama calmed down. A sudden collapse startled both brothers, and upon waking, the individual found themselves in a hospital setting, surrounded by tubes and wires, with Madara glaring nearby. A playful gesture was made, inviting a hug, which Madara accepted without hesitation. An emotional outburst followed, filled with worry over the individual's well-being. To calm him, a deep kiss was shared, and affection was exchanged as they settled into a comforting moment together. Recently returned from a tiring mission, the individual found teammates avoiding them, but that didn't matter. The focus was on reaching Tobirama, who was home preparing tea. A warm embrace from behind and a nuzzle at his neck expressed how much he was missed. Concerned, Tobirama inquired about any unusual occurrences, leading to a confession about an unusual jutsu that had drained chakra. He guided the individual to their shared futon, inspecting them while they enjoyed tea together. A plea for sleep and a hug was made, and Tobirama complied, holding them close until they drifted off. Meanwhile, Izuna was growing anxious, having not seen his beloved for nearly a week. His brother, Madara, was less than helpful, leading to a frantic moment when an officer reported that the beloved had been seriously injured. Without hesitation, they rushed to the Hokage room, with Izuna nearly breaking down the door in his urgency to find answers. "Hyuga-acha?" the tree man asked, sounding more curious than certain. "Yes," came the enthusiastic response. "They are in the hospital, but I order you not to go until I tell you that you may visit them," Hashirama instructed. Izuna shot a glare at the man, and they engaged in a silent contest of wills. After a few hours, you limped toward the Uchiha compound, where the Uchihas rushed to greet you. You glared at the crowd, pushing some of them aside, which caused you to stumble slightly. "Oi, I need to get home, not be slowed down," you expressed to them. Some smiled, while others returned your glare. You didn't let it bother you and continued limping toward the compound. "I'm home," you murmured. Izuna suddenly tackled you to the ground, and you both tumbled down. Izuna exclaimed how glad he was that you were okay and asked who he needed to confront. "No one. I handled it already. But can we get off the ground?" "I feel terrible," you replied. In truth, you weren't supposed to be out of the hospital, but you disliked it there and had managed to escape. "I missed you. Let's cuddle. I like your ears. What happens if I pull your tail?" "Leave my tail out of this. If you grab my tail, I swear I will disable your chakra," you warned with a fierce look. He pouted but nodded in agreement. You held a deep affection for Hashirama. You appreciated him for who he was, not for his title or status. "Hashi, can we eat out together?" you asked. "No, I'm busy," he replied. This back and forth continued for some time. "Hashi, are you angry at me?" you inquired. "No, now leave me alone. I have work to do," he said from the other side of the locked door. You grunted in annoyance but decided to make dinner instead. "Hashirama, do you want to go watch the fireworks?" you asked while sharing dinner with him. "No. Why are you so clingy? Why can't you be a good partner and do house chores like a good servant?" he shouted, standing up. You flared your chakra in response. "I am trying to be nice. I am not a servant. If you think of me like that, maybe I should show you I am not a servant," you retorted. Hashirama's eyes widened as he realized the weight of his words, but it was too late, and you left through the door. Wait. "I didn't mean to say that," he mumbled to himself, feeling foolish. Currently, you and Madara were training, but he began attacking you with great intensity. As a fast shinobi, you managed to dodge his strikes successfully. However, when he activated Susanoo, you summoned your chakra sword. You thought about how low your chakra was as you continued to evade Susanoo's attacks. Madara eventually emerged victorious, glaring at your weakened form. "Love, that was quite rough. Did something happen today at work?" you asked. "That is none of your concern, weakling," he shouted. Your eyes widened. You had always been kind and respectful, but his words stung your pride and ignited your anger. "Love, you know that isn't true," you stated firmly. Madara smirked. "Oh really, weakling?" You glared back at him as he flared his chakra to demonstrate his remaining strength. Deciding not to waste your chakra, especially since it was already dangerously low, you declared your intention to leave and vanished to another location. You were quite stubborn, a trait you shared with Mahito. So when a patient of yours was on their deathbed, you poured all your effort into saving them. After a significant amount of time, you completed your work but collapsed from exhaustion. When you woke up later, you found a worried Tobirama by your side. "Ah, hey Toby," you said, your voice dry and raspy. "You are an idiot." Your heart stopped beating 5 times. Tobirama exclaimed. Your eyes widened. You had never heard Tobirama raise his voice before, not even at Uchiha's. Why can't you take care of yourself? Is it too hard to ask? He shouted. You looked down at the ground. Yes, it is, I am a doctor after all, you replied. He glared at you before leaving the room. You stared blankly at the door as Minato entered to scold you. You thought about Izuna, currently on a date with you, when you caught him glancing at another woman. Deciding not to dwell on it, you continued to enjoy your time together. Babe, I'm going to the bathroom. Stay here, Izuna said. You nodded and continued to buy chocolate bananas. After an hour had passed, you began to worry. Did he leave me? You wondered. Choosing not to wait any longer, you walked toward the exit, only to find your husband with his ring off, kissing someone on stage. Tears welled in your eyes as you watched him continue to embrace the other person. You resolved to confront him later at dinner. At dinner, you calmly asked, Izuna, why did you betray me? He spat out his food and glared at you. Do not accuse me of something like that. I only love you, he insisted. But I saw you kiss someone else on stage. You exclaimed. So what if I did? You are just an obstacle in my way. He shouted. You both locked eyes in a fierce stare. A tear slipped down your cheek, and you turned away, leaving him behind. Izuna shouted in frustration. Did you cause this? You wondered. Maybe he was feeling stressed at work. Is it raining? You whispered to yourself. I don't feel like going back there anytime soon, so I should find my mother, you mumbled. Hey, Mom, can I come in? You asked your appealing mother. Honey, what are you doing outside? It's raining, you'll catch a cold, she replied. You smiled at her as she welcomed you inside. Thank you. I was outside because I didn't want to be in my house, you explained. She frowned. Did you and 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 have a fight? She asked. You nodded, and she pulled you into a comforting hug. You embraced her tightly, sobbing into her shoulder. He called me a servant. You wailed, holding her even closer. Sure, it's okay. Let's talk after you calm down, all right? She said, gently patting your head. You nodded, beginning to find your composure. Okay, dear, what did the 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 say exactly, she inquired. He replied that he had been called a servant, described as clingy, and told that he was only good for house chores. She sighed but smiled, offering him a place to stay for a while, adding that he would need to help her. He nodded, a small smile forming on his face, feeling a surge of affection for her. Madara's perspective shifted as he transported himself to the 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻's tower. He asked one of the Uchiha officers about his brothers, who pointed him toward the 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻's room. Grateful, he bowed politely and continued on his way. Upon knocking, Toby opened the door, surprised to see his elder sibling. The excitement he tried to conceal was evident, and Madara found him adorable. He nodded and smiled back, stepping inside to find Hashirama looking stressed. Madara asked if Hashirama needed assistance, and his younger brother's face lit up with joy. Hashirama exclaimed how much he had missed Madara and rushed to tackle him to the ground. Toby then expressed concern about Madara's low chakra levels, to which he bluntly replied that he had trained with Madara, who had nearly defeated him. Both younger siblings reacted with outrage, vowing to take action, but Madara quickly asked them not to. Tobirama's thoughts were filled with frustration as he reflected on his siblings' reckless behavior. He transported himself back to their shared home, where silence reigned since Yuen had been occupied with a patient. He missed their laughter and smiles, feeling miserable about the situation. Regretting his earlier outburst, he contemplated how to apologize without sacrificing his pride. Izuna felt trapped and longed to escape the crowded space he was in. He reflected on the weaknesses that love brought, making one vulnerable. As he walked through the forest, he chastised himself for thinking he could find love amidst so much hate. He decided to seek out the old treehouse he had built, planning to spend the night there, feeling somewhat resentful about his growth compared to others. Hashirama missed his siblings after their recent conflict and sought Toby's advice on how to bring NN back. Toby suggested inviting them to a nice place to apologize, and Hashirama thanked him for the idea. Later, Yuen received a letter inviting them to the Sakura forest. Although indifferent at first, they went anyway. Upon arrival, they heard a loud thud and rushed to check on Hashirama, who was injured and bleeding. Before they could finish their sentence, Hashirama kissed them passionately, expressing his regret for their earlier argument and begging for forgiveness. Yen reciprocated the sentiment, and together they decided to return home. Madara was surprised to see Tobi and Hashirama in his office, as it was unusual for them to visit. They expressed their longing to file a complaint, which startled him. He wondered if he had done something wrong and felt the pressure of leadership. Hashirama accused him of ignoring them, prompting Madara to dismiss them from his office. Once alone with Madara, he smiled warmly, expressing how nice it was to see him. Madara, feeling guilty, apologized for his neglect and asked for forgiveness. Tobi pouted but eventually kissed him, calling him an idiot. Tobirama sought advice from his sister Mito, questioning whether Hashirama was truly upset with him. Mito suggested he apologize but reminded him to focus on his recovery first. Ignoring her advice, he removed his medical equipment and jumped out of the window, feeling a rush of freedom. Tobi caught him mid-fall, and they both apologized simultaneously, leading to a moment of understanding between them. Tobirama smiled, accepting Tobi's apology and feeling a sense of relief. Izuna, meanwhile, was worried about his siblings' absence. He regretted his past mistakes and searched for them, recalling the old treehouse they had built together. When he arrived, he was surprised to see it had been renovated, but his heart sank at the sight of a collapsed figure inside. Izuna's presence surprised me, and I couldn't help but wonder why they were here. They had found a child in the forest who was unable to speak properly due to a fever, and had taken it upon themselves to care for him. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me as I recalled my past mistakes. I had been blind to my actions and had made a foolish decision regarding someone else. As I stood there, Izuna reached out and touched my cheek, then playfully slapped me. They smirked, saying that the slap should have knocked some sense into me. With a sense of urgency, they insisted we leave the child behind before he got even sicker. I nodded in agreement and carefully picked up the child. In a different moment, Tobirama scolded me for reading inappropriate books, expressing his frustration. I couldn't help but pout at his words. I teased him about being the elder sibling of Madara, suggesting he should be more graceful, but he retorted with a playful jab about my interests. I found his reactions adorable, even if they made him uncomfortable. As I leaned in closer, I playfully put him in a cabidan position, teasing him about how cute he looked. His face turned bright red, and he tried to protest, but I continued to flirt. Just then, Hashirama burst in, asking what was happening, while Madara questioned my intentions. I smirked, claiming I was simply showing my affection for Tobirama, which only made him more flustered. Hashirama, concerned for his brother, pushed me away, while Madara warned me to stop reading those books. I chuckled, knowing I wouldn't change my ways. I glanced at Tobirama, who was still blushing, and winked at him. As we discussed our plans, Hashirama yelled at me to leave his brother alone, which only made me grin wider. I teased him further, causing him to blush even more. Just then, a group of girls rushed toward us, calling out our names. They tried to grab Tobirama, and my protective instincts kicked in. I stepped in front of him, declaring he was mine. Madara and Hashirama attempted to handle the situation, but I found it amusing. I held Tobirama's hand, ignoring the chaos around us. One girl made an inappropriate comment, and I firmly declined, stating I had other plans for the evening. Tobirama hid his face in embarrassment. Once we reached the library, I turned to Tobirama, asking how he felt about my compliments. I wanted to ensure I wasn't crossing any boundaries. To my surprise, he urged me not to stop. I confessed my feelings for him, but he turned away, teasingly questioning my intentions. I reassured him that my affection was genuine. Tobirama took my book away, insisting I stop reading those stories, not wanting to be affected by my interests. I smirked and leaned in to kiss him, but pulled away before it could escalate. I playfully suggested involving Hashirama, but he quickly shut that idea down. In another encounter, a fangirl shouted for me to be her spouse, but I politely declined. A guy tried to push me against a locker, but I firmly pushed him away, asserting my feelings for Tobirama. I warned him to respect boundaries, making it clear that Tobirama was not an object to be used. The boy's expression shifted to shock as he realized the seriousness of my words. Black Zetsu entered the hallway, telling the younger student to run along. The second-year student screamed in surprise. White Zetsu followed his twin, commenting that 𝗬𝗏 should really stop getting into trouble. 𝗬𝗏 explained that they needed to ensure Toby remained pure so they could have all of him instead of just part of him. Tobirama, clearly annoyed, scolded 𝗬𝗏 for potentially getting suspended for assaulting a student and playfully bonked them on the head. 𝗬𝗏 complained about the hurt, holding their head. Tobirama questioned why 𝗬𝗏 was friends with student council members. 𝗬𝗏 mentioned that both Zetsus were close friends. White Zetsu feigned hurt, saying it was unfair to treat the only friends they had since childhood that way. 𝗬𝗏 sighed and patted his head in apology, unaware that Tobirama was glaring at the pale twin. Black Zetsu teased Tobirama about his jealousy, suggesting he should tell 𝗬𝗏 how he felt since they seemed oblivious. Tobirama stopped glaring and gave Black Zetsu a grateful look. Black Zetsu then called for the group to hurry up and leave, with White Zetsu following behind. As 𝗬𝗏 admired Tobirama, they suggested going to a cool place, but Tobirama shot them a glare and walked off. 𝗬𝗏 expressed their admiration for Tobirama, despite his irritation. Suddenly, a crowd of admirers shouted for 𝗬𝗏 to be their Valentine, but 𝗬𝗏 declined and rushed back to the Uchiha household. Upon entering, 𝗬𝗏 greeted Madara and Izuna enthusiastically. Madara smirked, claiming to be the best sibling, while Izuna playfully argued that it was him. Izuna informed 𝗬𝗏 that 𝗏𝗏 had invited them to a party and urged them to get ready. 𝗬𝗏 mumbled in agreement and began searching for an outfit. After finding something they liked, 𝗬𝗏 headed to Madara's rental car, prompting Madara to question their choice of attire for one of Hashirama's parties. Confidently, 𝗬𝗏 insisted they looked great, and the trio set off to Hashirama's house. Upon arrival, they were greeted with cheers from the crowd. 𝗬𝗏 felt bored and decided to look for Tobirama. As they approached his room, they found him in a less-than-ideal state. 𝗬𝗏 felt a mix of sympathy and amusement, realizing it was likely Tobirama's first time drinking. Entering the room, 𝗬𝗏 closed and locked the door, resting their head against Tobirama's. They offered to help him, sensing he needed it. Tobirama, in his vulnerable state, pleaded for 𝗬𝗏 to be with him. Recognizing that he was sobering up, 𝗬𝗏 nodded in understanding. They shared a kiss, tasting the remnants of alcohol on his lips. As they continued, 𝗬𝗏 took the lead, leaving gentle marks on Tobirama's skin. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as 𝗬𝗏 teased him, enjoying the playful banter between them. After some time, 𝗬𝗏 decided to take things further, flipping Tobirama over and preparing to deepen their connection. Tobirama responded eagerly, and the two shared an NTMT moment, lost in each other's presence. Eventually, they both lay down together, feeling a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. As they cuddled, 𝗬𝗏 complained about some discomfort, and Tobirama simply hugged them closer, the bond between them growing stronger. The story concluded with 𝗬𝗏 reflecting on the day and the relationships they cherished. This was the beginning of their journey together, filled with challenges, friendships, and the promise of more adventures to come. 𝗵𝗃𝐻 shouted in frustration, expressing that he would have kicked someone out if they weren't living with him. The response came quickly, reminding him that he was the one sharing a space. The argument escalated as 𝗵𝗃𝐻 pointed out that at least he wasn't an uncle responsible for a child. Concern filled the air when a voice asked about Naruto's well-being, prompting a nod from Barker as he returned to his meal. Barker mentioned that he had spoken to the Hokage about taking on missions to help care for Naruto while the other trained, and relief washed over him. As bedtime approached, he thanked Barker and assured him he would join him shortly. After Barker left, he muttered to himself about the responsibility he had been given. The following day, he arrived late to a gathering, realizing he had kept everyone waiting. The atmosphere turned tense as he greeted them, only to be met with glares. After the bell test, he dismissed the group but noticed Hashirama lingering behind. Concerned, he followed him to the river, where he spotted villagers approaching with hostility. Acting quickly, he intervened, grabbing one of the aggressor's arms and demanding to know what they were doing. The villagers looked taken aback by his sudden appearance. An older woman threatened him, but he remained steadfast, urging Hashirama to leave with him. When Hashirama hesitated, he picked him up and leaped from roof to roof, until they reached his home. In a flashback, he recalled being tasked by the third Hokage to look after Hashirama, who had been getting hurt. He had agreed without hesitation. Back in the present, he noticed that Hashirama had passed out and began tending to his wounds. When Hashirama woke up, startled, he asked what was happening. He responded with a hint of sarcasm, wishing for a simple thank you. Hashirama inquired about his brother, and he replied that he was sleeping. When Hashirama expressed frustration about his actions, he offered some advice about crying being helpful, which caused Hashirama to sob. As he drifted off to sleep, he promised to be there for him when he became Hokage. This scenario had become a common occurrence, with him often rescuing Hashirama from the villagers, earning the title of his best sensei friend ever. He then addressed Naruto, reminding him to behave at the academy and that Kakashi would pick him up later. After a brief exchange, he used his technique to reach Hashirama's window, informing him about an upcoming mission that could take a while. Hashirama expressed concern and mentioned he had something to tell him upon his return. 2 years had passed since then, during which Madara had left to grow stronger, and Hashirama and Tobirama had gained a new teammate named Mahito. They had quickly advanced to Chunin status and had grown more handsome, with Tobi developing a crush on Mahito. As he prepared to leave, he reassured Hashirama to stay safe and promised to listen to what he had to say when he returned. Meanwhile, Kakashi pondered his decision to become an Anbu captain. Sensing a disturbance, he decided to check on Naruto, who had wandered into the forest. One of the older villagers remarked that the Senju boy might be in danger. In the forest, Hashirama found himself in trouble, hiding from a large, menacing wolf. Remembering his sensei's advice to flare his chakra when lost, he hesitantly did so. The moment his chakra flared, his sensei's voice echoed through the trees, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. His sensei rushed to his side, expressing concern and reminding him of the importance of staying with his teammates. Hashirama, overwhelmed with emotion, apologized profusely, fearing he had disappointed his sensei. His sensei reassured him of his affection and urged him to come inside to warm up. As they entered the house, they found Tobirama and Mahito looking upset. After a brief greeting, Hashirama's sensei addressed the situation, clarifying that their bond was not inappropriate due to their age difference before leaving the room. The scene shifted to Izuna, who was searching for his brother. After a long search, he finally found him asleep against a tree. Overcome by his brother's charm, he whispered sweet nothings, confessing his feelings in a moment of vulnerability. To his surprise, his brother stirred, revealing that he had heard everything. Izuna's heart raced as he blushed, and he playfully demanded a kiss. His brother obliged, leaning in for a tender moment that left them both smiling. His soft lips pulled away too soon, leaving a longing sensation. He remarked on the neediness, explaining that they were in the forest and it was just the beginning of their relationship. She pouted but nodded, cuddling into his chest. She complimented his handsomeness, surprised that no one else seemed to want him. He returned the compliment, albeit quietly. Eventually, she fell asleep on his smooth chest, and he wished her good night before she drifted off. In Hashirama's perspective, he found himself in a cold, dark place, feeling as if he were falling. He called out for his loved ones, desperate for their presence. Suddenly, he heard voices mocking him, declaring him the worst Hokage. He turned to see a stage with someone resembling his partner, covered in powder and looking fragile. The crowd hurled insults and objects at him, and he pleaded for forgiveness. Just then, he heard a familiar voice calling him to wake up. His eyes flew open to find his partner beside him, concerned about his distress. He hugged them tightly, whispering about his bad dream. They comforted him, promising to stay close. Madara faced his own nightmare, tormented by voices from the past. They accused him of failing to save them, reminding him of his perceived shortcomings. The haunting words of his deceased comrades echoed in his mind, and in frustration, he shouted at them to leave him alone. Awakening abruptly, he found his partner absent from the futon. He rushed to the kitchen, where they were preparing breakfast and tea. He embraced them, expressing his worry about their safety during missions. They reassured him, rubbing his back gently. Tobirama found himself being chased by an unknown monster that had claimed the lives of his comrades. He felt a deep sense of isolation as he recalled the sacrifices made for him. The monster's taunts echoed in his mind, and he threw a kunai in desperation, only for it to drag Toby's lifeless body into the fray. Startled awake, he found himself in the presence of his partner, who inquired about his distress. He mumbled an apology, still shaken from the nightmare. Izuna awoke in his compound, noticing a strange atmosphere. His sister seemed to be enjoying herself, but he felt out of place. When he approached a clan member, they ignored him, and upon trying to touch them, he received a glare. Confused about the absence of the children, he searched for them, only to find them cowering in fear outside. He tried to reassure them, but they reacted with hostility, demanding he leave. Feeling rejected, he walked away, pondering why they were so unkind. As he headed home, he faced further hostility from the 𝗧𝗏 clan, which frustrated him. When he confronted his partner, he was met with a glare and a declaration of divorce papers. Anger surged within him, but he refused to accept it. Just then, he was jolted awake by his partner, who was worried about his tears. He reassured them, suggesting they cuddle, as it had been too long since they had shared that comfort. In a moment of vulnerability, Hashirama's partner asked him if they could have a child. His face turned red, and he stammered in agreement, leading them to their room. Inside, he pushed them against the wall, and they shared a passionate moment. As they lost themselves in each other, the atmosphere shifted, filled with warmth and intimacy. As the sun began to set, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as Blossom clung to Hashi, who was moving with an intensity that made her heart race. She urged him to pick up the pace, her voice filled with urgency. Hashi responded with a playful chuckle, increasing his rhythm, which sent waves of delight through her. They both reached a peak of bliss, collapsing in a heap of exhaustion afterward. Grateful, Blossom murmured her thanks as she wrapped her arms around Hashi, who returned the embrace with warmth. They soon drifted off to sleep, content in each other's presence. In another part of the world, Madara was enjoying a rare day off, having decided to spend it with his partner. He had been working tirelessly and was eager to give his beloved the attention they deserved. As he leaned against the wall, he felt a rush of warmth at the sight of his partner, who seemed curious about their positioning. Madara's playful nature emerged as he boldly declared his longing for a family. His partner, taken aback yet intrigued, felt a spark of excitement. They both knew that appearances could be deceiving, and beneath the surface, there was a playful side that was ready to explore their connection further. With a swift motion, Madara playfully pushed his partner against the wall, igniting a passionate exchange that left them both breathless. Madara's affection was evident as he showered his partner with kisses, teasing them with playful words that made their cheeks flush. The atmosphere was charged with a mix of excitement and tenderness, as they both reveled in the closeness they shared. As the moments passed, Madara's enthusiasm grew, and he expressed his eagerness for deeper connection. His partner, eager to reciprocate, engaged in a playful banter that only heightened the tension between them. They both knew that this was a moment to cherish, filled with laughter and warmth. Eventually, they took a break, both feeling the effects of their playful antics. Madara, still feeling the afterglow, expressed his concern for his partner's well-being, gently kissing them and assuring them that he never intended to cause discomfort. They shared a light-hearted moment, with Madara playfully asserting his longing to take charge next time. Meanwhile, a new day dawned, and the scene shifted to the 𝗧𝗏 compound. A cheerful greeting filled the air as the protagonist arrived, greeted warmly by Madara and his clan. Madara had something important to share, and as they stepped inside, curiosity piqued. Madara inquired about the protagonist's feelings towards children, which prompted a thoughtful response. Just then, he called out to 𝗬𝗏𝗺, a child who emerged from hiding, catching the protagonist off guard with his spirited demeanor. Madara introduced 𝗬𝗏𝗺, who quickly expressed his disinterest in adults, leading to a playful exchange between him and Madara. The protagonist, with a gentle smile, introduced themselves as the leader of the Senju clan, causing 𝗬𝗏𝗺 to blush at the compliment. The playful banter continued until the protagonist announced their departure, leaving Obito to protest playfully, not wanting to be left alone with Madara. Later, in a different setting, Tobirama found himself seeking advice from his sister about how to approach Toby regarding the idea of having a child. Her reaction was one of surprise, but she encouraged him to be straightforward during dinner. When Toby returned home, he seemed weary, and Tobirama seized the moment to express his longing for a child, catching Toby's attention and sparking a new conversation about their future together. I gently patted his head and smiled softly. After dinner, I pushed Toby to a nearby futon and quickly removed his clothing, taking a moment to admire him. He looked so appealing, and I couldn't help but tease him about it. He grunted in response, and I smirked, playfully teasing him further. As the atmosphere grew more intense, I whispered that I was going to make him feel good. He grunted again, and I felt a rush of excitement as we moved closer together. Toby flipped us around, and I could feel his energy as he began to move with determination. The sensations overwhelmed me, and I found myself lost in the moment. Afterward, I slumped against him, resting my head on his shoulder. Toby mumbled for me to stay awake a little longer as he lifted me into the bath. I mentioned something about a leak, and he playfully warned me not to incite him. I pouted but nodded in agreement. One of my clan members approached me with a question, asking when I would have a daughter. My face turned red at the unexpected inquiry. I replied that I wasn't sure, and she urged me to hurry, expressing her longing for a child to run around. I couldn't help but wonder if this was truly an 8-year-old speaking. As I started to leave, I muttered to myself about how strange children were these days. I noticed 𝗏𝗧𝗏 following me through the trees, but I ignored them until they stepped in front of me, glaring. They informed me that the heir wanted to see me, activating their 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐴𝐻. In response, I activated my 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐿 and quickly moved toward the house. When I reached the front door, I was taken aback by the sight before me. Roses scattered on the floor alongside strange, colorful objects. I wondered if someone had broken into the house and called out for Izuna, feeling uneasy about the situation. Just as I tried to escape the odd items, I found myself caught in them. I noted that these objects could sense chakra, and then I heard Izuna's voice, greeting me with a flirtatious tone. I asked him what the items were for, and as one began to move, I squirmed in surprise. Izuna eagerly admitted his intentions, and I sighed, ultimately agreeing to join him in this unexpected encounter. He mentioned that Toby had created a seal to make me 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏, which added a layer of complexity to the situation. As things progressed, I felt a mix of emotions, and Izuna took charge, guiding me through the experience. I found myself overwhelmed by sensations, and despite the initial shock, I surrendered to the moment. Afterward, I felt exhausted and mumbled about my fatigue. Izuna playfully remarked about taking my virginity, which made me glare at him. I made my way to the bathroom to start the water, and he offered to bathe me while I drifted off to sleep. In a twist, Madara had used a seal he had stolen from Tobirama, activating it before our encounter. The Senju Tobirama expressed a longing for the Noro clan to join Konoha, hoping to bring some intelligence to the village. I responded with a grunt, aware that the Senju and 𝗏𝗧𝗏 wanted our peaceful clan to join their ranks, likely leading to conflict. The 𝐒𝐭𝐲 chimed in, enthusiastically encouraging our inclusion. The 𝗏𝗧𝗏 pressed for an answer, and my younger sister defended me, insisting they treat me with respect. I questioned the wisdom of joining if it would only bring more problems, especially given the tensions with Suna. I declared the meeting over, stating that we Noros would not join until we were certain it was safe. As I prepared to leave, the 𝗒𝐭𝐻 pleaded for us to at least take a look around, but I was too tired to engage. I instructed my sister to be cautious and to signal me if anything went wrong. I settled down for a nap, though I couldn't fully relax. Hours passed, and I sensed a familiar chakra, prompting me to spring into action. Bursting through the door, I called out for my sister, finding her in a teasing mood while the 𝗒𝐭𝐻 laughed. As I approached, I commented on the smell of 𝗧𝐿, ready to take her home. It was simply a call to come and eat something, as she hadn't eaten since the previous day. She laughed lightly. He shot her a glare, stating that he had made it clear that if she flared her chakra, he would come to get her. He never said they would stay there to relax. After all, they could be facing enemies. His voice rose in frustration. She pouted, trying to argue that he had taken a nap. He interrupted, explaining that the nap was meant to scout for the nearest escape routes. He insisted they were leaving, noting that she was reeling from sake and nausea as he grabbed her hand and began to pull her toward the door. The Senju and 𝗧𝗏 watched him, but he was indifferent. All he wanted was to keep his sibling safe. She protested vehemently, yanking her hand away from him, declaring she wouldn't go back. He relented, stating that he wouldn't return either, and that she wasn't welcome back home. He walked out, leaving his sister to sob in the arms of the enemy. From Madara's perspective, he observed the scene unfold. The girl lamented her cruel sibling, wishing she wasn't related to him. Madara asked if she had fought in the war, to which she sheepishly admitted she hadn't. Hashirama chimed in, suggesting she didn't trust them because of what had happened to her clan. The girl inquired about what they had done, and Hashirama confessed they had tried to force her to come with them. She reacted with outrage, asserting that her sister would never want to be forced into anything, and if she were, she would harbor intense resentment toward the person responsible. She settled onto Ice Queen's lap, and Madara grumbled about not wanting to take care of the intoxicated individuals as he left the building. He rushed to the gates and spotted Noro preparing to leave. He greeted her, but she responded rudely. He expressed his discontent with the 𝐒𝐭𝐽's decisions, and she confirmed his suspicions. He urged her to stay, claiming it would be an honor to have the smartest clan in the shinobi world residing in Konoha. She sighed, explaining that the cons outweighed the pros, and she didn't want to witness any of her clan members dying. He reassured her that after destruction, peace would follow. She glared at him, agreeing to stay but warning that they would leave if there was even a minor conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans. She suggested he inform the 𝐒𝐭𝐽, stating she was going home to inform her clan of the situation. The girl cried out for her sister not to leave her, throwing herself onto Noro. Noro insisted they needed to inform their clan about moving to Konoha. Madara mentally celebrated his superiority over both Senjus. Later, he acknowledged the Uchiha's presence with a simple acknowledgement. Time passed, and the author expressed her apologies for the delay, explaining her struggle to continue the story. The four characters glared at the author, who cowered in a corner. She attempted to explain her intentions, but they teamed up against her, prompting her to dodge their attacks. One of them whispered about the 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐴, and another activated their 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐿, pointing out the author's location. The author decided it was best to leave, puffing away to her studio for a long nap. From the Senju's perspective, they noted the author was hiding something. Another character mentioned they had avoided serious injuries. The conversation continued, with one character expressing a longing to return home. The Senju sulked in a corner until one of the others suggested they introduce themselves instead of using their surnames. They complied, sharing their names and relationships. The Senju finally spoke, revealing their name and marital status. The others asked about hobbies, but the Senju merely wished to go home. Eventually, a voice announced that the author would wake up soon, and the characters expressed their frustration with her laziness. After the chaos, the Senju bid farewell, feeling everything fade away before waking up in their office. They murmured to their partner about a frightening dream, who comforted them. They felt fortunate to be alive, reflecting on their ability to dodge attacks. In another scene, the reader announced their intention to gather supplies from a nearby village, promising to return soon. They were determined to confront someone who had harmed a member of their genin squad. Their partner cautioned them not to kill anyone. Upon arriving, the reader barged into the house, demanding the location of a rogue ninja. The rogue responded defiantly, but the reader's killing intent silenced him. They warned him about the consequences of hurting their students. As chaos erupted, a flash of white hair intervened, and the reader lamented the interruption. From Tobirama's perspective, he found the situation ridiculous. The rogue pleaded for a conversation, but Tobirama's irritation led him to take decisive action. The thought should have crossed his mind before attempting to harm my wife. With a swift motion, he found himself incapacitated. The scene turned chaotic as I moved through the crowd, swiftly neutralizing threats with precise strikes. Each opponent fell, their fate sealed, and I ensured that no one would uncover the truth of what had transpired. As I glanced at the aftermath, I noticed the stains on my clothes. It was a nuisance, but I brushed it off. I turned to Yun and playfully tapped her on the head. She pouted and rubbed her forehead, expressing her disappointment. She wanted to join in on the action, but I had other plans. I instructed her to fetch me some new clothes, reminding her that this mess was partly her fault. She reluctantly agreed, thanking me before giving me a quick hug. I muttered about the BLD now on her as she dashed off. This moment was brief because I didn't want to dwell on the grim details of the battle. Let's just say it took me a long shower to wash away the remnants of the encounter. Hashirama was enjoying a peaceful moment with his clan friends when he noticed me. His expression shifted to one of despair, and his friends couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. He questioned if I was replacing him, his voice tinged with mock hurt. His friends laughed, and I found amusement in his pout. When one of them teased him further, he shot them a glare, prompting me to intervene. I reassured him that he was too endearing to be replaced. My friends exchanged knowing glances, and Hashirama turned red at my affectionate gesture. Madara, on the other hand, was growing impatient. He had been trying to get my attention for 2 days while I was buried in paperwork. He called out to me, but I remained focused on my tasks. He expressed his frustration, demanding I join him. I acknowledged his plea, promising to finish my work quickly. Eventually, he convinced me to take a break, and we wrapped up our tasks sooner than expected. I allowed him to enjoy the affection he had been craving, and soon he fell asleep beside me. Meanwhile, Tobirama was dealing with a rather troublesome patient who had suffered severe injuries. The moment the patient woke, he began making inappropriate comments, catching Tobirama's attention. With a fierce glare, Tobirama stepped in, preventing any further misconduct. Instead of letting the situation escalate, he swiftly handled it and carried me out of the hospital. Izuna had just returned from a challenging mission and, upon seeing me smile, whisked me away to his room. He fell asleep next to me, initiating a cozy cuddle session. I playfully asked if he was feeling jealous, to which he admitted with a sleepy nod before drifting off again. In the midst of chores, I found myself frustrated with Hashirama's messy habits. He questioned why the floor was dirty, and I couldn't help but snap back, pointing out his own disheveled appearance. He sulked in response, and I instructed him to clean up before retreating to his corner. I couldn't help but think how he acted more like a puppy than a 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐽. Madara, on the other hand, had a knack for stirring jealousy. He often sought reactions from me, wanting to be the center of attention. When Hashirama accused him of trying to stalk him, I couldn't help but chuckle. I picked Madara up and playfully declared that I would handle him myself, much to Hashirama's amusement. Once home, I confronted Madara, reminding him that he needed to apologize to Hashirama before receiving any affection from me. His surprise was evident. He had only wanted more closeness, not a challenge to his pride. Tobirama, ever the workaholic, often overextended himself with paperwork and training. I couldn't stand to see him tire himself out. I insisted it was time to go home, but he hesitated, thinking my words were merely a suggestion. I firmly reminded him it was an order, and he reluctantly complied, intertwining his fingers with mine as we left together. His tendency to misinterpret simple instructions often tested my patience. When he failed to follow my directions, I couldn't help but react, my frustration evident as I playfully scolded him. Or when he was asked to prepare the fruit for a treat, he peeled it, washed it, and left it on the counter. The urge to cut off his chakra and break his spine crossed the mind, but the thought of the Uchihas hating her for life held her back. She felt frustrated, exclaiming that he was skilled with swords and wondered how he couldn't use a knife. Outside, the Uchihas were laughing, enjoying the moment as they teased him, their expressions a mix of amusement and disbelief. Tears streamed down her face as she mumbled about her mother being gone. She didn't care anymore. Recently, her mother had died at the hands of a rogue ninja while cooking. Hashi embraced her from behind, offering comfort as she sobbed uncontrollably. She pulled him into a tight hug, unable to let go, crying out about her loss. He whispered soothing words, telling her to breathe and that everything would be okay. After 20 minutes of sobbing, exhaustion took over, and Hashi gently carried her to their shared futon. As she drifted into a deep sleep, She murmured an apology to her mother. Madara reflected on the conversation he was having with Hashi, wishing for a peaceful exchange rather than a somber one. They had nothing better to do, and somehow, the topic shifted to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗂𝐴𝐵. Hashi lamented about not being fast enough to save them, gazing out the window. Madara sighed, reminding him that sulking over the past was futile and that they needed to move forward. Hashi glared, questioning Madara's care for 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗂𝐴𝐵, raising his voice in frustration. Madara's eyes widened in surprise, trying to explain his feelings, but Hashi interrupted, demanding he leave. The tension in the room escalated, and Madara felt Hashi's chakra spike. In a flash, he transported himself home, nearly causing Hashi to stumble. He caught Hashi's hands, bringing them to his face and kissing them gently. They sat on the futon, and Madara noticed Hashi's face flush with warmth. Hashi asked what had happened, and Madara pouted, explaining that the Hokage had become angry with him for speaking the truth about his brothers and hadn't allowed him to explain. As he continued to kiss Hashi's hands, Hashi sighed and wrapped his legs around Madara's waist, inquiring about the conversation with the Hokage. Madara revealed that he had suggested it was better to move on rather than dwell on the past. Hashi, while enjoying the affection, cautioned him about speaking such truths to someone like the Hokage. Madara expressed his confusion about the Hokage's mindset, and Hashi laughed, embracing him in return. Tobi observed the scene, noting that Uzumaki didn't possess a thick wall of confidence and courage, at least not in her case. Memories of being bullied for her hair by others in the clan resurfaced, leaving her feeling insecure. Even in Konoha, she faced disapproving looks from villagers. Tobi approached her, asking what troubled her as she hugged her knees, avoiding his gaze. She confessed her insecurities about her hair, and Tobi placed a comforting hand on her head, assuring her that she looked amazing and encouraging her to ignore the opinions of others who didn't know her. Grateful for his words, she threw herself at Tobi, thanking him for the support. Izuna had witnessed her struggles but noted that she rarely got truly upset. The only time she felt overwhelmed was during her first encounter with the Uchiha clan, where they had sent her intimidating glares. The elders had insulted her pride, and she had felt the urge to retaliate. However, Izuna's pleading gaze stopped her from acting on those feelings. Later, when they returned home, Izuna burst into laughter at the memory, prompting her to glare at him and lightly punch his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her, teasing her about her restraint and how they would have faced consequences if she had acted out. She retorted that if they all perished, she would laugh at their funerals and vandalize their tombstones. Izuna smirked, playfully calling her short stack. In a different setting, a teacher called out to a student who was dozing off in class. The student jolted awake, startled, and the teacher reprimanded her for her language. The class glared at her, knowing she was popular but often found herself in trouble. She protested that she was merely closing her eyes, but the teacher insisted on sending her to detention for raising her voice. Frustrated, she shot back a sarcastic remark about the teacher's personal life, causing the class to stifle their laughter as the teacher turned red with anger or embarrassment. As she left for detention, she accidentally bumped into a younger classmate, catching her before she fell. The smaller girl apologized, and the student affectionately patted her head before saying goodbye and heading to the detention room. One of her favorite teachers greeted her, asking what had landed her in trouble. She explained that she had been punished for simply closing her eyes, and he remarked on how the teachers seemed to target her. Name expressed her confusion while rubbing her neck, unsure of the situation. Teach instructed her to fill out a form, and she complied, noting the absence of others around her. After class, BOFON enthusiastically encouraged Name to attend the sleepover hosted by the Uchiha brothers. Name inquired about the guest list, learning that Madara, Izuna, Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito, BOFON, and herself would be present. Despite her reluctance, BOFON insisted on dragging her to prepare for the event. Upon arriving at the house, BOFON rang the doorbell, but Name hesitated, sensing no one was home. A fierce glare from BOFON urged her to stay put. The door swung open, revealing a cheerful Hashirama, who welcomed them just in time for a game. As they entered, Name mentally lamented her unexpected popularity, wishing to simply finish high school without the added attention. Once inside, They were instructed by Tobirama to place an item in a hat. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 eagerly complied, while Name contributed a chopstick after discovering a paperclip already in the mix. Hashirama announced Izuna as the first to draw from the hat. Izuna picked the chopstick, his face flushing as he entered a closet. Name attempted to leave but was playfully pushed inside by Madara, who declared they had 7 minutes. In the closet, Name greeted Izuna, who seemed nervous. He leaned in closer, and in a moment of vulnerability, confessed his feelings. Name teased him, revealing knowledge of a past heartbreak, which startled him. Despite the tension, she expressed a willingness to be with him, leading to a moment of connection before Minato unexpectedly opened the door. Meanwhile, Hashirama playfully warned 𝗧𝗏 to be cautious with her actions, hinting at the potential for mischief. In another room, Madara expressed his boredom, seeking attention from his partner, who playfully teased him about his desires. Tobirama, enjoying a drink, was approached by 𝗬𝗏, who asked for affection. He agreed to cuddle, and they settled into a comfortable position together. Elsewhere, Name found herself in a comical chase with Izuna, who playfully pursued her. Despite her protests, she ultimately gave in, granting him consent to get closer. Later, Hashirama confided in Minato about his growing concerns regarding his health, leading to a surprising revelation about his condition. Madara, feeling overwhelmed, reacted defensively when approached, prompting to suggest visiting Hashirama for support. The narrative unfolded with moments of humor, friendship, and unexpected revelations, capturing the essence of their youthful experiences. Madara spoke quickly, revealing that a couple of doctors had informed him he was going to be a father. A moment of silence passed before he stiffened, tears welling in his eyes. You expressed your happiness about the news, assuring him that you would be by his side every step of the way. He wiped his tears and embraced you tightly. Tobirama was in the middle of paperwork when you casually mentioned your 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏. He acknowledged it without surprise, confirming that he was aware. You suggested discussing names for the child, but he advised against thinking about it just yet, giving your head a gentle pat. Izuna announced that it was time to visit the doctor, and you responded with a bored expression. As you stood up and walked toward the door, you suggested cuddling afterward, and he nodded, holding your hand as he led you along. Izuna insisted that Tobirama check if you were indeed 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏, and although Tobirama sighed, he guided you to his lab to confirm the news. He declared that you were 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏, and you happily took Izuna home. Once there, you settled on the futon, and Izuna lay on your belly, muttering about your calm demeanor. You shrugged it off and played with his hair. Hashirama's ex appeared unexpectedly, and he glared at her, which you noticed immediately. You introduced yourself, trying to remain polite. However, the ex was confrontational, questioning your presence around Hashirama. You clarified your relationship, but she clung to his arm, prompting you to feel increasingly frustrated. After a few tense moments, you confronted her, expressing your longing for peace but warning her to leave Hashirama alone. Your fierce demeanor startled her, and she ran off, leaving Hashirama blushing with a mix of embarrassment and admiration. You wrapped your arms around him protectively, claiming him as yours with a gentle kiss. Izuna, feeling unwell, asked Madara for tea while resting on a futon. Madara reluctantly agreed, and Izuna showered you with compliments, making you smile. After a brief trip to the bathroom, you returned to find Izuna playfully bouncing on Madara's lap. This continued until Izuna went to bed, leaving you with a strange feeling in your chest that craved affection. You decided to ask Madara about it. When you inquired about the feeling, he chuckled softly and pulled you into a comforting hug, explaining that it was jealousy. You appreciated Hashirama as a friend, but your personalities didn't quite mesh. Remembering that Tobirama was with Hashirama, you decided to give them space. Although you felt a twinge of jealousy, you kept it to yourself. Later, sensing Tobirama's chakra in the Hokage room, you opted not to disturb him and headed home. However, he noticed you and called out, prompting you to approach him. You admitted your jealousy, and he surprised you by whisking you away to your home, where he prepared tea. He asked if you wanted some attention, and though you glared at him, you nodded. You spent the day enjoying tea and conversation with your boyfriend. When you discovered that Izuna had a girl best friend, you felt a surge of protectiveness. You found them together, and upon introduction, you recognized her as your younger sister, who had become quite unpleasant over time. You felt a wave of anger as she kissed Izuna on the cheek, a gesture that was practically a declaration of war among the Hyuga. Izuna gently reminded her that only you could show him affection, but she mischievously kissed him again, this time on the neck. You had reached your limit and activated your Byakugan, flaring your chakra to express your anger. She responded in kind, leading to a tense standoff. The confrontation ended with you overpowering her, leaving her incapacitated on the ground. You smirked at Izuna, who sighed and pouted, while the surrounding Uchihas understood your feelings and were unfazed. Your sister attempted to complain about the incident but was quickly reprimanded by your parents for causing a scene. Hashirama, upon learning about your feelings, was at a loss. He tried to shower you with affection, but your glare remained, reminiscent of Madara in battle. Eventually, he felt defeated, believing you harbored resentment toward him, and retreated to a corner to sulk. Hashi thought about how FN was going to leave him as tears streamed down his face. After a few moments, you felt a pang of sympathy and decided to comfort him. Madara was crying, and when you discovered him, you were taken aback. Initially, you didn't mind. After all, Madara had always been a spoiled and needy person, so it seemed natural. However, everything changed when you returned home from a stressful meeting with the Konoha elders and found your husband on the floor, sobbing. The aloof demeanor you usually maintained crumbled, and you rushed to his side, asking if he was all right and if someone had hurt him. You were ready to take action against anyone who had caused him pain. But Madara looked at you with annoyance, explaining that his favorite character in a book had died, and he immediately began to cry again. You thought to yourself that this would be a long 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻. Toby, on the other hand, was quick to notice your 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻. He found it easy to spot, but you were too tired to care about his thoughts. All you wanted was to rest. The hospital had instructed you to stay home, warning that if they caught you working during your 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻, you would face a suspension after the child was born. So, your days were filled with sleep, eating, bathroom breaks, cleaning, and playing with your chakra. Izuna discovered your 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻 by accident while at a barbecue with your Akamichi friends. He didn't mind at first, but when he saw you devouring everything in sight, he began to sulk about the impact on his wallet, ignoring the laughter of the Akamichis around you. Being known as the school liar had its ups and downs. The ups included telling stories that made people laugh, while the downs involved no one believing you when you expressed sadness or anger. Eventually, you gave up trying to share your feelings and continued fabricating stories. Your teacher scolded you for lying when she asked how you felt. Confused, you smiled and said you were angry, which only led to further scrutiny. Your grades were slipping, and you realized you might need to take things more seriously, though you doubted anyone would take you seriously. The teacher announced in front of the class that you were failing almost every subject except art and would be getting a tutor later that day. You felt embarrassed by her comments. After school, you reminded yourself to head to the library. Upon entering, you noticed the sparse number of people present and spotted the popular new kid looking at you. He addressed you by name, and you jokingly responded that you were a plant, which earned you a command to sit down. You complied, feeling a bit nervous. As he began explaining various subjects, you found yourself struggling to stay awake. He noticed and told you to go home if you were going to fall asleep. You nodded, attempting to stand, but he caught you before you could fall. You thanked him, feeling grateful for his help. This routine continued frequently, and while your grades improved, you also developed a crush on him. You both became the best of friends, sharing your thoughts and feelings. However, when he pressed you about your parents or why you continued to lie, you avoided answering. He became frustrated, demanding you stop being secretive. You felt your cheeks flush but maintained a fake smile, insisting it wasn't important. He reminded you that you had known each other for 3 years and had avoided his questions all that time. You sighed and nodded, wondering if he would believe you or abandon you like your parents had. When he asked if your parents had left you, you panicked and shook your head, quickly lying that you were just joking. He stared at you blankly before pulling you into a hug, urging you to tell the truth. As tears fell, You confessed your struggles with abandonment issues and your brother's concerns about your mental health. You were cut off by a kiss, which surprised you, but you kissed him back after a moment. He reassured you that everything would be okay and asked if you liked him. You nodded enthusiastically, smiling brightly. He then asked if you would be his girlfriend, and you responded with a kiss, feeling him smirk in delight. He playfully referred to you as his little bird, causing you to blush and look away, flustered. In another scenario, Hashirama challenged you to a gambling match, declaring that the winner could order the loser around for 4 hours. You glanced at your cousins, Madara and Izuna, who reacted differently. Izuna glared at Hashirama while Madara sighed and nodded in agreement. You questioned why he chose you instead of your cousins, and Hashirama explained that he had heard about your gambling skills during the war but had never faced you before. You agreed to the challenge and asked what game you would play. Hashirama smirked and replied, "Shogi." Izuna chuckled, and Madara smirked, while you regarded Hashirama with a bored expression, questioning if he was sure about his game choice. Hashirama nodded and began setting up the game. 𝗬𝗏 remarked that she might influence his gambling habits if they played together. Izuna laughed, encouraging her to go easy on Hashirama, while Madara urged her to give it her all. 20 minutes later, as the clock struck 10 p.m., Hashirama sulked in a corner, lamenting his loss. Izuna was on the floor, laughing uncontrollably, while Madara wore a smirk and 𝗬𝗏 appeared bored. Izuna teased Hashirama, pointing out that he had underestimated the strategic prowess of the Senju during the war. 𝗬𝗏 playfully suggested that this meant she could treat Hashirama however she pleased for the next 4 hours. Hashirama's eyes widened in surprise, and Madara chuckled, proposing that Izuna should dress him up. Hashirama protested as he was dragged into another room, while 𝗬𝗏 tidied up the shogi pieces. When Hashirama returned, he was clad in a light pink and purple kimono, his hair styled in a braid. Madara burst into laughter, and Hashirama sulked about his pride. 𝗬𝗏 commented that he looked good in the kimono, lifting it slightly to get a better look, causing Hashirama to blush and stammer in embarrassment. Izuna playfully smacked 𝗬𝗏 on the head, and 𝗬𝗏 declared that Hashirama must go around Konoha in that outfit, assuring him that she would accompany him. Outside, Hashirama hid behind 𝗬𝗏, feeling embarrassed as he clutched the kimono. A male from the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 clan catcalled him, making him uncomfortable. The man suggested that Hashirama should ditch 𝗬𝗏 and join him instead, but before he could get too close, 𝗬𝗏 intervened, giving the man a fierce glare and sending him flying back to the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 compound with a gentle push. Hashirama exclaimed 𝗬𝗏's name in surprise as she picked him up in a bridal carry, hopping from roof to roof. She professed her love for him, causing him to blush. He thought to himself that it should be the other way around, but he reciprocated her feelings, expressing his love and sharing a kiss. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏 was painting with her friend, 𝗬𝗏𝗲 when an ANBU member arrived, informing her that she was needed at the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 tower. 𝗏𝗏 sighed, expressing her reluctance, but her friend insisted it could be important. After some playful banter, 𝗏𝗏 reluctantly headed to the tower. Upon arriving, she found Hashirama, the first 𝐒𝐭𝐲, crying in a corner, while the Senju heir stood with crossed arms, glaring at the wall. 𝗏𝗏 decided to leave, but was interrupted by the overly enthusiastic Hyuga prince, who greeted her excitedly. She found him too loud and continued her way to the roof of the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 tower, where the prince followed, asking for a kiss to strengthen their clan's bonds. 𝗏𝗏 shot him a disapproving look and declined, telling him to spend time with his fiancée instead. As she entered the meeting room, 𝗏𝗏 was taken aback by the sight of flower petals, moss-covered trees, a table set for two, and Tobirama Senju in a fancy yukata, looking flustered with flowers behind his back. Hashirama laughed and nudged her toward Tobirama, and it dawned on her that Madara and Hashirama were playing matchmakers. Tobirama invited her to sit down, and she complied, tempted to blow out the candle on the table. He began to confess his feelings, but 𝗏𝗏 interrupted, asking him to keep it brief. Tobirama, surprised, agreed and confessed that he had developed feelings for her and wished for her to bear his children. Madara laughed, and Hashirama facepalmed, while 𝗏𝗏 simply sighed, finding the situation amusing. As she began to eat the warm food, Tobirama nervously asked what she had been doing before arriving. Noro mentioned that she had been evading the Hyuga prince, noticing a flash of jealousy in Tobirama's eyes. He then asked if she would like to hang out the next day, to which she shrugged and agreed, adding that she might want to bear his children, jokingly referencing her shadow clone that had just vanished. Hashirama exclaimed in surprise, lamenting the situation, while Tobirama smiled unconsciously. Noro smirked, feeling confident as she left the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 tower, anticipating the fun that awaited her the next day. The atmosphere was charged with tension. He suggested that she should experience it for herself. In response, she leaned in and kissed him with fervor. He reciprocated instantly, their connection intensifying. She gently nibbled his tongue, a subtle cue that she needed a moment to breathe. He withdrew slightly, a playful smirk appearing as he noticed her flushed cheeks and the way she was catching her breath. Gradually, he began to plant soft kisses on her cheek, trailing down to her neck, leaving a series of tender marks along the way. In a certain moment, there was a sense of anticipation. The character felt a smirk from the other, who began to tease a sensitive spot on their neck. The other leaned in closer, suggesting that it was time to reveal something impressive, which made the character blush and nod slightly. As layers of clothing were removed, their eyes widened in surprise. They couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and nervousness, silently wishing for divine intervention to help them navigate this unexpected situation. The character realized they had been lost in thought for a moment, caught up in the intensity of the moment. The other urged them to behave, and they complied, feeling the weight of the situation as they prepared to engage further. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and the character could sense the excitement building around them. Madara prepared himself, a confident smirk on his face. He noticed a hint of nervousness in you, which made him curious. He asked if you were inexperienced, and you felt a blush creep onto your cheeks as you nodded in response. He acknowledged your answer with a knowing look and began to engage with you, his movements deliberate and intense. As he continued, you felt a rush of energy emanating from him, a powerful chakra that enveloped you. You instinctively shared some of your own calming energy with him, creating a balance between his fiery presence and your serene essence. It felt as if a divine force had blessed the moment. Madara's intensity increased, and you found yourself responding to his energy, feeling a connection that was both exhilarating and overwhelming. You clung to him, feeling the heat of his chakra as it intertwined with yours, creating a sensation that was almost otherworldly. The atmosphere around you crackled with energy, and you could sense the culmination of your shared power building between you. After about the 10th round, a sudden sensation overwhelmed you, and you felt a rush of warmth. You let out a loud gasp, feeling a mix of surprise and exhaustion. Just as you began to drift off to sleep, he gently shook you awake, insisting that you stay alert. He whispered that he needed to clean you up and carefully lifted you off the ground. Setting you down, he turned on the water, ensuring it was warm enough before picking you up again to wash you. He asked if you thought you could walk, to which you tiredly replied that swimming seemed more feasible. He smirked at your response, dried you off, and then placed you on a clean futon, allowing you to sink into a deep slumber. This chapter had a mix of intense emotions and unexpected twists. It was inspired by another story about the Konoha founders, initially intended to be a 𝐒𝐭𝐲 scenario, but I decided to take a different approach. You and Hashirama had been together for a year, but for some strange reason, his friends and family had been disappearing one by one. In the quiet of the Senju compound, Hashirama expressed his desperation, pleading with you not to leave him as you were all he had left. You promised him with a twisted smile that you would never abandon him. When he innocently asked if you could cuddle before he went to sleep, you agreed, your smile shifting to a softer smirk. Later that night, you took care of the situation, ensuring that no one would find out what had happened. Madara found himself in a precarious situation, facing danger from the Suna. Accepting his fate, he braced for pain, but instead, he opened his eyes to see you glaring at his attacker, your grip tightening as you confronted the threat. After dealing with the assailant, you turned to Madara, who expected to feel pain but was instead met with your gentle touch on his cheek. You reassured him that you would never let anyone harm him and then knocked him out. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the Senju compound, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. You calmly explained that you had dealt with your clan members and others without causing them pain. Madara, still in shock, could only comply with your demands, unable to devise a plan to escape or fight back. You treated him well, even allowing him to use some chakra and visit his clan members. You had taken control of Konoha, the village your brothers had built, and presented Madara as your husband. Surprisingly, he found himself enjoying this new life, appreciating the respect you showed him. Tobirama, Yandere. 70% you had created a potent medicine that could take anyone's life within a minute. Your affection for Tobirama had grown so strong that you no longer wished to share him. So, you did what any devoted yet dangerous doctor would do. You made the shot mandatory, and to your surprise, everyone complied. You asked Tobirama to be the last to receive the injection, wanting to have a private moment with him. He agreed without hesitation. When it was your turn, you rendered him unconscious by restricting his breathing. When he regained consciousness, he was met with the sight of Hashirama's lifeless body, his expression frozen in horror. Tobirama called out to you, confusion and fear evident in his voice. You simply stated that you could no longer bear the thought of sharing him, a twisted smile forming on your lips as your eyes mirrored the color of your hair, red. You told him that if he behaved, you would let him leave the room, knowing he would want to understand his surroundings. He swallowed hard and nodded in response. Izuna, Yandere. 90% Izuna heard a frantic call and rushed toward the sound. Upon arrival, he was met with a gruesome scene. Bodies scattered everywhere, and you standing in the center, staring blankly. He shouted your name, demanding to know what you had done. Just then, Madara emerged, attempting to attack you, but you swiftly dodged and seized him by the neck, glaring fiercely. As you tightened your grip, lifting him off the ground, Izuna pleaded for you not to harm his brother. Your gaze softened slightly as you looked at Izuna's tear-streaked face. After a moment of hesitation, you loosened your hold but declared that you would ensure Madara's honor and pride would be destroyed. You proceeded to inflict pain upon him, leaving him gasping for air. Izuna rushed toward you in a desperate attempt to intervene, but you swiftly knocked him out with a single blow. You then turned your attention back to Madara, declaring that you would ensure he could never perform jutsu again, methodically incapacitating him. You found his scowl irritating and decided to force a smile upon his face, sewing his hair to his lips. With a chilling demeanor, you stated that you would take care of his legs next, ensuring he would never walk again. Despite his injuries, he remained barely alive. You added one final act of cruelty before leaving him, expressing your intention to eliminate everyone else, hoping he would survive just long enough for you to finish what you started. You left him on the ground, stepping on his chest with a finality that suggested he would not escape your wrath. You vowed that Izuna would belong to you, and no one would take him away. Madara expressed his frustration about being late, but you reassured him that it was all right. The two of you pondered what to name your child, and after a moment of thought, he suggested 𝗧𝗵𝗲. You smiled and nodded in agreement. Madara, feeling a mix of emotions, declared his disdain for you in a playful manner, while you remained unfazed, busy with paperwork. He had a pile of his own work, so you decided to help him out. When he asked why you were bothering him, you inquired if you had upset him. He blushed and looked away, mumbling that the paperwork was meant for Izuna, which made you chuckle softly. You opened your arms for a hug, and he happily accepted, settling on your lap. He claimed you as his, and you handed him the book he had been reading, returning to your tasks. While preparing lunch, Madara called for you with a playful urgency. You happily obliged, only to be playfully tackled to the ground by him. He expressed his love for you, jokingly claiming he couldn't handle raising the child alone. You responded with a gentle hum, attempting to rise, but he held you down, showering your neck with affectionate kisses. You reminded him to be cautious since you were carrying your child, and he pouted before pulling you back inside. Entering the living room, you expected a moment of rest but found Madara in tears on the couch that Hashirama had gifted you. You rushed to his side, concerned about the baby's well-being. He whispered that the baby had hit him, pulling you into a comforting embrace. You felt a mix of confusion and concern, realizing this was just the beginning of the journey. After a few hours of worrying about his absence, you began to fret. You wondered if he had gotten hurt or if something had happened to him. When he finally returned, he brushed you off, telling you to occupy yourself with other tasks. Feeling dejected, you retreated to your office to handle work for him and others. Later, as you entered the bedroom, you found him asleep on an unfamiliar futon. You cuddled him from behind, whispering an apology, and he turned to embrace you. Madara had challenged you to a light sparring match, but when you stepped outside, you found him in tears. Concerned, you asked if he was all right, but he retaliated playfully, hitting one of your chakra points and sending you flying. He declared that a ninja must see through deception before running off, leaving you to remind yourself that you would have your chance to get back at him soon. When the day of the 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 arrived, you carried Madara to Tobirama's lab, calling for Mito to assist, as male 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐶𝐲 was not something a regular doctor could handle. You stayed until the process was complete, eager to hold your child. Mito insisted that the one giving 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 should hold the child first, and although you glared at her, you nodded in agreement. Madara suggested a name, and you patiently waited for your turn to hold your baby. In a different scenario, you and Izuna were on a mission, having forgotten that your due date was that very day. When the time came, you screamed in surprise, prompting an Anbu to scold you for your language. Izuna tried to reassure you, and you ended up giving 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 to a girl. When Izuna entered the room, he demanded names, and you nodded off to sleep after he suggested one. In a twist of fate, you found yourself victorious against the Senju clan. As you smiled at your triumph, your gaze fell upon Tobirama, the one responsible for your sister's death. He appeared broken, and you felt a mix of emotions. Izuna encouraged you to choose a favorite from the spoils of victory, and you pointed to a child and Tobirama. You claimed them both, vowing to protect them fiercely, and placed chakra seals on them, ensuring their safety under your care. The albino glanced at the narrator, who smirked in response. The narrator leaned closer, whispering a warning about the possibility of resistance before turning to leave, holding both their leashes firmly. Upon arriving home, the narrator ordered the albino to remove the collars. The albino complied, untying the rope from himself and the other. The narrator informed them that they could roam the house but warned of consequences if they attempted to leave. Frustration bubbled within as the narrator questioned their ability to be cruel, feeling the weight of their reputation as a skilled uchi fighter. Just then, the door opened, revealing the two Senju siblings looking quite presentable in their kimonos. The albino wore a white and blue kimono, while Kisaki donned a bright yellow and orange one. The narrator complimented them on their appearance and playfully introduced themselves with a teasing bow. Kisaki, eager for connection, asked to hold the narrator's hand, which softened their demeanor, though they suggested she hold onto Tobi-chan instead. After ensuring the albino was ready, the narrator helped him with his collar while he assisted Kisaki with hers. Later, they arrived at the uchi compound, still holding the ropes they disliked. Madara appeared, dressed in a yukata, and greeted them with a drunken cheer. The narrator warned Izuna not to touch the senjus, dropping the ropes as they instructed the siblings to join the other senjus and behave. The other Uchihas eyed the senjus with suspicion. The narrator issued a low threat to protect them, which only amused Madara. Feeling out of place, the narrator took a seat in the corner, observing the frightened expressions of the two they had taken in. Deciding to check on them, the narrator approached the senjus, who were also feeling the effects of the gathering. They expressed their longing to leave, noting the unpleasant atmosphere. However, they noticed Tobirama was also intoxicated and dancing, which only added to their frustration. When Kisaki ran to them, visibly scared, the narrator's demeanor softened as she clung to them, explaining her fear of men with red eyes. The narrator commanded Hashirama to fetch Tobirama, asserting dominance over the situation with a flash of their Sharingan. Once home, the narrator dropped the albino onto the ground, waking him. They reminded him of his chores and the need to care for Kisaki, brushing off his glare and the BLD on their face. The narrator insisted he hurry, patting him on the head before leaving with a dramatic warning to stay inside. At a nearby ramen shop, the narrator met with a friend, who inquired about the feast. The narrator described it as chaotic, prompting laughter from their friend. When asked if they wanted the albino to come pick them up, the narrator declined, viewing it as a fitting punishment for the albino's earlier behavior. As they drank, the narrator's drunkenness became apparent, leading to a humorous exchange about their inability to punish anyone effectively. Their friend helped them back home, where they encountered Madara, who had come looking for the narrator. The narrator, still inebriated, threatened Madara if he had harmed the Senjus, causing both Madara and their friend to sweat in response. Madara suggested the narrator rest, but they resisted, eager to join in the revelry. Upon entering their home, they found Hashirama and Tobirama in a corner, adding to the chaotic atmosphere. "I'm leaving, I need to go drink," was interrupted by an annoying man who finished with a smirk. "Drink?" Tobirama noticed her and rushed over. He commented on her still wearing the kimono he had given her, while she mumbled something as her friend pushed her toward him. "You smell of sake," Tobirama murmured, his face turning red for some reason. She leaned against the albino and questioned why the troublesome individuals were there and why he had allowed them in. He looked down, and she stumbled against a wall. "I wanted to leave with Kisaki," he whispered. She stared at him blankly, while Madara glared in response. Madara moved toward Tobirama, raising his hand as if to strike him. "If you harm my companion, I'll make sure you regret it," she said, holding a kunai near Hashirama's neck. Her friend remarked on the intensity of the situation. Madara smirked and patted Tobirama on the head. She glared at him and released Hashirama. "Get out, all of you. I want to be alone with Tobirama," she declared, her sharing and glowing red. Madara grinned in amusement and pulled Hashirama away, while her friend left to attend to her shop. "Good," she mumbled, collapsing to the ground. Tobirama glared at the door before rushing to help her. "Kami, why did you give me such a troublesome 𝗓𝗓 as an owner?" he mumbled, picking her up and carrying her to the futon she had given him to sleep on. To be continued. She just wanted a normal relationship. Why? Because in all her past relationships, they either cheated on her or used her for their own gain. So when she and the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 got together, she expected a normal, happy relationship. After all, he always smiled in public. But when she found him harming her clan friends, she ran. She was not a 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐻 at all, she only assisted with plans like academy projects or clan building issues. She couldn't bear to look at his deranged expression. All she did was glance at the scene and walk away. "Hashirama, why?" she asked, already knowing that as 𝐒𝐭𝐻, nothing would happen to him. "Why?" "Because they love you, and only I can love you," he said, a strange look on his face. "Come with me, so we can be alone together forever," he insisted. She glared at him and sprinted away, needing to find Tobirama to stop Hashirama or at least delay him long enough to escape with her mother. "Oh, don't worry, your mother and Tobirama are gone," he said. She dodged a kunai he threw, but then hit something and blacked out. Now she found herself in a cabin, with all the doors locked and only one window that was impossible to open or break. She felt like a pet trapped in a cage. "Good morning. Breakfast is ready," he called out cheerfully. She responded with cold, blank eyes. No one knew what had happened to her friends, as it was covered up with a story of a rogue ninja attacking her at a river. "Now, you are forever mine," he declared. She had been sent on a mission to guide a person from the stone. It was supposed to be a simple task, and she wanted to return home before Madara found out about it. As much as she loved him, he always got upset when she went on missions. The person she was guiding was just a young boy, so she didn't mind. "What is your name?" she asked, kneeling to be at eye level with the boy. "Minoru. Are you a stranger?" he replied. "𝗵𝗃𝗃, let's go. I want to get to my village as soon as possible," he said, and she nodded, leading him to the door with him following closely. "Madara, come in," Hashirama called out. Madara glared at him. "Why did you summon me?" he asked, venom lacing his voice. "My sibling has gone on a week-long mission alone," Hashirama stated. "I do not grant you permission to leave the village, understood, Uchiha Madara?" Hashirama said with cold eyes. Madara's eyes widened. "But," he began, only to be silenced by Hashirama's hand. "I'm sorry, Hashirama, but if you want to play that way, I guess this will be done," Madara said, and in an instant, he ended Hashirama and Tobirama's lives, then proceeded to attack all the adults of every clan. "What is your role in the stone?" she asked Minoru, who looked up at her, thinking for a moment. "I am the Tsukikige's child," he replied. She nodded and dropped him off at the 𝐒𝐭𝐲's office. Later, upon returning to Konoha, she immediately sensed the depletion of chakra. She searched for her brother's chakra but received no response. Rushing to the 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 tower, she was met with a scene of BLD everywhere. She ran to the Senju clan and noticed faint chakra signatures within the compound. What happened? She asked one of the children as she broke down by the door. They were in her office, but she could hardly think about that now. Uchiha, one of the children, cried in fear. She turned to see Madara. Madara, what happened? Where are Hashirama and Tobirama? She asked, relieved to see Madara still alive, hoping they could fight the enemy together. Oh, them. I killed them, he said, her eyes widening in shock as she sensed one of the children move to attack him. How dare you harm the 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, the child yelled, but Madara caught him by the neck. Madara, let the child go, she commanded, sensing his chakra was low while hers was overflowing. You know I love you. Why do you care about these kids, he pouted. She glared at him. They are the next generation. I would rather die than leave them helpless against enemies, she said, stepping behind Madara and grabbing his arm. Now, let go, she insisted. The child was dropped and immediately ran back to the other kids. Madara, what do you think they will do? They haven't even learned chakra control, let alone jutsus. Please, let's take them to another village. I don't want, that's the problem with you, Senju, always thinking about others. Be a little more selfish next time, okay? Madara interrupted, then began forming hand signs she despised, but she moved to block him. Don't worry, I will protect you, she said to the children, who began to cry. She felt pain as Madara pushed her out of the way, taking down the children one by one. Determined, she began forming hand signs and used one of her jutsus to trap him in a chakra-absorbing cube. Let's go, she urged. The urgency to save at least one of them drove the protagonist to act swiftly, grabbing the children and Hirushun and transporting them to the stone. They pleaded for the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 of the village to take care of the children, explaining that they were from Konoha, orphaned and nearly killed by a pack of wolves. The 𝐒𝐭𝐲 nodded in understanding, and the protagonist teleported back to Konoha. Feeling overwhelmed, they lay down on the ground, mumbling to themselves. Madara, observing from nearby, remarked that at least the protagonist had come to realize their true place was in Konoha. In a moment of confrontation, Madara ended their life as the sun set, leaving the protagonist with a fierce glare. Madara then set fire to the buildings of Konoha, leaving only the protagonist's body untouched. He buried them by the old Senju compound before embarking on a rampage. When the protagonist awoke, they felt a slight headache and warmth beside them. Turning to look, they saw their appealing white Senju companion and a child cuddled against them. Grateful for this sight, they praised the kami. Using a substitution jutsu, they swapped themselves with a pillow and decided it was time to prepare something to eat. Entering the kitchen, they found Madara engaged in a task with Hashirama. Not wanting to intrude, they returned to the room, admiring the peaceful face of their companion. They mused that the elders would likely accept a relationship between a Senju and an Uchiha, given the existing pairings in the village. The protagonist's gaze lingered until their companion playfully suggested they could stop staring. They confessed their love directly, causing the companion to blush and look away. The protagonist continued, expressing their willingness to protect their companion at any cost, seeking reassurance that the feelings were mutual. Their companion squeezed their hand in response, questioning the dynamics of their relationship. The protagonist reassured them that they had already removed some seals, implying they could have left at any time. They mentioned that it would be fine, as Stupid-san was busy with the companion's brother in the kitchen. They advised their companion to conceal their chakra signature to avoid unwanted visits from the elders. In a moment of vulnerability, the companion admitted that they had harbored feelings since their first encounter on the battlefield. The protagonist acknowledged this with a simple sound, prompting a playful remark about expanding their vocabulary. As the story unfolded, the protagonist reflected on the complexities of their relationships with others, including Hashirama, who seemed to struggle with understanding their feelings, and Madara, whose anger issues often led to confrontations. They navigated these dynamics with a mix of teasing and resilience, determined to carve out their own path amidst the chaos. The protagonist's connection with Izuna was also complicated, as both had been unfaithful to their respective partners, leading to a tangled web of emotions and loyalties. After a long mission, the protagonist found themselves in a precarious situation, saving Madara from an attack but ending up unconscious. Upon waking, they were met with the sight of their younger sibling, 𝗏𝗏, who had been injured. The protagonist tended to 𝗏𝗏's wounds, despite the strange circumstances surrounding their own transformation. As the narrative continued, the protagonist faced questions from Hashirama and unexpected affection from Madara, who expressed concern for their well-being. The protagonist leaned into the warmth of Madara's embrace, feeling a sense of comfort and belonging amidst the tumultuous events that had unfolded. He chuckled while gently petting and occasionally stroking your tail. When 𝗏𝗏 and Hashirama checked on you both, they found a sleeping Madara and an adorable, purring name. 𝗏𝗏 felt a pang of jealousy, wondering how Madara got to cuddle with her brother. After a week, the medic ninja informed you and your daughter that you were free to go. You nodded and smiled while cradling the cute 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The nurse wished you safety as you made your way home. You murmured to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 about how cute she was, and she giggled, reaching her tiny hands toward your face. As you entered your home, you announced to Hashirama that you had returned. His face lit up with joy as he rushed to greet you and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, welcoming you both home with enthusiasm. In a private moment, 𝗏𝗏 confronted you, insisting that you and Madara would never be able to provide a good childhood for the child and suggested giving her to Hashirama. You glared at her, mentally dismissing her challenge. To show her the consequences of her words, you gave her a light push, sending her back to her old village. You muttered a playful insult before stepping back into Tobirama's lab. Madara inquired about what 𝗏𝗏 had said, and you replied with a smile, letting him know she had invited you both back home. He simply grunted in acknowledgement. You reflected on how Tobirama would never allow you to stay in the hospital for more than 3 days. On the 3rd day, he burst through the door, his expression demanding that you get up because he missed his family. You naturally agreed, and the hospital soon realized you were fine after searching for you throughout the night. You felt uneasy about leaving your child in the care of the medical ninja, especially given the child's potential. So, you ensured that the medical staff was aware of your concerns. As time passed, you and Tobirama had been together for about 2 years when a significant argument erupted between you. Harsh words were exchanged, and despite wanting to apologize, you felt frustrated at always being the first to say sorry. You decided to leave the house and visit a friend, but upon arrival, you noticed their cold demeanor. Even FN avoided eye contact with you. Brushing it off, you went to 𝗏𝗏's place, but she glared and slammed the door in your face. Concerned, you visited Naomi, but she also refused to meet your gaze. Confused, you asked her what was happening, and she warned you about rumors circulating in the village regarding your relationships. Your eyes hardened at the accusation that you had been unfaithful. Apologizing for bothering her, you left, feeling frustrated. You decided to release some tension at the training grounds, where you ended up breaking several trees and a kunai in your anger. A voice emerged from the shadows, commenting on your reaction to the rumors. You recognized it as Tobirama's and flared your chakra in response. He demanded an apology, but you resisted, gripping the broken kunai tightly. He insisted, lifting you by the neck, and you glared back defiantly. Eventually, he relented, and in a shocking twist, he inflicted a fatal blow, leaving the village mourning the loss of a great doctor. In another scene, Madara confronted Izuna, questioning his violent actions against clan members. Meanwhile, you called out for Izuna from another room, unaware of the chaos unfolding. Izuna, feeling cornered, took drastic measures to silence Madara, disposing of the body in a secret hatch. When you inquired about Madara's absence, Izuna lied, claiming he had left. As a skilled sensory ninja, you sensed something was off, especially when you detected the absence of Tobirama's chakra. You suggested a walk, but a foul smell from your father's room raised your suspicions about Izuna. Upon confronting him, he admitted to his actions, and while you didn't condone them, you buried the bodies in the forest, placing flowers on their graves. You rationalized that his love for you justified his choices. In a different moment, you faced a confrontation with your aunt, who made a disparaging remark about your weight. Before she could finish, you struck her, feeling justified in your actions. You warned her not to continue, asserting your position as the Hokage wife. Just then, Hashirama entered, asking if he was interrupting. You assured him everything was fine, putting on a cheerful facade as your family members exited the room. When everyone had left, the character embraced Hashirama tightly, feeling the warmth of his presence. They wondered if Hashirama thought they were overweight, their voice muffled by his clothing. Hashirama reassured them, expressing that he appreciated them just as they were, showering their face with gentle kisses. From Madara's perspective, Mito asked if he would like her to care for the child until they were old enough to understand their parents. Madara felt a surge of irritation, thinking about how he should send her back to the village that had failed to protect itself. As he began to respond, Love entered the room with the child. Mito seemed pleased, but Madara's frustration boiled over, and he reacted by pushing her away, muttering under his breath. Love, confused by the situation, approached Madara and the child, receiving a tender kiss on their foreheads. Madara questioned whether they would be good enough parents, and Love assured him that they could try. In Tobirama's view, an Anbu member made a disparaging remark about the Uzumaki clan, claiming they were freaks due to their overwhelming chakra. Tobirama felt a pang of anxiety, questioning if he was indeed a freak for having given 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 to 2 children. Just then, he felt a comforting presence as Tobi wrapped strong arms around him, offering reassurance and encouraging him to stand up to the naysayers. From Izuna's perspective, he faced harsh words from his father, who criticized him for not maintaining the purity of their bloodline. Izuna felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, but he decided to leave. As he returned home, he found Izuna training Tsuyoy while Dio-en slept peacefully under a tree. He quietly entered the house to prepare dinner, lost in thought about his father's harsh words. Dinner was filled with silence, and when it was time for bed, Izuna noticed something was off with Name. Concerned, he asked what was wrong, but Name struggled to express their feelings. They questioned if they were a failure in Izuna's eyes, prompting a surprised reaction from him. He pulled them close, affirming that they were the best thing in his life and urging them not to think otherwise. Name embraced him, feeling grateful. As the day came to a close, Name felt a sense of accomplishment for finishing a chapter of their story. In another moment, Hashirama was overwhelmed with worry about providing a good childhood for 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He feared for her safety and felt the weight of expectations. His partner reassured him, playfully urging him to stop worrying and simply enjoy being with their daughter. They reminded him that he was the only one who could teach her to control her unique abilities, and with a kiss, they encouraged him to relax. Madara grappled with his own insecurities about being a parent. He recalled the elders' expectations and felt frustrated by their judgments. His partner offered to take care of the child while he attended a meeting with the Uchiha elders. Madara initially resisted, not wanting to deal with them, but eventually agreed. As they prepared to leave, Madara expressed his reluctance about future children, insisting that he would not go through the same challenges again. They shared a passionate kiss, and Madara felt a mix of emotions as he watched 𝗧𝗏 react to their affection. Tobirama, carrying Tsuyoy and Dio-en, navigated through Konoha, contemplating the judgmental stares he received. He decided to visit his partner at their office, where he found them relaxed and welcoming. They embraced, offering comfort and understanding. Izuna faced his own dilemma, worrying about favoring one twin over the other. He sought advice from his brother, but Madara's dismissive response only fueled his determination to protect his daughter. As he entered the room, he was met with a glare from Madara and a look of betrayal from Izuna, leaving the atmosphere tense as they navigated their complex family dynamics. But what if they allowed Dio-en to marry the wrong Uchiha? The thought was met with disbelief. The question of whether a child with the 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 or Sharingan would let anyone harm her was absurd. After all, she had 2 of the strongest fighters in Konoha as parents and was related to the mightiest Uchiha. There was no need for concern, everything would be fine. The urgency to get Izuna to bed was palpable, and a playful threat was issued to ensure compliance. Izuna nodded hesitantly and made his way to the room. Hashirama's child, 𝗧𝗏𝗲, inherited Hashirama's hair, eyes, and abilities but also took on the nose and personality traits of their other parent. Surprisingly, 𝗧𝗏𝗲 also possessed Tobirama's intelligence. When the family discovered this, Tobirama whisked her away for some special uncle-niece bonding time. This spontaneous act of kidnapping was met with disapproval, and a little sense was knocked into Tobirama, which helped somewhat. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, despite everything, was a sweetheart. Madara's child, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, bore the looks of their parent but exhibited the classic 𝗬𝗧𝗏 personality. Observations were made regarding the possessiveness displayed by both Madara and 𝗬𝗏 when they teamed up. Most of the time, the two engaged in playful battles for attention, which inevitably led to Hashirama and Tobirama seeking some sibling affection. It turned into a light-hearted competition for attention. Typically, the chaos would prompt a retreat to the office, where the fights could be observed from a distance. Tobirama, however, had a disdain for 𝗬𝗏's personality and attempted to impose some discipline, though with limited success. 𝗬𝗏 also inherited a mischievous attitude, which was expressed quite openly. He was quite the character, and Madara often found himself attributing this trait to his partner. Tobirama passed away before he could witness the children grow. In a twist of fate during the childbirth chapter, he was taken away, and Izuna was the one to end his life in the forest. Joking aside, Tsuyoy inherited the HC of their parent, along with their personality and nose. He also received Tobirama's eyes and displayed a colder demeanor when bored or angry. 𝗬𝗏, on the other hand, possessed a kind and shy personality. This often led to moments where 𝗬𝗏 would be brought to tears due to the feisty attitude of their parent. 𝗬𝗏 inherited their looks, which was a relief, and was considered a cutie with a remarkable family. The thought of them simply being cousins was tempting, but that was a story for another time. In a modernish AU, the narrative shifted to a second-person perspective. The sister urged 𝗵𝗃 to break up with her first-year boyfriend, expressing frustration over the situation. The response was a bored glance, as the sister emphasized the 𝗬𝗏 legacy and suggested more drastic measures. The boyfriend, a first year, called out, and while 𝗵𝗃 could easily handle him, the plan to deal with him was nearing its conclusion. The boyfriend's aggressive demeanor was met with a warning from Madara Uchiha, who intervened with a fierce glare. The boyfriend retreated, hurling insults that only amused Madara and 𝗵𝗃. The anticipation of the situation was palpable. The first year was merely a pet, and the time to end that arrangement was approaching. The third years were aware of the unspoken rules at the school, where students could control and manipulate others as long as they remained undetected. Myheroacademia, a member of the student council, reiterated these rules, much to the dismay of the first years. The atmosphere shifted as 𝗵𝗃 maintained a bored expression, while Myheroacademia continued to explain the lack of restrictions after school hours. As the class was about to begin, Myheroacademia advised 𝗵𝗃 to ensure the first year survived, but the response was a teasing remark. Myheroacademia departed with her lively boyfriend, leaving 𝗵𝗃 alone with the first year. The tension escalated, and 𝗵𝗃 expressed a chilling smile as the first year's bravado faded. In a swift turn of events, the first year passed out, and 𝗵𝗃 took advantage of the moment, administering a substance that would ensure he would not wake again. The nurse, upon discovering the situation, delivered the grim news of his demise, prompting a well-crafted act of sorrow from 𝗵𝗃. The facade of grief was convincing, and the nurse offered condolences before leaving. With the coast clear, 𝗵𝗃 reveled in the success of the plan, having manipulated the security cameras to avoid detection. The thrill of victory was sweet, and the final act involved incinerating the remains, leaving nothing behind. As chaos ensued with the creation of a shadow clone, the school went into lockdown, setting the stage for the next chapter in this unfolding tale. Tomato was reminded to return to work, sensing that her companion was causing a disturbance. With a slight glare, she insisted that he not refer to her friend as a pet. Despite the playful banter, she decided to check on him, sensing that something was amiss. As she left, a new chakra entered the room, prompting a sigh from her. Madara approached her, demanding to know if she had harmed a certain individual. He leaned in closer, his intensity palpable. She calmly responded that there was no reason for such an action, but a smirk crossed her face as she acknowledged the newfound freedom that came from the situation. Madara expressed a longing to spar, intrigued by the challenge of facing a third-year student. She raised an eyebrow, skeptical of his intentions. After all, not everyone sought to engage with someone labeled as the weakest. His sudden accusation about her secret position as student council president excited her, as she had never truly unleashed her full potential before. With a nonchalant agreement to meet after school, she noticed a strange emotion in his gaze, prompting her to wonder when he would realize their closeness. Suddenly, he grabbed her chin, and she activated her eternal 𝗵𝗃𝗬𝐲 𝐔𝐩𝐽𝐻, noting that he possessed the same power. Madara asked if she enjoyed their shared space, and she couldn't help but grin, leaning in closer. As he closed his eyes, anticipating a kiss, she playfully pulled away, delivering a gentle punch to his stomach that sent him stumbling against the wall. With a teasing farewell, she used her 𝗬𝗵𝗲 to teleport to a meeting. After school, they stood a few feet apart, Madara in a tight tank top and shorts, while she had shed her outer uniform layer for knee-length shorts. The audience of fangirls erupted in cheers for Madara, while the unaffected third years smirked at the spectacle. Mayto appeared, announcing the simple rules of their match: the last one standing would win. They both nodded in agreement, and she left the scene. Madara wasted no time, launching an immediate attack that she easily dodged. He continued his barrage, but she remained agile, evading each strike. With a click of his tongue, he activated his 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝗙, prompting her to assess him critically. Instead of dodging his next attack, she appeared behind him, pushing him to the ground. Whispering a taunt about the 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐻's head's reputation, she released her killing intent, causing the audience to tremble. Realizing she couldn't go all out, she stomped Madara into the ground, creating a crater. Bored with the match, she announced her intention to assist Mayto with a meeting. However, Madara grabbed her leg and weakly activated 𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗏, which elicited a bored look from her. She remarked on the difference between the third years and the younger students, deciding to show him a taste of their strength. Shooting 𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗏 at a nearby tree, the clone disappeared, and the real Madara emerged, throwing kunai in her direction. She easily dodged them, and he, with a wild look in his eyes, encouraged her to unleash her full power. With a smirk, she released her killing intent fully, declaring that the younger one would go first. Madara performed the hand signs for fireball jutsu, and she watched with curiosity as he launched the attack. Praising his chakra, she executed her own signs. With a confident declaration, she countered his fireball, enlarging it and sending it back at him. The black flames of 𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗏 engulfed the attack, sending him crashing to the ground and doubling the size of the crater upon impact. He charged at her with impressive speed, but she sidestepped and playfully kicked him, causing him to stumble. Frustrated, he gripped his kunai and charged again, but she caught his wrist, pulling him into a dance-like position. As he twirled her around, throwing a kunai her way, she dodged gracefully, placing a hand on his back while holding his hand with the other. In a moment of mischief, she complimented him, causing him to blush and look away. Bored with the match, she declared her forfeit and patted him on the back. The third years rolled their eyes, knowing how fierce she could be, while the younger students were astonished that the weakest third year was toying with their formidable opponent. Deciding it was time to return to the dorms, she playfully tossed Madara toward Mayto's boyfriend, reminding him to take care of him since school awaited them the next day. With a final thought of how Tomato would react, she used 𝗬𝗵𝗲 to disappear. To be continued. In a different scene, Hashirama, with his wood-release abilities, found joy in nurturing a small bonsai tree rather than crafting furniture. She enjoyed watching him talk about it while resting his head on her lap, stroking his hair and smiling at his calm demeanor. Whenever he had a day off, she would visit the Senju compound to spoil him, though he would never admit how much he cherished the attention. Their conversations often revolved around clan matters, but they also shared a passion for desserts. Despite his disdain for sweets, he couldn't resist her enthusiasm and never dared to say no when she spoke about them. The happiness in her eyes made him feel content, and they often baked together, with him feeding her the treats they created. You willingly allowed him to feed you, and Madara found this endearing. However, whenever you attempted to sneak a late-night snack, he always seemed to know, leading to him scolding you. Hashirama observed you during these moments, wishing to embrace you tightly but holding back, not wanting to disrupt the atmosphere. As you were aware, Tobirama often overworked himself, which frustrated you. Determined to help, you entered his office to assist with the paperwork. Eventually, he fell asleep at his desk, and you took it upon yourself to carry him home, which was conveniently nearby. You cuddled with him and soon drifted off to sleep. You and Izuna shared a fondness for stargazing. The reason you enjoyed it so much was the way his hair and eyes seemed to glow under the stars, creating a captivating effect. For him, it was an opportunity to share his knowledge about the constellations. You always brought snacks, and he relished the chance to ramble about what he knew. As you returned to the boarding school, your sister expressed her frustration, exclaiming how upset she was about a crush you had unintentionally affected. You scratched your cheek, feeling the weight of the disapproving looks from those around you. She continued to lament how your actions had tarnished her reputation, and in a moment of irritation, you activated a technique that caused flames to flicker around her, warning her not to provoke you further. The confrontation escalated, with taunts exchanged between you and an albino Senju. You swiftly appeared before him, your eyes swirling with power, causing him to collapse to the ground. You smirked at the outcome and stepped over him as you made your way to class. Later, you encountered 𝗵𝗃, who expressed her disapproval of your actions towards Madara. You demanded to be taken to him, and she reluctantly led you to his room. Upon entering, you found him asleep and dismissed 𝗵𝗃, allowing her to leave. As you approached Madara, you noticed the wounds you had inflicted on him during your previous encounters. You muttered a healing technique, transforming the dark flames into a gentle white light that enveloped him. Gradually, the flames extinguished, revealing his perfectly healed skin. He stirred awake, groaning at the discomfort he felt. You complimented his sleeping face, which caused him to react with surprise when he saw you. He asked if you had healed him, and you confirmed it while handing him a cup of water. He seemed puzzled by your actions, questioning your intentions. You explained that you found him interesting, which elicited a smirk from him as he teased about your feelings. Your cheeks flushed at his words, and he noticed your reaction. Leaning in, you gave him a quick peck on the cheek, causing his face to turn red. You remarked that the feeling might be mutual, and he agreed, pulling you closer for a kiss. You brushed your fingers through his hair, enjoying the moment. He suggested that if this was how your sparring sessions would go, perhaps you should have them more often. You smiled and winked at him, agreeing before standing to leave. As you used your technique to vanish, Madara was left flustered, hugging his blanket. The end. You had a contest with Madara and ended up losing, feeling quite tipsy afterward. He sighed and carried you back to the compound you both shared. You mumbled your affection while cuddling into Hashirama, who chuckled and played with your hair, his bright smile almost blinding. He reciprocated your feelings, and you slowly began to drift off to sleep. Later, you confronted Madara, holding a very injured Hashirama. You yelled at him, expressing your frustration. Madara coldly remarked that you were never close siblings and had only pretended to like you to manipulate you before walking away. You scoffed at his words and picked up Hashirama, carrying him all the way back to Konoha. As you reached safety, you playfully whined that you deserved a kiss for saving him. Hashirama, albeit reluctantly, obliged and gave you a sweet kiss. Just then, you were interrupted by 𝗵𝗃, Hashirama's ex, who was about to ask something. You cut her off, declaring your disapproval with a possessive gesture towards Hashirama. He turned red, realizing the implications of your actions. You glared at 𝗵𝗃, asserting your claim over Hashirama, while she shot you a fierce look in return. The tension between you was palpable, and she eventually left, leaving Hashirama to let out a weary sigh. He leaned in close, whispering about your misbehavior, which made your heart race. You playfully suggested something daring, but he quickly stopped you, walking away while dragging you along. You pleaded with him, promising to be a good partner, but he turned away, mumbling about needing to use the bathroom. Tobirama interrupted, scolding you for distracting Madara. You rolled your eyes, insisting that he enjoyed it. Tobirama shot you a hard glare before leaving in a huff. You tried to reassure Hashirama that you would take care of everything, but your words were drowned out by his snoring, leaving you pouting. You then asked him if you could take your relationship to the next level, and he hesitantly considered it. Your excitement bubbled over, and you showered him with affection. As you walked towards the 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 room, an Anbu member muttered something derogatory about the Uchiha clan. You scoffed and retorted, pointing out his insecurities. His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly left. Tobirama growled your name in disapproval. Izuna, another member of the Uchiha clan, commented on your behavior, and you nodded in agreement, smiling brightly. She seemed taken aback and hurried away. You were surprised when the Anbu captain approached you, expressing their longing for you to become a seductress. Hashirama immediately objected, insisting you stay with him. He firmly dragged you back home, leaving the captain frustrated. You noticed Hashirama seemed extra upset about the situation, and you playfully commented on it. He questioned if you wouldn't be bothered by the idea of being a seductress, pinning your arms against the wall. You felt a thrill of excitement, not wanting to ruin the moment. He whispered that he wouldn't feel jealous over a stranger, which made your heart race. With a teasing smile, he lifted your chin, and you felt a rush of anticipation. The tension between you grew, and you both leaned in closer. As the moment intensified, you felt a strange energy surrounding you, making you squirm slightly. Hashirama reassured you, promising to take care of you. You surrendered to the sensations, feeling the warmth of his presence envelop you. After a while, you both found yourselves lost in the moment, and you felt a wave of bliss wash over you. The connection between you deepened, and you reveled in the affection you shared. Eventually, you both settled down, feeling content in each other's arms. You whispered your thanks to Hashirama, drifting off into a peaceful slumber, while he quietly remarked that you might not be able to walk for a while. The night passed, filled with warmth and comfort, leaving you both with a sense of happiness and fulfillment. Lemon. The family was preparing for a significant move to Konoha, having received an invitation from the Hokage. The father announced the news, but Kenji, one of the war generals, expressed concern about ongoing tensions between the Senju and Uchiha clans. The protagonist, however, remained unfazed, suggesting they could leave if conflict arose. Kenji questioned the wisdom of abandoning their ancestral land only to return later. Elder Fuji intervened, reminding Kenji to respect the clan heiress and emphasizing that the decision had been made to seek protection from the Senju and Uchiha. Kenji proposed a vote to determine who truly wanted to relocate, while he voiced his dissatisfaction with their current situation as the clan arrived at their new compound in Konoha. Elder Fuji dismissed him and wandered off. The father encouraged the protagonist to explore the new area, reminding her to return by sunset. He affectionately patted her head and handed her a large basket of peace offerings for the Senju and Uchiha clans. She wondered why he didn't deliver them himself, attributing it to his social awkwardness. As she walked, she accidentally entered the Senju territory, where she was met with suspicious glares. A voice questioned her presence, and she turned to see a white-haired, red-eyed young man. She introduced herself as a messenger from the 𝗵𝗃𝐻 clan and offered him one of Granny Ren's famous cookies, trying to dispel any tension. Despite his cautious demeanor, he took a small bite, and she noted his wariness. Tobirama recalled a recent conversation with 𝗍𝗔, who had insisted he take a break from paperwork. He had reluctantly agreed, thinking he might as well return to the compound. Following a new chakra signature that felt warm and inviting, he found the appealing 𝗵𝗃𝐻 heiress. She greeted him and offered cookies, which he recognized as the ones everyone had been talking about. They exchanged names, and as they talked, they discovered shared interests, causing Tobirama to feel an unexpected connection. At the Uchiha compound, Madara Uchiha confronted Tobirama with a glare, but the 𝗵𝗃𝐻 heiress quickly clarified her intentions, stating she only wanted to deliver peace offerings. Although she lied about her true longing to get to know Tobirama better, she sensed the tension between the two clans. After tossing the sweets to Madara, she hurriedly left, feeling anxious about her father's reaction to her tardiness. In her rush, she collided with Tobirama, who appeared hurt. Concerned, she offered to help him back to the compound. Once there, she nervously faced her father, who demanded an explanation for her lateness. Tobirama leaned on her for support, and she could sense the unease in his demeanor. Her father had already called Granny Ren to assist him. As Granny Ren entered, she assessed Tobirama's condition and greeted the 𝗵𝗃𝐻 heiress warmly. With a gentle smile, she began her healing technique, and the protagonist watched as Tobirama's wounds started to mend. "Thank you, Ren-sama," he said, bowing politely. She responded with a light-hearted warning, advising him not to break little Name's heart before leaving behind a blushing Tobirama and a confused Name. Minato, with a serious expression, demanded an explanation from Name. After a moment of silence, Minato declared that Tobirama was free to stay, prompting a relieved sigh from 𝗵𝗃. 3 years passed, and 𝗵𝗃 and Tobirama were now dating. Minato confronted Tobirama about his intentions with his daughter, but Elder Fuji interjected, urging Minato to recognize the love between the two. Granny Ren chimed in, suggesting that if there were any problems, they would have intervened. Overwhelmed with affection, 𝗵𝗃 mentally cheered for them. Eventually, Minato relented, granting Tobirama the honor of marrying his daughter. In excitement, 𝗵𝗃 embraced Minato and the two elders, expressing gratitude. Another time skip occurred, and it had been 4 months since the wedding. 𝗵𝗃 felt it was time for them to consider having an heir. Tobirama acknowledged this and invited 𝗵𝗃 closer. In a moment filled with anticipation, 𝗵𝗃 complied, feeling a rush of emotions. As they shared a kiss, the connection between them deepened. Tobirama's gaze held a mix of longing and affection. They exchanged playful gestures, and the atmosphere became charged with intimacy. As the night unfolded, they found themselves on a luxurious futon, caught in a whirlwind of passion. Tobirama expressed his longing, and 𝗵𝗃 playfully suggested a different approach. They engaged in a dance of affection, their movements filled with tenderness and yearning. Eventually, they embraced the moment fully, their hearts racing as they shared a deep connection. The world around them faded as they lost themselves in each other, creating a bond that would last a lifetime. Time passed, and soon 𝗵𝗃 discovered they were expecting a child. The end. In another scenario, chaos erupted on the battlefield. FN felt a surge of panic, realizing the danger they faced. They urged Hashirama to retreat, emphasizing that one life was not worth the entire village. However, Madara insisted on seeking vengeance for their fallen comrade. Tobirama stood firm, unwilling to back down. As the battle intensified, FON felt their chakra spiraling out of control. In a moment of desperation, they unleashed their power, summoning a massive dragon of chakra. The 𝐒𝐻𝐽, stunned, questioned how someone from Konoha could possess such strength. Hashirama, Madara, Tobirama, and Izuna called out to FON, urging them to regain control. With determination, FON directed the dragon, clearing the battlefield of weaker opponents. Once the dust settled, the remaining allies approached FON, who lay bloodied but still standing. Hashirama and Madara rushed to their side, overwhelmed by the sight of their injured friend. FON managed a weak smile, expressing gratitude for their presence. As the situation grew dire, FON reassured them that it was time to say goodbye. With a final, heartfelt farewell, their chakra faded, leaving their once vibrant eyes dull. The end. The two pairs of brothers were left to mourn their best childhood friend. Soon, they began searching for the remaining Konoha soldiers who were still alive. At the funerals, only 7 people stood in front of 𝐕𝗃𝗏𝗏's grave. The other mourners glared and muttered curses at the deceased 𝐴𝐿𝑜N, blaming him for their losses. They all thought it was his fault that their loved ones had perished. Besides the 4, young 𝗬𝗧, Inoichi, and Shikaku stood there, sobbing over their sensei's death. 𝗬𝗧 expressed his frustration, questioning why the others hadn't intervened when their sensei was in danger. He felt betrayed, believing they should have done more to save him. Inoichi tried to calm him down, reminding him that crying wouldn't bring 𝐴𝐿 sensei back. Shikaku, overwhelmed with grief, fell to the ground, questioning why they hadn't tried harder to save their sensei. The gravestone bore the inscription, Taijutsu MSTR, friend, enemy to many, sensei. Kia. Madara whispered that they had tried, but Shikaku retorted that they hadn't done enough. The trio then walked to their ex-sensei's home, leaving the 4 adults to stare at the gravestone as the rain began to pour harder. They cried silently, their faces betraying no emotion. With the team, 𝗬𝗧 whispered his longing for his sensei, wishing he could have taught him more. He noticed a picture of FON smiling brightly alongside him, Shikaku, and Inoichi. Inoichi echoed 𝗬𝗧's sentiment, expressing how much they missed their sensei. Shikaku pointed out letters on the table, and the trio approached to find 7 letters, each addressed to them. As they read, 𝗬𝗧 suddenly cried out in shock, overwhelmed with emotion. A voice then echoed in the room, revealing a transparent version of their sensei. He told them he was glad they found the letters and that they would be important for the next generation. With a smile, 𝗵𝘃𝗏 faded away, leaving behind a ray of sunlight illuminating 8 flowers of different colors. The scene shifted to a different setting, where a character known as 𝗏𝗏 was confronted by a classmate who made a hurtful remark about her weight. Unfazed, she continued to daydream, embracing her identity as part of the 𝗂𝐭𝐵𝐺𝐻 family. Unlike her older sister, who felt ashamed, 𝗏𝗏 was confident in herself. As the class ended, she received her sword from Uchiha Izuna, who encouraged her not to let the negativity affect her. After a brief confrontation with the classmate, 𝗏𝗏 playfully tapped him on the chest, declaring him out of the game. The classmate fell dramatically, and she shrugged, contemplating her own strength. Izuna took her hand, leading her away from the classroom. As they walked home, 𝗏𝗏 asked Izuna if her plumpness bothered him. He reassured her that he found her adorable just the way she was. They arrived at her house, where they found it empty, as her family was away. Izuna expressed his affection for her, and they shared a tender moment, discussing their future together. 𝗏𝗏 felt her heart swell with happiness, grateful for his love and support. Their playful affection turned into a warm embrace, filled with love and promise for the future. Soon enough, the shadow clone positioned himself, while the real Izuna focused on exploring. A slight jump and a squirm accompanied the sensation of Izuna's warm fingers gently caressing. The pace quickened as the shadow clone moved in deeper, prompting a swirl of movement in response. The real Izuna found amusement in the way the other's touch elicited reactions from you. A muffled sound escaped as the shadow clone continued, and Izuna decided to increase the intensity of his actions. The shadow clone vanished, leaving you leaning forward, your form presenting an opportunity. Izuna took advantage of this moment, gently inserting 2 fingers, causing a slight jump before you surrendered to the sensation. A soft plea escaped as you expressed your longing for more. Izuna chuckled, responding by allowing just the tip to enter. Soon, he moved forcefully, causing you to react with surprise. Your hands instinctively reached for your own pleasure, but Izuna halted your movements, playfully suggesting a need for DSPLN. In an unexpected twist, he produced Fluffy, red HNDCFFS, securing your hands to the bed frame. You squirmed, and he offered a teasing touch. After activating his 𝐎℗𝐴𝐴 to commit the moment to memory, he began to move with purpose, each move meeting its mark. As time passed, you reached a peak, arching your back in response to the overwhelming sensations. After a brief moment, Izuna removed the HNDCFFS and settled beside you. You mumbled a good night as you drifted into a deep sleep, while Izuna chuckled softly in reply. The scene shifted to a new day, where Hashi was leading you before dawn. Frustration bubbled within you at the disruption of your sleep schedule. Hashi reassured you, insisting everything would be fine as he guided you to a field of cherry blossoms. With affection, Hashi expressed his love and proposed a deeper commitment, leaving you momentarily confused. As realization dawned, you understood his intention. He wanted to be your husband. A teasing smile crossed your face, brightening his mood. He presented a silver ring adorned with a gem that shifted from white to black. Overjoyed, you accepted the ring and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Later, Madara confronted you about your late-night work habits. Despite your love for him, you explained the necessity of completing the clan's paperwork. He insisted on taking you away from your duties, dragging you to the old Senju compound as dawn approached. Stopping at a grave, Madara proposed, presenting a ring with red and white diamonds. With a charming smile, you accepted, causing him to blush briefly. He playfully boasted to the grave about your engagement, eliciting a chuckle from you. In another moment, you invited Tobirama for a late-night outing. Reluctantly, he followed you to a flower field, where the moonlight transformed the blooms into a captivating sight. You placed a ring with red and blue diamonds on his finger, asking him to be your partner. His cheeks flushed, and he accepted, sharing a gentle kiss. Finally, you playfully asked Izuna to marry you while resting on his lap. He inquired about the ring, and you revealed a peeling lavender piece, which he accepted with delight. In a lighter moment, you found yourself in a humorous situation with Madara, who teased you in a playful manner, showcasing the dynamics of your relationship. This chapter captured the essence of love and playful banter, weaving together moments of affection and lightheartedness. Her eyes began to well up with tears as she felt deeply hurt by the words spoken to her. Soon, tears started to stream down her face. Madara, visibly frustrated, shouted at her, insisting that he hadn't even said anything yet, and forcefully pushed her to the ground. Yen, sitting on the dusty floor, cried out in confusion and frustration, questioning why he had even approached her. Madara, annoyed, snapped back that he had only touched her shoulders as part of a dare and demanded she leave his sight. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yen sobbed uncontrollably. In his mind, Madara expressed his disdain for Hashirama, who had dared him to spend an entire day with Yen. The thought of being called a coward by Hashirama for backing down stung Madara's pride deeply. Madara attempted to speak again, but Yen, feeling empowered, transformed into a hybrid creature, a mix of fox, demon, and dragon, adorned with countless scars. This unexpected change caught Madara off guard, and he quickly reacted with a sharp remark, only to be met with her transformation. As Yen reverted back to her human form, she began to cry again, apologizing for her emotional outburst. Madara, frustrated, decided he couldn't bear the situation any longer and swiftly left her behind. Madara glanced at Yen, feeling a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. She returned his gaze, equally curious. He muttered to himself about her boldness while trying to focus on his paperwork. Yen, feeling a longing to see Madara, expressed her thoughts aloud, wishing he wasn't so busy. Meanwhile, a friend asked her a rather unexpected question, which she answered with a casual shrug, hinting at her non-binary identity before walking away. Determined to break the silence between them, Yen sought out some intriguing items for the evening. Madara, meanwhile, reflected on how he had been neglecting her and resolved to change that. Curiosity piqued, another friend remarked on the number of items Yen had, to which she playfully responded. When Hashirama unexpectedly appeared outside her window, she questioned his motives, wondering why he would spy on her. Madara, feeling overwhelmed, covered his face in frustration, while Hashirama offered him some comfort. Yen contemplated how to approach Madara, considering whether to be bold or subtle. Suddenly, Madara demanded a kiss, and Yen playfully warned him about the consequences of his request. She leaned in and kissed him passionately, promising they could continue their connection later. Madara expressed his longing for affection, and Yen obliged, showering him with gentle kisses. He proudly declared her as his, marking her with a noticeable sign of their bond. Madara warned Hashirama to keep his hands to himself, leading to a humorous moment of tension. When Madara barged into Yen's room, he raised an eyebrow at her collection of items but chose not to dwell on it. Yen playfully asked him not to touch her things, claiming they were for research. As they shared a warm embrace, Yen offered him advice on his paperwork, causing him to blush and push her away in embarrassment. Curiosity from another friend about her collection led Yen to respond with a teasing remark, which elicited laughter. When Madara expressed a longing for intimacy, Yen agreed to a plan for later that evening, leaving him to ponder his next move. As Yen eagerly awaited Madara's return from his mission, she expressed her feelings of longing. When he finally appeared, he questioned her unusual behavior, prompting her to reflect on their dynamic. X was determined to impress Madara, whispering sweetly in his ear about wanting to please him. Madara, in a playful tone, questioned why he had married someone so peculiar while removing his armor. The response was light-hearted, filled with teasing affection. As Madara began to remove his sweat-soaked clothing, he urged for action, prompting X to grab a medium-sized toy. With a playful smirk, X prepared the toy with warm water and shared a lingering kiss with Madara. He gently placed his hand on X's chest, signaling for a moment of air. Reluctantly, X pulled away, a thin string of saliva connecting them. X admired the marks left on Madara's skin, a testament to their affection, as Madara took a moment to catch his breath. With a teasing whisper, X encouraged Madara to spread his legs, which he complied with. X noted Madara's excitement, playfully warning him that it might be uncomfortable. As X introduced the toy, Madara reacted strongly, a sound of surprise escaping him. X comforted him, gently stroking his back and hair until Madara signaled he was ready. With a touch of chakra, the toy began to move, gradually increasing in speed, eliciting more sounds of pleasure from Madara. X playfully reminded Madara that this was a form of punishment, introducing a playful restraint to keep him from reaching his peak too soon. Leaving Madara momentarily, X headed to prepare dinner, all while listening to Madara's muffled sounds of frustration and longing. After preparing a meal of soba, dumplings, and onigiri, X returned to find Madara in a state of heightened anticipation. Madara's pleading gaze made X blush, and he expressed a longing for more freedom from the restraints. X hesitated but ultimately complied, removing the toy, which prompted a strong reaction from Madara. With a playful spirit, X engaged further, and the atmosphere filled with excitement as they shared a moment of connection. The sounds of their playful banter and shared joy filled the room, creating an NTMT yet light-hearted scene. As they enjoyed their meal together, Madara playfully scolded X for interrupting his food, and X offered an apologetic hug, both of them laughing at the moment. In a flashback to their childhood, X's father warned her to stay away from the Uchiha and Senju clans. X, ever the dutiful sister, waited for her younger brother to get ready, concerned for his health. As they walked toward the stream, X inquired about the ongoing conflict between the clans. Her brother shared a hopeful vision of peace, but their conversation was interrupted by sounds from the forest. With caution, X drew a kunai, ready to protect her brother. Her instincts kicked in as she sensed the presence of other chakra signatures nearby. They spotted two boys, one with raven hair and the other with brown hair, who were clearly from the rival clans. X, with a mix of bravery and sarcasm, introduced herself and her brother, asserting their presence. The boys were initially wary, but curiosity sparked as they exchanged names. The tension of their clan backgrounds hung in the air, but the innocence of childhood curiosity began to bridge the gap between them. Suddenly, two chakra signals approached the stream. The urgency of the situation compelled the protagonist to sprint back to the Hyuga compound, aware of the approaching presence. The chakra signals shifted towards them, intensifying the need for haste. They quickly placed their brother in a tree and executed a gentle technique, striking the boy with raven hair and the one with light blonde hair. A sense of dread washed over them as they thought about their father's potential wrath. They began to run, carrying their brother on their back. As they dodged 3 kunai, they activated their Byakugan, relieved to see that the pursuers were momentarily stuck by the stream. Slowing down, they reassured themselves that they were safe for the moment. Their brother, still rubbing his eyes, questioned why they were heading home instead of taking a nap in the tree. The protagonist offered a vague explanation about trouble below the tree, and he nodded, beginning to play with their hair. About a month later, curiosity struck as they asked Hashirama about the blonde-haired boy they had encountered. Hashirama looked puzzled and protective, questioning their interest in him. The protagonist innocently remarked on the boy's appearance, only to be playfully reprimanded by Madara. Despite the teasing, they expressed a playful determination to claim the boy in the future, eliciting mock punches from Hashirama and Madara. As they prepared to leave, the atmosphere shifted upon their return to the compound. The heavy scent of sorrow enveloped them, prompting a worried inquiry about their mother and brother. Their father's long stare and subsequent silence spoke volumes, leading to the painful realization of their loss. The protagonist's heart sank as they processed the news of their family's demise at the hands of the Uzumakis. Their father cautioned against seeking revenge, warning it would only lead to an unwanted war. Numbly, the protagonist left to visit the willow tree cherished by their brother. They gently held the cold, pale hands of their loved ones, reminiscing about happier times, including a memory of their brother catching a fish for the first time. The weight of sadness filled their heart as they brushed a strand of hair away from their mother's face, acknowledging the burden of leadership that now fell upon them. With a tear escaping, they resolved to speak with their father before leaving the site. In their father's chamber, the weight of responsibility was confirmed as he declared that they would lead the clan when they came of age. 8 years later, news arrived that the Uchihas and Senjus had made peace. Their assistant, Aoi, timidly shared the invitation for the Hyuga clan to join them in Konoha. The protagonist, intrigued, instructed the generals to prepare for the visit, their demeanor shifting from curiosity to determination. Upon arrival in Konoha, they greeted Hashirama, teasing him about his newfound height. Hashirama was shocked to see them, believing them to be dead. They proudly announced their position as head of the 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐻𝐽, showcasing their formidable generals and assistant. As they interacted with Hashirama's brother, a tense moment arose when the boy questioned their intentions, but the protagonist maintained a calm demeanor. Aoi, distressed by the situation, cried out, expressing concern for the protagonist's safety. The generals exchanged glances, sensing the tension. They reassured Aoi while introducing themselves to Hashirama's younger brother, Tobirama. The atmosphere lightened when a small voice from the bushes exclaimed about the protagonist's reputation, leading to a playful scare of the two hidden children. As the generals prepared to leave, they thanked their hosts and confirmed their commitment to help build Konoha. Aoi, still upset, expressed her reluctance to be in such a place, prompting the protagonist to reflect on her sudden boldness. In a surprising turn, Aoi brandished a kunai gifted by the protagonist, playfully threatening them. The protagonist quickly defended themselves, realizing the playful yet serious nature of Aoi's actions. Suddenly, Aoi fainted, and the protagonist found themselves lifted into the air, the day taking an unexpected turn. Gah! The protagonist yelped as they felt firm hands holding them. The albino figure looked away and mentioned that a ninja had sent him to check on them. With a smirk, the protagonist expressed gratitude, noting that they could have met a dire fate. The albino nodded and shot a glare at the new shadow lurking nearby. Madara leaned in close, whispering a suggestion of a welcome celebration, purposefully spreading his chakra around the area. The protagonist blushed at the presence of two very attractive males and questioned if the celebration would be in public. Madara responded sarcastically, indicating that it would be in the sky instead. He continued, stating that the protagonist would serve as a peace treaty between the albino queen and himself, positioning himself behind the protagonist while Tobirama stood in front. In a swift motion, the protagonist found their clothing removed, leaving them exposed. Tobirama declared his intent to take the lead, and Madara nodded in agreement. As the scene unfolded, the protagonist felt a mix of sensations, gasping as Tobirama engaged in a passionate kiss, their tongues dancing together. Eventually, Tobirama gained the upper hand, leaving a trail of saliva connecting them. Madara began to explore further, eliciting gasps from the protagonist as Tobirama continued to tease and caress. The atmosphere grew heated, and the protagonist felt overwhelmed by the sensations. Madara marked their skin with gentle bites, while the protagonist, caught in the moment, responded to the attention. The scene intensified, with the protagonist feeling a rush of emotions as they surrendered to the experience. The forest echoed with their sounds, a mixture of surprise and pleasure. As the intensity peaked, the protagonist felt a wave of warmth wash over them, collapsing onto the ground in a state of bliss. Tobirama, noticing the aftermath, suggested they inform the protagonist's clan that they had decided to stay the night at Konoha. The protagonist agreed, though they expressed discomfort at the lingering sensations. Madara smirked, playfully ensuring that the protagonist would remain filled until they decided otherwise. As the tension eased, Tobirama blushed and gently kissed the protagonist's cheek, suggesting they clean up once they reached the compound. Madara corrected him, and Tobirama rolled his eyes in response. The protagonist giggled, feeling drowsy, and decided to take a little nap, cuddling into Tobirama's yukata as they both murmured a soft goodnight. In a different setting, the protagonist faced their brothers teasing remarks about their food. Their mother intervened, reminding him of his manners. The protagonist expressed their disdain for the upcoming ball their father was hosting, feeling pressured to meet the rulers of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Their brother, however, tried to lighten the mood, pointing out that at least they could leave whenever they wanted, while he had to stay and meet everyone. The protagonist lamented the requirement of wearing a cumbersome dress, while their brother would be in a suit. Their mother scolded them for being ungrateful, emphasizing the privileges they had. The protagonist mentally scoffed at the idea of others dreaming of their life, recalling their mother's infidelity. After their brother took off with their plate, the protagonist headed to the library to pass the time before the ball. Hours later, the maids complimented their beauty as they prepared for the event, causing them to blush. A guard informed them that the king wished to see them, which they found bothersome. Upon entering their father's chambers, the protagonist greeted him with sarcasm. Their father expressed his longing for them to find a husband, warning that if they failed, he would arrange for suitors to meet them. The protagonist responded with indifference, but their father pleaded with them to consider it seriously. As the ball commenced, the protagonist made a dramatic entrance, drawing attention from the crowd. They noted the presence of various kingdoms, feeling the pressure of the moment. The brunette king, Hashirama Senju, approached and asked for a dance, but was interrupted by Izuna Uchiha, who pulled the protagonist closer, claiming them as his partner. The protagonist felt a rush of warmth at the gesture and nodded in agreement, while the albino prince glared at the situation. With the Noro king suggesting they leave the protagonist alone, Izuna led them to the dance floor, ready to share a moment together. A smile spread across her face as she nodded, placing a hand on his shoulder. The music shifted to a slow, romantic melody, and the lights focused on the two of them. They began to dance, their movements fluid as they stepped forward, backward, left, and right. As the song reached its climactic finale, Izuna twirled her around, his hand gently supporting her back to prevent her from stumbling. He smiled fondly, and she couldn't help but return the gesture, feeling the warmth of cheers and applause surrounding them. When Izuna released her, she turned to see her father and other men with tears in their eyes, while her brother cheered loudly. Izuna expressed his gratitude for the dance and mentioned his longing to know her better, if she was agreeable. She smiled and suggested they grab something to eat. He nodded, linking their arms as they walked slowly toward the food area. A week later, she confided in her brother about her feelings for Prince Izuna, explaining how their bond had grown since his arrival at the palace. She believed they might even have the potential for marriage. Her brother urged her to express her feelings instead of holding back, before leaving for his own date. Just then, Izuna entered with an amused smirk, teasing her about her feelings. She blushed and turned away, feeling flustered. He reassured her that his feelings were mutual and revealed that an arranged marriage had been planned for them in a little over 2 months. He didn't want to pressure her but hoped to win her heart in return. Overwhelmed, she hugged him tightly, whispering her thanks. In another scene, her father commanded her to stop holding back. She murmured a command and performed a hand sign, causing her bugs to siphon his chakra, making him collapse and struggle for breath. With a chilling smirk, she reminded him that being her father didn't exempt him from her power. As a member of the 𝗬𝗵𝗃 clan, she possessed a unique ability to control others' chakra through her bugs, which had led the elders to view her as a weapon. After releasing her grip, she returned to her simple room, pondering whether she would meet new people or continue to be seen as just a weapon. Her bugs encouraged her to stay positive, assuring her that they would protect her. Upon arriving in Konoha, an elder warned her to behave. The Senju head welcomed her warmly, but the elder's glares made her look down. Hashirama introduced himself, but Madara interrupted, asserting his own introduction. She glared at him, feeling a mix of annoyance and intrigue. Her mother, eager to leave, insisted they go eat, while an elder dismissed her as useless, which left her feeling disheartened. Once inside her new room, she was surprised to find 2 tall figures waiting for her. Hashirama expressed relief at escaping the elder's negativity, while Madara urged him to be quiet. They explained that they wanted to befriend her after witnessing the disrespect she received. Her bugs cheered her on, assuring her that she was valued. Hashirama insisted she drop the formalities and simply call him by his name, wrapping his arms around her in a friendly gesture. Madara affectionately patted her head, causing her to blush. They encouraged her to share about herself, and she explained her ability to control chakra through her bugs, demonstrating how she could create appealing lights. Curious about the elder's treatment of her, Madara pressed for details, but she hesitated, suggesting they go for a walk instead. They agreed, and Hashirama took her hand, leading her outside through the window. Madara's chakra flared momentarily before calming. As they raced to the Senju compound, she felt a rush of freedom, her heart lifting as she sprinted ahead of them. The wind tousled her hair, and for the first time in a long while, she felt truly alive. The sun shines on your face at just the right angle, making you appear almost ethereal. Both Hashirama and Madara gaze at you with admiration and longing, their thoughts consumed by the longing to be close to you. You declare your victory with a cheerful smile, raising your hands in celebration. One of the elders, taken aback, questions your presence with them, stammering in disbelief. Madara and Hashirama respond with fierce glares, causing your smile to fade as the moment of freedom slips away. Another elder insists on taking you home, tugging at your arm. You sigh, acknowledging the situation. With a swift motion, you perform a hand sign, and in an instant, all the elders except you are on the ground. Hashirama approaches you, concern in his eyes as he gently embraces you. You share your feelings about being viewed as a weapon due to your unique abilities, but you manage a small smile. You express your gratitude for their company with a respectful bow. Madara, with a playful tone, suggests that if you wish to repay them, you should visit the Hokage office. Your eyes brighten at the invitation, and you nod eagerly before departing. However, Hashirama shoots Madara a disapproving look, questioning his decision to invite you. Madara calmly counters, noting that both of them share feelings for you and see no harm in being open about it. Hashirama, worried about your innocence regarding emotions, shakes Madara in frustration. Madara reassures him, pointing out how you blush when they show you affection. As night falls, you arrive, only to be interrupted by a sudden kiss. You pull back, surprised, and another kiss lands on your collarbone, making you gasp. Hashirama, with sincerity, asks if you are comfortable with their feelings, revealing his own vulnerability. You shyly nod, feeling warmth spread through you as he leans in for a gentle kiss. Madara, with a teasing tone, joins in, and the atmosphere becomes charged with tension. You feel a rush of emotions as they shower you with affection, and you respond in kind, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. After a moment of shared intimacy, you find yourself overwhelmed by the experience, feeling exhausted yet content. You drift into a peaceful sleep, comforted by their presence beside you. The next day, you find yourself in a familiar routine at work, where a colleague asks for a favor. Despite your initial reluctance, you agree, thinking of it as a friendly gesture. As you walk down the street, a voice questions your manipulative tendencies. You respond with a smirk, revealing your pragmatic view of relationships. Madara emerges from the shadows, and you both prepare for a task ahead. As you change into a more fitting outfit, you catch Madara's approving gaze. You tease him about the promise of reward after your work is done, and he nods, ready to follow your lead. Arriving at your destination, you find your target incapacitated. You comment on the situation with a hint of dark humor, and with a nod from Madara, you both prepare to take action. In the ensuing moments, you find yourself drawn into a passionate encounter with Madara, feeling the thrill of the night envelop you both. The connection deepens as you explore each other, lost in the intensity of the moment. As the night unfolds, you find solace in each other's arms, the world outside fading away. You smile, but before you can react, Madara playfully nudges your undergarments aside, leaving you feeling exposed. He teases you about your excitement, and you respond with a glare, tugging gently at a loose strand of his hair. Determined, Madara prepares for what's to come, removing his breathes with a confident flair. You smile and shift your position, revealing more of yourself. Madara praises you for your eagerness and moves closer, causing you to gasp in surprise at the suddenness of his actions. He whispers for you to be quiet, suggesting that others might overhear. You sigh and nod, giving him the go-ahead to continue. He begins to move with fervor, lost in the moment. After some time, you feel a change in his rhythm, indicating he's nearing his limit. He murmurs about releasing, and you nod, feeling a strange sense of acceptance about the situation. As he finishes, he pulls away, leaving you feeling a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. You express your fatigue and settle into the sheets, ready to drift off. Madara mumbles a good night as he lies down beside you, and you whisper a soft reply before succumbing to sleep. Later, you find yourself in a different scenario, surrounded by Uchiha guards. One of them questions your presence, and you mumble about being hungry before collapsing. The guard approaches cautiously, poking you with his sword, but when you don't react, he picks you up and takes you to the pantry, tying you up. When you awaken, the sight of the colorful fruits excites you, and you quickly free yourself from the ropes, diving into the delicious food. You express your gratitude for the kind guard who brought you here. Suddenly, a voice interrupts your feast, demanding to know who you are. You turn to see a boy with unusual hair and introduce yourself as a member of the Tenosaki clan, continuing to munch on the fruit. The boy insists that there is no such clan and asks you to stop eating. You shrug and keep going, asking for his name in return. He introduces himself as a 𝗏𝗧𝗏, proudly declaring his ambition to be the best. You ask him to show you around, but he walks away in disgust, prompting you to laugh and follow him. You marvel at the appealing people around you, but he warns you to be quiet, fearing trouble. Another voice questions him about you, and you turn to see two more boys, one with long hair and the other with slightly shorter hair. You innocently ask if the long-haired boy is strong, causing your companion to panic. The Uchihas are taken aback by your carefree attitude towards one of their strongest fighters. The long-haired boy demands to know who you are, and you cheerfully introduce yourself again. He responds with his name, Madara Uchiha, and introduces his brother, Izuna. Realizing you're in Uchiha territory, you exclaim how upset your friend Rory would be. Madara warns you that being here could mean danger for you, and he comments on your chakra reserves, which he finds lacking. Confused, you ask about chakra and suddenly remember how to use it. Madara charges at you with his sword drawn. You confidently declare a secret technique, summoning swords to defend yourself. However, you suddenly feel a sharp sting in your back. You notice the sword and pout, thinking of your brother Rory. Izuna, surprised, asks who Rory is as he deepens the sword's position. You compliment his hair, finding it soft, and he reacts with irritation. You continue to chat, expressing sympathy for Madara's struggles and suggesting he talk to someone about his memories. He seems conflicted by your soothing touch. You assure them both that you're fine despite the injury, but Madara attacks again, causing another cut. You continue to pat his head, comparing his hair to that of another clan. You laugh, pointing out that Uchihas seem to be driven by a longing for power, which earns you glares from the surrounding Uchihas. It was time to stop playing around. With a decisive motion, the swords clattered to the ground. A burst of energy sent Madara and Izuna flying away. Feeling drained and hungry, the character collapsed, gathering the last reserves of chakra to heal some of the wounds. Madara ordered Izuna to take the character back to the compound. Izuna nodded and carried the warm body back, securing them with ropes. As consciousness returned, the character leaned against the wall, slowly standing up. They greeted Madara with enthusiasm, breaking free from the restraints. Madara, annoyed, instructed them to stop calling him by a nickname and began to walk away. The character, undeterred, expressed joy at the idea of repaying the food they had eaten. Curiosity sparked, they tugged at Madara's hair, asking about their MSTR. Madara, irritated, swatted their hand away. The character found humor in the situation, asking where they were headed. Suddenly, they spotted a Senju officer, a spy poised to harm a child. Madara charged toward the spy, while the character challenged him, emphasizing that swords were meant for action, not threats. With a swift kick, the character sent the spy crashing into several trees, celebrating their victory. Madara smirked, clearly entertained by the display. The character playfully patted Izuna on the head, who expressed his discomfort. The character teased him about being touch-starved, continuing to pat his head until Madara intervened, insisting they leave. Following Madara through the hole in the wall, they arrived at a house where he settled into his office chair. Madara questioned the character's cheerful demeanor, prompting them to reflect. They confessed that the joy stemmed from a deep sorrow, the loss of their entire clan, all because they had wandered away before a battle. They had returned to find their loved ones gone, with only their younger brother, Rory, left alive for a short time before he too perished in their arms. As painful memories flooded back, the character felt overwhelmed. Madara urged them to let go of the past, insisting that Rory would have wanted them to live. The character hesitated, fearing that crying would only bring sadness to Rory. Madara, frustrated, pressed them to release their emotions, pinning them against the wall in a moment of urgency. The character winced at the memories but struggled to confront the pain. Madara wore a very annoyed expression as he leaned in closer. He suddenly pressed his lips against yours, and you instinctively kissed back. He declared that he would make you cry, then picked you up. Confusion crossed your face, but you decided to go along with it, wondering if he was going to provide you with something to eat. Madara called out to Izuna, urging him to put their plan into action. Izuna nodded and opened the door to a dimly lit room that contained a bed and ample space. You exclaimed your hunger while searching under the bed and behind the door for food. Izuna responded that there would be something to fill you up, and it would be better than food. You asked what could possibly be better than food. Madara leaned in and whispered that it was them. You struggled to comprehend his words, feeling a strange sensation that you couldn't quite place. Suddenly, Madara tore your clothes away, leaving you bewildered. You looked down in confusion. Izuna asked if you would like them to provide you with something better than food, and you eagerly nodded, not fully grasping the meaning behind his words. Madara then revealed something unexpected, and you found the taste unfamiliar. Izuna encouraged you to move slowly, guiding you in a way that felt strange yet intriguing. As you followed his guidance, Madara reacted with a groan, and while you were focused on him, Izuna began to touch you gently, causing a mix of sensations that left you feeling overwhelmed. Madara let out a low sound of pleasure. After a moment, he pulled away, leaving a surprised expression on your face. You remarked on the unexpected taste, wiping your mouth with a frown. Madara shot you a disapproving look while Izuna chuckled softly. In an instant, both of them were right in front of you, their presence overwhelming. You expressed discomfort, mentioning how sore your throat felt. An idea sparked in your mind, and you began to move your hands playfully. They both reacted, tilting their heads back in response to the unexpected sensation. After a short while, they began to voice their discomfort. In a moment of mischief, you brought them closer together, causing a brief moment of surprise. Feeling a bit peckish, you thought to yourself about the strange aftertaste lingering from the earlier encounter. Determined to shift your focus, you declared it was time for some real food, excitement bubbling within you as you prepared to move on to the next adventure. Immense feelings of joy and discomfort filled the air. After some time, the three of them finally settled down for the night. Hashirama's attention was drawn away from his duties at the tower when 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reached out, lifting her arms toward him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had just spoken her first word, and the excitement was palpable as he scooped her up, playfully lifting her into the air. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but express his frustration toward Hashirama, who was sulking nearby. Madara turned his head at the sudden squeaky voice, noticing his 4-month-old child gazing up at him with eager eyes. He acknowledged the baby with a gentle, yes. The little one, Tsuyoy, crawled towards him with surprising speed, headbutting Madara's leg and expressing a clear demand for attention. With a sigh, he picked up the high-maintenance child, muttering about how love claimed the baby took after him. Tsuyoy began to play with Madara's hand, bringing a smile to his face. Tobirama, holding the other child, gave a firm command to Tsuyoy, urging him to behave. The baby responded with a defiant "nu," pointing at Tobirama. Tobirama shot the child a stern look, but Tsuyoy only screamed in protest, playfully hitting his father. Madara couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Izuna observed the unfolding drama and remarked that Madara was scaring the other child, 𝐷𝗀𝗏. The baby whimpered, calling out for their father. Madara cursed under his breath, aware that both Tobirama and Izuna had advised him to avoid such language around the children, but it was a hard habit to break. He playfully questioned 𝗬𝗏 about their affection for their mother, only to be met with a wail as the baby flailed their arms and legs. Izuna quickly intervened, cradling 𝗬𝗏 protectively. Madara complained about the unfairness of it all, but Izuna simply chuckled and kissed him, lightening the mood. In a separate moment, Madara reflected on his survival after a harrowing experience. He expressed his relief to both Madara and Hashirama, who seemed less than pleased with his recklessness. They walked away, leaving him puzzled about their reactions. He approached Tobirama, who appeared to be in a bad mood, and tried to lighten the atmosphere, but Tobirama only muttered about his foolishness. Feeling the need to clear the air, Madara decided to visit one of his favorite spots in the village, the mountain. There, he was confronted with a shocking sight, his own lifeless body on the ground. Confusion and disbelief washed over him as he spun around, trying to comprehend the situation. Later, Hashirama entered Madara's room, seeking a conversation. Madara set aside his writing tools and listened as Hashirama revealed that the Senju and Uchiha clans had decided he would marry Madara. Shocked, Madara questioned why he was chosen over others in the family. Hashirama explained that their father viewed him as a valuable ally, a gem to be offered to strengthen their bond. Feeling overwhelmed, Madara returned to his room to find Tobirama sleeping peacefully. As he exited, he encountered Madara, who seemed to be grappling with the implications of the arranged marriage. Hashirama insisted it was for the clan's benefit, but Madara warned that he would protect his new wife fiercely. When the day of the wedding arrived, an elder introduced Madara and his bride. Their initial exchange was filled with tension, with Madara commenting on her perceived weakness and Madara retorting with a sharp remark about his appearance. Despite their banter, there was an underlying connection forming between them. As they began to know one another, Madara found himself intrigued by her spirit. Their playful interactions continued, with Hashirama making a grand entrance and playfully collapsing on top of Madara. Laughter filled the air as they enjoyed the light-hearted moment, and Madara couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement at the unfolding chaos. In a surprising turn, Madara leaned in and playfully nibbled at her neck, eliciting a gasp from her. He remarked on the interesting adventure that lay ahead for them, and she found herself warming to the idea of their partnership. With a gentle touch, she caressed his face, realizing that perhaps this arrangement wouldn't be as burdensome as she had initially feared. What does Tobirama want with a retired ninja? The annoyance was palpable as you sat in your wheelchair, trying to enjoy the peaceful sky before being interrupted. An 𝗵𝗃 agent approached, insisting that you come with him. With a huff, you began to roll toward the 𝗵𝗃 headquarters, mentally grumbling about how close it was to the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 tower. That meant you would have to face the 𝐒𝐭𝐲, the very person responsible for your current condition. Your legs had been lost, leaving you with only your arms and chest. While you could technically move on your hands, it would only complicate things further, and you certainly didn't want to be the subject of ridicule for looking like a toy. Because of your injury, you had retired from the 𝗵𝗃 at the age of 25, all due to the decisions of the 𝐒𝐭𝐲. Upon reaching the tower, you ordered the new recruit to open the door for you. Despite being called the 𝗵𝗃 headquarters, it was located at the top of the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 tower. The 𝗵𝗃 agent informed you that Tobirama had requested you to meet him in the 𝐒𝐭𝐲's room. Frustration bubbled up as you looked at the stairs ahead. With determination, you decided to use your chakra to walk up the wall, muttering to yourself about how rusty you were getting. Once you reached the room, you tapped on the door with your finger, feeling irritable. Tobirama greeted you with a glare, reminding you of the presence you were in. You shot back, expressing your frustration about your lost legs and the 𝐒𝐭𝐲's role in it. Tobirama instructed you to assist the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 with his paperwork while he was away on a long-term mission. You firmly declined and began to leave. An 𝗵𝗃 member, feeling cocky, reminded you that they could simply lock you in. You retorted, pointing out the broken doors. In response, the 𝗵𝗃 attempted to trap you in a water prison, but you quickly countered with an ice wall, freezing the water. The effort left you exhausted as you fell to the ground, breathing. Hashirama, noticing your state, gently helped you up and placed you on a nearby desk. You muttered about wishing you had let him perish in the past, but he smiled back at you, grateful for your presence. Hashirama dismissed Tobirama, who nodded before leaving with the other 𝗵𝗃 members. You turned your head away from Hashirama, annoyed by his cheerful demeanor. He teased you, claiming you loved him, and expressed a longing for your relationship to be more open. You countered, reminding him of the dangers that would come with it. He reluctantly agreed but seemed to sulk at the thought of work. As you entered the 𝐒𝐭𝐲's room, Hashirama called for your help with Tobirama, who was trying to assist with paperwork despite needing rest. You nodded and approached Tobirama, who insisted on helping. You encouraged him to have faith in his brother and took the brush from his hand. After some gentle coaxing, you helped him to his feet, catching him before he fell. You waved goodbye to Hashirama as you led Tobirama home, reminding him not to overexert himself. Once at your shared house, you offered him cookie-shaped fish, insisting he stay put while you fetched them. Returning with the treats, you placed them on the side table. Tobirama grumbled about your delay, but soon he was enjoying the cookies and milk. As he ate, you snuggled into his lap, relishing the warmth. When you playfully took a bite from his cookie, his surprise made you smile even wider. Feeling tired, Tobirama pushed the food away and pulled you close, laying down on the bed with you in his arms. You felt a warmth spread through you, enjoying the affectionate moment. He murmured his love for you, and you smiled brightly in response, drifting off to sleep. Later, you found yourself in a flurry of activity, pacing around the room as you prepared for a special occasion. Hashirama embraced you from behind, reassuring you that everything was in order. You questioned him, seeking confirmation that all was well. He nodded and cuddled you a bit longer. Hashirama reassured you that everything was all right as he placed the cake on the table. You expressed your gratitude, calling him your tree, which made him sulk a little at the nickname. Madara looked around the fully decorated room and questioned whether it was necessary to go to such lengths for a birthday celebration. You admitted that you had gone a bit overboard, but it was important to you since you never had a birthday celebration as a child. You wanted to ensure that SN had a memorable day, even if he wouldn't remember it. Madara sighed as he grabbed a chair to sit down, commenting that the child wouldn't even remember the celebration. You smiled softly and reminded him that it was for both of you, prompting him to nod in agreement. You realized you were early and took the opportunity to prepare for the celebration. Tobirama had offered to take Tsuyoy for a walk, allowing you to get everything ready. You felt fortunate to have him and were relieved that you had prepared everything in advance, avoiding a last-minute trip to the store. Madara asked what you were doing for the little one's birthday, and your eyes widened in realization that it was today. He mentioned that Izuna probably had things under control, but when he tickled Dy, she began to cry instead of laugh. Madara questioned how you could forget your own child's birthday, and you playfully countered by asking how he managed to befriend a tree. You quickly scooped up your baby and rushed back to the house. Hashirama playfully chased your daughter around the house, calling out to her as she squealed and ran away. You were busy making lunch for your two bundles of joy, marveling at their energy so early in the day. Their laughter filled the air, and you couldn't help but giggle at the joyful chaos. You woke up with a yawn, contemplating whether to go back to sleep or start brunch. Glancing to your side, you saw your loving husband cuddling 𝐒𝐭𝐴 like a cherished toy, which made you smile. You decided to make breakfast, wanting to alleviate any worries he might have. Tobirama asked Tsuyoy if he could make a certain type of kanji, and you peeked through the door to watch them. Tsuyoy focused intently, sticking his tongue out as he colored Tobirama's hand, leaving an ink stain behind. You found the scene adorable. Izuna asked Dy if she wanted to help him make ramen, and she eagerly reached out to touch his face. He suggested they make it a surprise for you and encouraged her to gather the ingredients. You returned home, greeted by Dyn's excited squeal as she ran toward you with open arms. You affectionately picked her up and walked into the kitchen, thanking Izuna with a kiss. In a more serious moment, you learned that 𝐒𝐿 had died in battle. You looked at your brothers, who were in tears, while Hashirama expressed his frustration over the ongoing fighting. He wished for peace with the 𝗧𝗏, but your father shouted back, insisting that 𝐒𝐿 had died honorably. As tensions rose, you intervened, standing up for Hashirama and confronting your father about his lack of remorse. You declared that it would have been better if he hadn't had children, as his actions had led to the war. Your father left, and 𝗬𝗏 praised you for standing up to him. You comforted your siblings, assuring them that 𝐒𝐿 would no longer have to fight. Eventually, 𝗬𝗏 fell asleep, and you picked up your youngest sibling, ready to head home. When 𝗬𝗏 died, Hashirama held his younger brother's lifeless body, carrying him back to the compound to mourn. Tobirama, in disbelief, questioned where 𝗬𝗏's chakra had gone. Hashirama insisted that you could heal him, but you were engaged in a struggle with your father, who was punishing you for not killing an 𝗧𝗏 child. In a moment of desperation, you pushed Hashirama out of harm's way, only to be struck yourself. You felt a sharp pain but managed to pull yourself together, asking Hashirama if he needed something. He looked at you with tears in his eyes, and you knew you had to be strong for him. It was 𝗬𝗏. The realization hit hard, and suddenly all the pain faded away as you sprinted toward the entrance of the compound. Tobirama was there, holding 𝗬𝗏's hand against his face, visibly shaken. He collapsed into you, burying his face in your chest, tears streaming down his cheeks. You gently rubbed his back, whispering words of comfort, assuring him that everything would be all right. Tobirama pleaded not to lose you, his voice trembling with emotion. You promised him that you had no intention of leaving him or the world behind. With a soft smile, You suggested they bury 𝗧𝗵𝗲 before the situation worsened. Tobirama nodded, wiping his tears away, and you ruffled his hair, expressing your love for him and Hashirama. He picked up 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and together, they prepared to say their goodbyes. Years later, Hashirama burst into the room, demanding your attention. He complained about your absence from the outside world, insisting you had been buried in paperwork for far too long. You acknowledged his concerns, realizing it was time for a break. Tobirama took your arm, leading you out as Hashirama echoed his agreement. You expressed your love for both of them, which brought smiles to their faces. As time passed, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was preparing to leave for the academy. You checked to ensure he had everything he needed, and he excitedly kissed you and Hashirama goodbye. Hashirama, feeling nostalgic, lamented how quickly 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was growing up. You reassured him that it was time to eat, as your stomach rumbled in agreement. Madara watched his son with a raised eyebrow, reminding him to behave. You ruffled your son's hair, encouraging him to have a good day as he dashed off to the academy, waving goodbye. Madara observed the scene, shaking his head at the antics of the children. You couldn't help but feel proud as you hugged Tobirama tightly in public, despite his embarrassment. He bid you farewell as he headed to class, and you muttered about his rudeness. Izuna comforted his daughter, who was hesitant about her first day. You urged her to hurry, not wanting her to be late. With glossy eyes, she nodded and ran toward her teacher, brightening up at the prospect of meeting someone new. The next day, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rushed to you, upset about being bullied. Hashirama stood up to address the situation, leaving you concerned. The following day, the bullies apologized, and you wondered what Hashirama had done to resolve the issue. Madara's son faced a bully who taunted him, but he stood his ground, delivering a sharp retort that left the bully speechless. When the bully and his friends attacked, your son cleverly used a shadow clone to outmaneuver them, returning home victorious and eager to share his day. Tobirama encountered a bully who challenged him, but he responded with confidence, refusing to back down. When the confrontation escalated, a Jonin intervened, leading both boys to the Hokage's office for a scolding. You later praised Tsuyoy for standing up for himself, though Tobirama admonished you for approving of his actions. Izuna's daughter faced a bully who pulled her hair, igniting her chakra. You sensed the disturbance and rushed to the academy, arriving just in time to see the bully taunting your daughter. You confronted him, lifting him off the ground, ready to protect your child. The chaos erupted as he flailed his arms and legs, expressing his frustration. Diwen scolded, urging him to stop. The insult directed at the now sobbing child was harsh, but the babysitter had reached their limit and released the child, warning that such behavior would not be tolerated. Rida-san questioned the necessity of the earlier actions, acknowledging that the situation could have been handled differently. However, they also felt a sense of satisfaction in their own choices. An Uchiha girl professed her love for Madara, but he remained uninterested, sharpening his kunai while dismissing her. She seemed oblivious to the danger, even as the kunai hovered near her throat. The girl giggled, pleased that she had not been rejected, unaware of the dark intentions that lurked nearby. The observer, hidden by an invisibility technique, approached the alley where the girl had retreated. With a sharp sword concealed behind their back, they moved closer, ready to confront her. Startled by the voice, she called out, demanding to know who was there, brandishing a dull kunai in a show of bravado. The observer taunted her, suggesting that perhaps her Uchiha lineage was not worthy of its power. In a swift motion, the sword struck, and the girl screamed in pain. The observer pulled the sword free, ensuring her blindness was complete, and remarked on her inability to see the danger that had been so apparent. With a chilling calmness, they began to dismantle her, the gruesome act concealed from view. Once the deed was done, they expressed regret that no one had heard her cries, as they cast an invisibility spell over her body. They carefully placed her remains into a bag, planning to deliver a grim message to her parents. Meanwhile, Madara received a visitor, a nervous young man who professed his feelings for the Uchiha. Madara, unimpressed, dismissed him with a wave of annoyance, while the assistant rushed after the rejected suitor, vowing revenge. Madara, intrigued by the unfolding drama, decided to intervene. He led the two to the river, where he swiftly dealt with the assistant, ensuring that no one would threaten his beloved. Back at the scene, the observer followed a trail of BLD, leading them to Madara, who had just disposed of the evidence. They deactivated their invisibility, asking what he had thrown into the water. Madara casually explained it was merely a dead animal, while the observer revealed their own grim discovery. As they shared their findings, the observer tossed the bag into the river, watching it disappear beneath the surface. Both questioned the sight they had witnessed, the implications of BLD lingering in their minds. Later, the observer sensed a disturbance as Tobirama flared his chakra. They decided to check on him, calling out to their sibling to stay inside. Upon arrival, they found Hashirama in a drunken stupor, lamenting his luck in love. Tobirama, exasperated, instructed them to take Hashirama home, while the observer felt a mix of annoyance and flattery at the situation. As they helped Hashirama out of the bar, the chaos of the day lingered in the air, a reminder of the darkness that surrounded them all. "Stop that," he exclaimed, swatting your hand away. You pouted slightly and nodded, telling him to take care of your uncles while you stepped outside to search for Madara's chakra. Upon finding him, you felt a wave of discomfort at the sight. Madara was hunched over, clearly unwell and muttering under his breath. You gently lifted him onto your shoulders, murmuring that you were sorry for the trouble. You left a small amount of money behind, concluding that Hashirama must have had a hand in this predicament. You laid Madara down on the futon, telling him to rest while you went to fetch a cup of water. Tobirama was in a state of panic. You asked him if he had really allowed Madara to drink. He hesitantly admitted that he had. Tobirama then slurred out some history about the Senju and Uchiha clans, which only added to the chaos. Hashirama, looking quite downcast, pleaded for your help. You assured him that everything would be all right and assisted Tobirama in getting back on his feet. Tobirama then asked if you could consider having another child. You paused for a moment before firmly stating that you would think about it, but your answer was ultimately no. When you returned to Madara, you were surprised to find Izuna in a similarly intoxicated state, along with a flirtatious Madara. You playfully pouted, feeling left out. Madara, in his tipsy state, promised to make it up to you. You suggested that they could start by giving you all their sake, and with a laugh, you took 3 barrels outside, followed by a giggling Izuna. You felt a pang of loneliness, reflecting on the situation. Recently, you had entered a relationship with someone who was rather self-absorbed. You found it hard to care about him, especially since he had confessed his feelings in front of your parents, which felt more like a punishment than a romance. Despite this, your heart belonged to Izuna Uchiha, Madara's younger brother. You complained to him about your boyfriend's clinginess, who wouldn't even let you enjoy your games. Izuna, focused on the screen, reminded you to pay attention as he raced ahead in Mario Kart. You cheered when you reached 3rd place, but soon found yourself slipping back to 7th after being hit with a blue shell. Suddenly, your phone rang. You instructed your device to answer it as you continued to play. Your boyfriend's voice boomed through, demanding to know where you were and if you were with that horrible 𝐒𝐻𝐿. You asked Izuna to handle him while you took a quick break. He agreed, and you dashed off. Your boyfriend continued to rant, but Izuna calmly turned off the speaker, dismissing his outburst. Your boyfriend accused you of cheating on him, but Izuna assured him that it wouldn't be considered cheating later. The argument escalated, and Izuna made a bold statement about your relationship, leaving your boyfriend fuming. After finishing your game, you returned to Izuna, laughing about the broken bathroom. You bid him farewell with a kiss on the cheek, and he reminded you to stay safe as he walked you outside. As you made your way home, your obnoxious boyfriend complained about your noise. Izuna appeared at the window, declaring that he was there to reclaim what was his. In a surprising turn, he confronted your boyfriend, and chaos ensued. Izuna's actions were swift and decisive, leaving your ex in a state of shock. The next day, you feigned sadness over your boyfriend's demise, and when Izuna approached you about dating, you readily agreed. He embraced you tightly, revealing his 𝐎𝐻𝐿 as he whispered his love for you. You reciprocated, feeling a sense of happiness wash over you. The end. You sensed footsteps approaching and turned to see who it was. Hashirama leaned against you, his face buried in your shoulder, tears streaming down. You quietly asked if he was okay while gently rubbing his back and head. He whispered that he had lost a great friend, and you could feel his sorrow. He shared that this friend had been the first he made outside of his clan, someone he considered like a brother. Hashirama's grief deepened as he questioned why things had to turn out this way, expressing that all he wanted was to fulfill their dream together. As you noticed others entering the property, you began to guide Hashirama inside. You softly reminded him that people can change, sometimes willingly and other times due to circumstances beyond their control, while you combed your fingers through his hair. In a sudden moment, you felt him nuzzling against your neck, a playful yet sulky gesture. You stammered in surprise, taken aback by his sudden affection. He leaned in closer, and before you could respond, he kissed you deeply. You instinctively flinched but soon melted into the kiss, only to pull away for air, a thin strand of saliva connecting you. Hashirama playfully warned that if you kept complaining, he would have to teach you a lesson. You reminded him that while you loved him, he was still upset about Madara, and it wouldn't be right to act on those feelings. He smirked and playfully liked your cheek, insisting that it would help relieve stress for both of you. After some hesitation, you agreed, but only if he promised not to be a nuisance the next day. He lifted you effortlessly and carried you to the bedroom, where he gently placed you on the bed. As he began to undress slowly, you rolled your eyes and hurriedly followed suit, hoping to get some rest soon. Eventually, he positioned himself above you, showering you with soft kisses that made you sigh in contentment. You felt a rush of excitement as he continued to kiss you, and you playfully urged him to hurry. He responded with a passionate declaration of love, and you lifted your legs to allow him to move more freely. Just as you were about to express your impatience, he moved decisively, causing you to gasp in surprise. After what felt like an eternity of blissful moments, he finally collapsed beside you, both of you breathing heavily. Hashirama expressed his gratitude and affection as he cuddled you close. You murmured for him to go to sleep, feeling yourself drift off in his embrace. The next morning, you awoke to find Hashirama missing from your side. Rolling your eyes, you slipped on one of his oversized shirts and made your way to the kitchen, only to find him sulking next to a small kitchen mishap. You rubbed your eyes in disbelief as he called for help. Later, you watched as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 helped with chores, both of you sharing light-hearted conversations. Hashirama chuckled at the sight of you two playfully tickling each other, finding the moment adorable. In another part of the house, Madara observed as you and your child baked together, despite his earlier disapproval of the activity. Your child laughed as you playfully covered them in frosting, and you couldn't help but enjoy the moment. Madara entered the kitchen, shaking his head at the mess you both had created. Meanwhile, Tobirama and Tsuyoy engaged in a discussion about medical ninjutsu, with you explaining the importance of proper care for injuries. Tsuyoy expressed concern about immediate healing, prompting a light-hearted response from you about the consequences of carelessness. In a different room, you invited your daughter to play a game, noticing her slight hesitation. As you set up the board, you could see a hint of red in her eyes but chose not to comment. During the game, she admired your confidence and strength, prompting you to reflect on your own qualities and how they might inspire her. You assured her that true strength comes from being honest and true to oneself, and as she embraced you in gratitude, you were reminded of the bond you shared. Did I say something offensive? You felt a wave of panic wash over you. She giggled and nestled against your chest, prompting a sigh from you as you gently rubbed her back. When Izuna opened the door, his heart melted at the sight of you two, and he joyfully threw himself onto you. He exclaimed how adorable you both looked, and you couldn't help but think it was almost too cute to handle. In just a week, you would be getting married. Your best friend was struggling to zip up your wedding dress, exclaiming that it was harder for them than it was for you. You protested, insisting that you were the one in discomfort. They shot back, calling you silly as they managed to pull the zipper halfway up. You playfully tugged at their hair, reminding them that they were the one being foolish. Your friend retorted, pointing out how you had spent years teaching and yet earned so little. You defended your students, calling them angels, but they countered with a story about a student who had teased them and then cried when they stood up for themselves. Just then, Mayto entered, reminding everyone of the purpose of the gathering, to see how you looked in your wedding dress. You both turned away in a huff, but Mayto was undeterred. She presented you with another dress, encouraging you to try it on. You reluctantly agreed, while your friend teased you about being a teacher despite your mean streak. They stuck out their tongue in response to your playful accusation. Izuna appeared behind your friend, inquiring about how you had managed to win his heart. He recounted the story of how you first met, describing the moment you waved at him with a bright smile that made his heart skip a beat. After a couple of months of talking, he confessed his feelings, leading to your engagement after 9 months together. Your friend scoffed at the display of affection. Finally, you emerged from the dressing room, looking stunning in your dress. Your friend joked that you looked like a pig, but Izuna quickly countered, saying you were appealing. You shyly complimented him back, and your friend teased him about his casual attire. You playfully hit your friend on the head, reminding them that the day was about you. As the music began to play, your friend walked you down the aisle, despite their earlier antics. You couldn't help but think how strange they were. When it was time for the vows, you noticed your friend smiling slightly. The priest declared you could now kiss the bride, and you and Izuna leaned in for a gentle kiss, prompting applause from the guests. Afterward, you both stepped into a luxurious limo, and Izuna rested his head against yours, expressing his love for you. You returned the sentiment, feeling a warmth in your heart. Later, news spread about Tobirama's condition, and you overheard whispers about a deadly poison he had been given. You rushed to the 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻's office, only to be met by a visibly upset Hashirama. He seemed concerned about your lack of rest, but you reassured him with a grin, eager to see him again. Just as you were about to enter the office, 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝐻 approached, asking if you wanted to train. Before you could respond, Hashirama stepped in front of you, firmly declining the offer. 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝐻 apologized and left, allowing you to focus on Hashirama's request to walk home together. You couldn't resist his puppy eyes and agreed, playfully throwing yourself onto his back as you made your way to your shared home, nestled among the trees. As you walked, you couldn't help but wonder why he was feeling particularly clingy that day. You almost never spend time with a solitary Anbu member, and as you rest your cheek against his back, you notice Hashirama stop and cast a sharp glare at a particular chakra signature. Sensing his rising anger, you instinctively lean over his shoulder, only to spot the one and only Madara Uchiha. He looks unusual when he's tired, you think, noticing how his forehead seems larger than usual. Hashirama merely shrugs and continues walking past Madara toward your home. However, Madara reaches out and tugs at your hair. Accustomed to such antics, you barely react. You ask, somewhat absent-mindedly, if your hair is being pulled, already a few inches away. Hashirama glances back, shooting Madara a fierce look. Before you can finish your thought, Madara vanishes. You mutter that it's time to go home, feeling drowsy. Unbeknownst to you, your warm breath is subtly affecting Hashirama. He stops in front of your shared house and expresses a longing to share something important. You respond with curiosity, but in an instant, you find yourself pinned against the wall, your arms raised above your head. Hashirama confesses his love, saying that every time he sees you, his heart skips a beat, and he can't help but smile at your happiness. He expresses his wish to marry you, his face flushed. You tease him about how cute he looks when he's blushing. He smiles and leans in to kiss you. You return the kiss, savoring the softness of his lips. A small voice in your head questions whether this is right, but you dismiss it, reminding yourself that he is single, just like you. After a few moments, Hashirama pulls away, leaving you breathless. He notices your flustered state, knowing he is the only one who sees it. With a playful smirk, he kisses your tongue, making you blush even deeper. You mutter about being called a tease, while Hashirama simply grins and wraps you in a hug. You attempt to hug him back, but your arms give out, leaving your hands resting on his lower back. He asks if Tobirama will be okay, and you reassure him that Tobirama is strong and should be fine. You rest your chin on Hashirama's shoulder and tease him about his height, playfully questioning what his parents fed him. He shrugs, unsure. Later, you are outside, admiring the flowers in your garden while Tobirama sits under a tree, engrossed in a scroll. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗃 calls out from the entrance, inviting you to the beach. You turn to Tobirama, who expresses his reluctance to be seen. You decline 𝗵𝗃's invitation, explaining that you have things to do inside. He pouts but understands and walks away. You scold Tobirama for staying in the shade, reminding him how appealing the day is. He mutters about the risk of sunburn, recalling a past experience. You suggest he cover himself in water or mud, earning a glare from him. Eventually, he steps out of the shade, and you take his hand, feeling its warmth. You smile and lead him inside, mentioning your hunger and asking if he wants to help you cook. The house is small, as you prefer to avoid getting lost in a larger one. Tobirama nods and begins gathering ingredients, already knowing what to make. You excitedly ask if you're making fried fish sticks, to which he confirms. You come up with the idea of making brownies for dessert and start gathering sugary ingredients. Tobirama notices and moves the items out of your reach, reminding you that you said you would help, not take over. You plead with him, insisting it will taste good, and knowing he can't resist your charm, you hug him and shower him with cheek kisses. He reluctantly agrees, turning a shade of pink. You cheer and hurry to the kitchen, your stomach rumbling. Tobirama begins preparing the fish, ensuring there are no fins to choke on. Meanwhile, you scramble to find your cookbook, determined to make the brownies. After half an hour of chaos, you end up with batter on your face and clothes, oblivious to the mess. Tobirama, finishing up the meal, admires your focused expression. You announce that the brownies are ready to go in the oven, speaking in a playful tone. Noticing the meal in Tobirama's hands, you compliment his skills and express your happiness about being together. He chuckles lightly and sets the plates down, approaching you with a napkin. Confused, you ask if something is on your face. He wipes the brownie batter away, commenting on how messy you are. Your heart skips a beat at his affectionate gaze, and you jump on him, showering him with kisses on his cheeks, nose, forehead, and lips. You declare how amazing he is, and he responds by saying you are too, suggesting it's time to eat. Meanwhile, at the dinner table, 𝗔𝗵𝗲 expresses frustration at feeling overlooked compared to her cousins. Hashirama, having just finished a long day at work, tries to brush off her complaints but is met with her outburst about feeling disrespected. She storms off, leaving Hashirama to sulk, muttering about just wanting to enjoy his meal. In another scene, 𝗬𝗏 confronts Madara about the constant need to defend him, expressing her frustration about his reputation. Madara asserted his 𝗬𝗏𝗏 by yelling that he was the parent, not anyone else. You sighed and stepped in between them, urging both to calm down. They both protested loudly, claiming the other had started the argument. 𝗬𝗏 shot a glare at Madara, expressing his frustration before jumping out of the window. Madara huffed in annoyance and turned to you, wishing that you had been the one to experience 𝗬𝗏𝗏 instead of him. He kicked the table over in frustration and walked away, leaving you to survey the mess of food now scattered on the ground, wondering what to do next. Meanwhile, Tsuyoy confronted his mother, expressing his anger about her constant absences due to her hospital duties. He lamented that she never spent time with him or his father. She apologized, explaining that her work was important for helping others. Tsuyoy, however, was not satisfied and shouted that she only did chores for the family. Tobirama intervened, advising Tsuyoy to calm down outside. In a fit of anger, Tsuyoy declared he was leaving and stomped off to his room. 𝗔𝗏𝗏, on the other hand, was feeling overwhelmed by her father's work commitments. She felt a sense of guilt, believing everything that happened was her fault. As she curled up in the sakura forest, a mysterious voice whispered to her, claiming that her future was tied to her lineage. Terrified, 𝗔𝗏𝗏 tried to escape but stumbled over a root. The voice revealed its intention to claim her family's secret, and despite her desperate attempts to fend it off, she was knocked unconscious. 𝗬𝗏 sat on a hill, feeling conflicted about his feelings toward his family. He had even shown his 𝐎℗𝗏𝗏 to them in frustration. He contemplated taking action against those who spoke ill of him. Suddenly, a voice from the bushes interrupted his thoughts, revealing itself as a sound ninja. 𝗬𝗏 prepared for a confrontation, but before he could react, he found himself unable to breathe, his vision fading. Tsuyoy, feeling neglected, slammed his bedroom door shut and wished for more attention from his parents. Tears fell onto his pillow as he expressed his feelings of being a burden. A voice from outside his door promised to take him away, causing Tsuyoy to feel alarmed. Just as he questioned the stranger, you knocked on the door, sensing another chakra presence in his room. The intruder smirked and unleashed a smokescreen, And as you burst through the door, Tsuyoy was pushed outside and taken away, prompting you to call out his name as you summoned your golden chains to try to save him. Meanwhile, Dion wandered through the Uchiha alleys, contemplating whether to apologize for the earlier incident. Suddenly, a dirty old man approached her, demanding payment to cross the street. Dion attempted to explain herself, but the man laughed at her fear. As he grabbed her, she screamed for help, kicking and struggling against him. The leader of the group instructed his accomplice to knock her out, and before she knew it, Dion fainted after being struck at a chakra point. You, hearing her cries, rushed toward the sound, but by the time you arrived, they had vanished with her. You were left wondering what would happen to the children now that they were in danger. After a brief moment of silence, you turned to Hashirama, suggesting that they search for 𝗧𝗵𝗲, as you hadn't felt her chakra anywhere. Hashirama, however, was in a state of panic, overwhelmed by the situation. What if 𝗧𝗵𝗲 meets the same fate? He screams, his 𝗵𝗃𝗲 spiraling out of control. The last time you sensed her chakra was near the Sakura forest, so they decided to head there and investigate. He nodded and began sprinting toward the Sakura trees, with you right behind him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, he called out, racing through the trees. A faint voice whispered nearby, causing a chill to run down Yu's spine. Sin style, steal, you murmured, drawing away half of the voice's chakra. The voice panicked, realizing who was after him, and discarded 𝗧𝗵𝗲's body on the ground before fleeing. Sin style, pummel, you whispered, pointing at the retreating figure. In an instant, the body was struck down, leaving a mess on the trees. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, are you all right? You expressed remorse for favoring his cousins over him, thinking he wouldn't take it seriously. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, sobbing, apologized for running away and feeling jealous, hugging Hashirama tightly. Hashirama returned the embrace and glanced at you with pleading eyes. You smirked and joined the two in a group hug. As you began to tidy up the dishes and table, a surge of chakra caught their attention. They lifted their head, contemplating whether to inform the others or confront the source directly. Choosing the latter, you set down the items and sprinted toward the chakra signature, noticing another presence nearby. Peering over a tree branch, you spotted a white-haired man holding their son like a sack of potatoes. Air style, suffocating, you declared, performing the necessary hand signs. The man gasped for breath, dropping SN and clutching his throat. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The man shouted, forming the required signs. You quickly countered with water style, mist, extinguishing the fireball. What are you doing with my son? You demanded, glaring down at the man. The man stammered, recognizing you as Senju, the greatest fighter in shinobi history. He boasted that his MSTR would be pleased to capture you instead of the boy, kicking SN in the process. You warned him that if he touched SN again, he would face dire consequences, releasing a hint of their killing intent. The man stepped back but smirked, taunting you about being outmatched, revealing paper bombs strapped to his arms. He threatened to say goodbye to SN as he began to activate the explosives. You rolled their eyes and swiftly kicked him into the air, tearing off his arms and sending them flying away. As the man fell, you delivered a powerful kick to his chest, causing him to cough up BLD. He laughed, calling you a stubborn fighter. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind you, sending them crashing into a tree. The piece had made you rusty, but they brushed it off, cracking their neck and fingers before focusing on the man again. Lightning style, blaze rod, you commanded, summoning a lightning sword. They exuded killing intent, maintaining a stoic expression as they aimed for a decisive blow. Just then, they felt a hand shift their aim, causing the strike to hit the man's shoulder instead. Stop! Madara intervened, grabbing Yu's arm and urging them to reconsider. Yu huffed, releasing the rod, which vanished. They looked up to see Hashirama, Tobirama, SN, and Myto watching intently. Yu shot a glare at Myto before being tackled to the ground by SN, who was sobbing and seeking comfort. Yu smiled and gently rubbed SN's head, apologizing for the worry caused. Hashirama laughed while Tobirama and Madara rolled their eyes. Don't worry, Hashirama encouraged, helping you to their feet. Oh look, the man escaped, Myto noted, a hint of sarcasm in her voice, but you chose not to respond. Sen apologized, looking directly at you, while Madara muttered an apology of his own, looking away. Let's go eat ramen. Hashirama cheered, lifting the mood. Tobirama called out to you, urging them to get up, as Tsuyoy had been kidnapped. Tobirama's eyes widened with urgency, and he quickly joined you, heading toward the trees. His chakra was 2 kilometers away from the village, and Tobirama moved north with determination. You prepared their golden chains, spotting a man carrying Tsuyoy, moving swiftly while attempting to conceal his chakra. Now, Tobirama instructed. You nodded, swinging their golden chains toward the man and their son. No! The man shouted in frustration, realizing he was so close to escaping. Who do you think you are? You coldly replied, identifying themselves as the boy's mother. So you're Uzumaki. The man laughed, recognizing you as the famed healer. You glared at him before retrieving Tsuyoy. Tobirama suggested they take the man to the interrogation section to uncover why he wanted Tsuyoy. You nodded, knocking the man out by slamming him into the ground repeatedly. I'm tired, let's go already, you said, still holding the man with their golden chains. After a few moments, Tsuyoy began to wake up. Oh, you're awake, good to know, you remarked with a smile. Tsuyoy called out to them, confused about the situation. You pointed to the man being held captive, who looked worse for wear. Oh, Tsuyoy said, apologizing for the trouble. You embraced both Tsuyoy and Tobirama in a warm hug. It's nothing, you were just being honest, you reassured, planting small kisses on their cheeks. Oi! Christmas tree! Are you going to help or not? You exclaimed, feeling increasingly frustrated. After locating 𝐷𝗻 but failing to rescue her, they had been tracking traces of chakra for 12 hours, surviving on war pills. Calm down, your sister said, patting Yu's shoulder. We all worried about the princess. You warned her not to touch them again, activating their 𝗵𝘃𝗁 in response. She hesitated for a moment before stepping back. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 settled himself on the ground, expressing his frustration. Suddenly, a surge of chakra flared up, only to fade away again. You and Izuna took off running toward the source of the chakra, leaving the others puzzled before they followed suit. A voice called out, pleading for mercy, claiming innocence. You directed Izuna to take care of 𝗬𝗻 while you confronted the attackers. Izuna nodded, readying his sword. The fake 𝗬𝗧 taunted, asking if she knew the worth of a powerful girl like her, suggesting that everyone in the 5 nations would want to claim her. His laughter echoed as he spoke. In response, you unleashed a flurry of kunai, spinning them with precision. The attackers fell, their defeat swift and decisive. You expressed your disgust for men like him, throwing kunai that struck true. Madara, observing the aftermath, encouraged you to check on his niece, assuring you that they would handle the situation you had left behind. You wasted no time, sprinting toward Izuna's chakra signature. Upon arrival, you found 𝗬𝗻 sobbing against Izuna's chest. He comforted her, promising protection. Her tears began to subside as she turned to you. You greeted her casually, only to be tackled to the ground by both of them, their concern evident. They scolded you for your reckless actions, expressing their fear for your safety. You knelt on the ground, feeling like a child, and muttered about their cruelty. Izuna chastised you for taking on so many opponents without thinking of the danger. 𝗬𝗻 giggled at your pouty expression and hugged you, apologizing for worrying you. You playfully responded, inviting Izuna into the embrace, feeling grateful for their concern. In another scene, you approached Tobirama with a friendly greeting, throwing your arm over his shoulder. Despite being part of the esteemed Hyuga clan, you often brushed off their serious expectations. Tobirama, engrossed in a scroll, replied that he would be better off without your interruptions. You insisted on your importance in his life, flashing a bright smile. Curiosity piqued. You inquired about the scroll. Tobirama explained it was a body-suching jutsu he had created, seeking a volunteer. You eagerly offered your assistance, despite his initial reluctance. After some persuasion, he agreed, and you followed him to his lab. As he instructed you to channel chakra into his palm, you complied, feeling warmth radiate from his hand. The jutsu commenced, and a sudden shock coursed through your body, causing you to flinch. When you opened your eyes, you were startled to find yourself in a different body, facing Tobirama, who appeared worried yet annoyed. Realizing the jutsu had worked, you suggested undoing it, but Tobirama was hesitant. You proposed visiting a few places before reverting back, and after some convincing, he reluctantly agreed. Hand in hand, you led him to your favorite tea shop, explaining your choice to avoid the busy one near the 𝐒𝐭𝐲 building. Upon arrival, you excitedly entered the shop, feeling an unexpected urge to fight. While ordering, the elderly owner struck up a conversation with Tobirama, and you felt a twinge of jealousy. She pointed out the differences in your chakra, noting how it had changed from warm and welcoming to cold and reserved. You complimented her insight, realizing the importance of returning to your original self. Tobirama acknowledged the wisdom of the elderly woman, and you chuckled, patting his head affectionately. "Let's hurry and finish the dango, I want to go somewhere else," she said with a small smile. Although she was curious about Tobirama, her true intention was to visit the library. Tobirama walked beside her and inquired where they were headed next. She replied that they were going to the library, as she had promised her mother to pick up 3 new books for her. Eagerly, she added that they should hurry so they could visit 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Mountain. Tobirama muttered in response, and she continued to pull him toward the library. Upon arrival, she encouraged him to express some words of gratitude, and he complied, dropping the books off at the entrance of the Hyuga clan. "Okay. Let's go," she cheered, dragging him along. Once they reached 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Mountain, they sat down, the sun slowly setting in the background. She asked Tobirama if they should 𝐬𝐴𝐵 back now, handing him the scroll. He nodded and tightened his grip on her hand, expressing his dislike for being in her position. She feigned hurt, holding her heart and sulking, but then laughed as she channeled chakra into her right hand. Tobirama whispered the hand signs, and in an instant, she felt a sharp pain in her head and closed her eyes. When she opened them, she felt smaller. "That was fun. Let's do it again someday," she exclaimed, smiling widely. Turning to see a pink version of Tobirama, she cheered that they both made it back safely, gently caressing his cheeks. Tobirama declared his love for her, and she responded that she loved him more than anyone in the world. He reminded her that he was her fiancé, pulling her closer. She blushed lightly and moved closer to him as well. As the sun fully set and the moon shone brightly, they shared a kiss. Madara Uchiha warned his daughter to be cautious of the Senju clan, explaining that if they discovered she was an Uchiha, it could lead to dire consequences for both of them. She scoffed slightly but met his gaze with determination, agreeing to heed his warning. As she walked away, she wondered why he held such animosity toward Hashirama's clan, which seemed kind. Near a magnificent willow tree, Hashirama greeted her joyfully, expressing relief that she had arrived safely. He presented her with a neatly wrapped box, and her eyes lit up as she recognized the contents. "Oh, meat!" she cheered, opening the box and thanking him with a bright smile. Having never met her mother, she cherished the nurturing gestures from those around her. Hashirama leaned against the willow tree and asked about her father. She replied that he was still alive and mentioned something about a boy near a cave in the mountains. Hashirama then invited her to visit a village, but she playfully declined, liking her fingers. Pops had mentioned that entering a village without him was off limits. Rubbing your stomach, you expressed how delicious the food had been, feeling cheerful. Typically, your visits to Hashirama at the willow tree were infrequent, but enough to maintain a strong bond. Hashirama attempted to entice you with the promise of more meat, but you firmly stated that you wouldn't abandon the old man. With a serious look, you activated your 𝐎𝐴 briefly as a warning before turning it off. The old man scolded you for visiting a Senju, but just then, Hashirama greeted Madara with a forced smile and a wave. Madara questioned why you had chosen to associate with him of all people. You shrugged, explaining that free food was a tempting factor, and it was also a way to annoy Pops, making it a win-win situation. Hashirama expressed a longing to talk to Madara, but the old man was protective, demanding that Madara leave you alone and questioning his audacity to bribe you. You quietly noted how quickly the situation was escalating. Hashirama pleaded with Madara to return to the village and stop his destructive intentions, reminding him that he had even helped build it, making it a safe haven for you. Madara simply replied with a firm no. As you began to walk away with Madara, he expressed his disdain, saying he hated you. You smiled back, reassuring him that he didn't truly feel that way. And so, the day continued, filled with tension and unspoken emotions. A soldier entered the throne room, announcing his presence. The queen regarded him with an expression of boredom, dressed in an elegant outfit that was both costly and enjoyable to wear. Despite her fondness for the attire, she often preferred the simpler clothing of her villagers, but her husband, Madara Uchiha, king of the Uchiha lands, had forbidden it, insisting that as a queen, she should not lower herself to their level. She ruled over 𝐒𝐭𝐲, a kingdom she had founded herself, alongside prominent clans such as the 𝗂𝗵𝗲𝗏, 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐧𝐻, 𝗂𝗏𝗏, and 𝗓𝗡𝗏. Being from the 𝗂𝗏𝗏 clan herself, she held a significant position. She instructed the soldier to bring in the visitor and her husband, resting her head on her palm, exuding an air of elegance. The soldier bowed and departed. The queen muttered to herself about feeling a bit hungry. Just then, her husband approached, inquiring if she had called for him. She confirmed that someone wished to speak with her and expressed her longing to spend time with him afterward. He nodded and took a seat on the throne to her left. As he settled in, a tall man with brown hair, resembling a knight, entered the room. The queen noticed Madara's eyes narrowing at the newcomer. The man greeted them with a slight bow, and they both acknowledged him in return. He expressed his longing to discuss the topic of concubines, stating his wish to become her CNCBN. The queen scoffed at his request, feeling annoyed that he had gone through such lengths just to propose something so unwelcome. She firmly declined, asserting her disinterest. The man pleaded, expressing his longing to make her feel good. Madara stood up, warning him not to raise his voice at the queen. The man, approaching Madara with a sword, insisted she was not an object. 𝗧𝗍 and 𝗂𝗍𝗐𝗏, Uchiha soldiers, quickly stepped in front of Madara, calling out to him. Annoyed, she stood up and declared the conversation over. With a smirk, she instructed 𝗧𝗍 and 𝗂𝗍𝗐𝗏 to take the man away. Their eyes lit up at the nickname, and they promptly threw him out of the palace window. Madara mumbled under his breath, but she paid no mind. Feeling hungry, she turned to Madara, who was still standing there, and asked if he was coming. He nodded and began to walk toward her. As she waved goodbye to 𝗧𝗍 and 𝗂𝗍𝗐𝗏, she made her way into the dining room. Madara ranted about the audacity of the man, and she simply nodded, appreciating the well-cooked food. Noticing some food on his cheek, she wiped it off with a handkerchief, causing him to turn a light shade of pink and mutter a small thank you. A 𝗓𝗡𝗏 knight approached her, informing her that the Senju king, Hashirama, wished to speak with Madara. She acknowledged this and stood up, grabbing her plate of food, which caught Madara's attention. When he asked where she was going, she explained that she would leave since Hashirama wanted to talk with him. Madara protested, insisting he didn't want her to leave him with that man, but she was already at the door. Her maids followed her, carrying 3 other plates of food as she headed toward the library. A couple of hours later, Madara was on his way out of the palace. He mentally noted that now that it was partially night, he could finally execute his plans. The moment he spotted the man with brown hair, he knew he would be trouble. Madara asked 𝗧𝗍 where the man was, and 𝗧𝗍 informed him he was a few kilometers away. 𝗧𝗍 added that 𝗂𝗍𝗐𝗏 had prepared things for the night. Madara instructed him to ensure that his appealing son didn't suspect anything before dramatically exiting the property. As he approached the pub, he thought it fitting for an animal like that man to be there. Villagers squealed in excitement upon seeing him, calling out how handsome he was, but he warned them not to touch him before entering the establishment. Inside, the drunken man from earlier rambled about how appealing the queen was and how he wanted to kiss her, only to be yelled at by Madara. Another man nearby hushed him, realizing the king was present. Madara declared he would take the drunken man for a small talk and, with a swift motion, threw him to the ground and dragged him outside into an alley. He apologized for his rudeness but assured the man that his visit to the castle would be painless. The man, barely conscious, mumbled Madara's name in confusion. Madara knocked him out and sprinted back to his palace. Upon arrival, he found it dark, and the man began to struggle in his hold. Madara tossed him to the ground, and the man cried out in fear, asking what would happen to him. From the shadows, she emerged, her eyes gleaming with a longing for chaos. She told the man to consider his fate a curse or a blessing, shrugging nonchalantly. She pulled a toothpick from her pocket and aimed it at him. The man laughed, mocking her attempt, but she moved it at him, hitting him in the head. As he screamed in pain, she calmly instructed Madara to handle the situation before leaving the room. Outside, loud screams echoed, filling the air with desperation. She sat down on Madara's bed, reflecting on the tiring day. Despite being the king, he had moved into her castle along with all the maids, soldiers, and villagers. When Madara entered the room, blooded but determined, she called out to him. He moved toward her quickly, intrigued by her presence. As he approached, she playfully teased him, causing him to lose his composure. The tension between them grew, and he pulled her closer, their chemistry undeniable. Madara's demeanor shifted as he became more assertive, and she felt a rush of excitement. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as they both embraced the moment, ready to explore the depths of their connection. He slowly mentioned that he would make her look and feel a certain way, a promise that lingered in the air as he began to press against her. She shot him a glare and instinctively moved, causing him to move into her with force. A soft sound escaped her lips, a mix of surprise and pleasure. He whispered in her ear, teasing her about her behavior, claiming that she was acting in a way that was unbecoming of a queen. She urged him to continue, her longing evident. He responded with a playful remark about her naughtiness as he deepened their connection. The sound of their movements echoed in the room, a rhythm that intensified with each motion. He challenged her to declare her feelings, tying her hands to the headboard, which only heightened her anticipation. She felt a rush of pleasure coursing through her, struggling to articulate her thoughts. He playfully denied her until she finally relented, expressing her 𝗵𝗵𝗲 in a way that made him smile. Afterward, he released her from her restraints and lay beside her, both of them catching their breath. He praised her for her efforts, and she simply nodded, feeling exhausted as she drifted off to sleep. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 called for his sons, Hashirama and Tobirama, as he moved toward the exit. The boys followed their father, concerned that they might have done something wrong. He informed them that he needed them to watch over their little sister while he attended an important meeting across the valley, handing a baby to them. Their eyes widened in surprise. They rarely had the chance to care for her. She immediately threw herself into Hashirama's arms, calling out to him with joy. He felt an instant bond with her, despite being only 14, and embraced the role of protector. He exclaimed how cute she was and suggested they go somewhere fun. She giggled as he took her hand, pulling Tobirama along with them. After a playful gesture at their father, they set off, her cleverness shining through despite her young age. Hashirama proposed they get something to eat, asking Tobirama what babies typically enjoyed. Tobirama hesitated but eventually suggested small, soft foods. Hashirama, excited, declared they would get ramen, lifting her into the air playfully. Tobirama scolded Hashirama for being reckless, catching her before she could fall. Hashirama assured her that she was safe with her big brothers. When they reached the ramen shop, Hashirama placed an order, making sure to include a smaller bowl for her. As they waited, she noticed some strangers staring at her, and she pointed them out with a scrunched nose, exclaiming her distaste. Hashirama and Tobirama shared a quiet laugh but kept her at a distance from the onlookers. Once the food arrived, she eagerly dug in, finishing her small bowl quickly. She turned to Tobirama, playfully stuttering as she asked for more food. He chuckled and shared some of his ramen with her, finding her antics amusing. Feeling tired after her meal, she rested her head on the counter. Tobirama suggested they find a quieter place to rest, and he picked her up while Hashirama paid for their meal. They found a large tree that provided a peaceful spot away from noise. As she began to drift off, Hashirama promised to keep watch over her. Tobirama nodded in agreement, and she smiled sleepily before falling into a peaceful slumber. Hashirama whispered about how adorable she was, cherishing the moment. In a different time, she found herself in a tense situation with her father, who was frustrated with her lack of skill in handling a sword. He took the weapon from her, his anger palpable. She stuttered in response, explaining that he had taught her older brother instead. Her father's fury escalated, and he struck her, causing her to cough and bow her head in 𝗵𝗵𝗲𝗏. She whispered an apology, though her eyes remained dry. The emotional turmoil within her had ceased after the tragic loss of her older sister, the one who had always shown her kindness and support. Since that day, their family dynamics had shifted dramatically. Her father became stricter, her mother distant, and her brother indifferent. The warmth that once surrounded her had vanished, leaving her to navigate a world filled with shadows and silence. Your brother no longer even glances your way. Years pass, and you confront an intruder on your property, clearly annoyed by his presence. As the new owner of the 𝐒𝐻𝐼 estate, you have a dark past that led to this moment. You remember the sorrowful and angry expressions of your family, the accusations of betrayal that didn't faze you. A peculiar figure in green armor approaches, asking if you are the rogue ninja known as Betrayer. You roll your eyes and step closer, grabbing him by the neck before he can retreat. He struggles to breathe, stammering that he wants you to join a village. You dismiss him, tightening your grip until he goes limp. Another voice interrupts from behind, and you turn to see two men who are complete opposites. One has long brown hair and a friendly smile, while the other has short white hair and a serious glare. You question their presence, annoyed that shinobi are bothering rogues. The white-haired man explains that they noticed your resemblance to the last 𝐿ON and want you to join their village, despite your reputation as a dangerous shinobi. The brunette enthusiastically adds that they can help with your killing problem. You scoff, reminding them that your rogue name is Betrayer. The strange one insists on putting that aside and asks for your name. You refuse and head back into your cabin, finding overly excited people irritating. You ponder why you should join their village when you could easily eliminate the villagers. The brunette calls out, urging you to join them, promising you won't feel lonely again. After a moment of contemplation, you unlock the door, agreeing to join their village but warning them not to be surprised if trouble arises. Excited, the brunette exclaims about packing your things and showing you the way. You ask for their names, raising an eyebrow. The brunette introduces himself as Hashirama Senju, while the white-haired one is Tobirama Senju. You introduce yourself as 𝐻𝐼. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from your house, claiming to come for the bounty on your head. You are taken aback as a man appears, brandishing a kunai inscribed with symbols that mean death to betrayers. You respond sarcastically, contemplating your next move. The man accuses you of killing his family, expressing his anguish. You scoff, stating simply that you did it because you could. He charges at you, vowing revenge, but Hashirama intervenes, insisting that you need to stay unharmed. The man shifts his focus to Hashirama, and you continue walking inside, noting Tobirama's silence. As you pour more sake, a body crashes through your wall, but you find relief that it didn't disrupt your sake stash. Hashirama urges you to join them, and you glare at his outstretched hand, getting up on your own. You demand they lead the way, bringing your barrels of sake with you. Tobirama glares at your choice of name for him but begins to walk. He warns you about drinking being bad for you, and you shrug it off, taking a sip from your barrel. Curious, he asks why you killed your family. You simply state that you did it because you could. As the sun begins to set, Hashirama suggests a break, and you plop down on the ground, feeling the warmth of the two brothers as they sit beside you. Hashirama cuddles you, and you struggle to escape his grip, questioning his intentions. Tobirama pushes your sake bottles aside, prompting you to glare at him and the overly affectionate Hashirama. You inquire about their background to avoid being strangers. They introduce themselves as the last remaining Senju brothers, with Hashirama being the oldest and Tobirama the youngest. Tobirama mentions that Hashirama is the 𝐒𝐭𝐽 of their village. You ask what a 𝐒𝐭𝐽 is, having only known basic terms like shinobi. Hashirama explains that he is the village leader, and Tobirama adds that he lacks a wife. You question Hashirama's clinginess, wondering if he has ulterior motives. Tobirama explains that their childhood was filled with battles, and the only affection Hashirama received was from their siblings and a friend who eventually stopped visiting. You listen, realizing the weight of their past and the bond they share. Eventually, Tobirama explained that the individual had developed attachment issues. It made sense, you thought, as you slowly began to drift off to sleep. Tobirama assured you that he would keep watch throughout the night, the moonlight casting a soft glow on him. As you fell asleep, You mumbled that both of them were quite appealing. When you awoke, you found yourself being carried by someone. Instinctively, you began to squirm to escape their hold. Realizing it was just Hashirama, you looked around in confusion. Hashirama greeted you warmly, welcoming you to Konoha. He set you down, but as you started to wander away from the pair, you heard him call out to you, asking where you were going. Ignoring him, you continued your exploration until you stumbled upon a training ground. Pointing at a poorly covered piece of wood, you noted that there was a hole in it. Your attention was drawn to a scuffle between two children, both of whom appeared to be injured. You wondered aloud if they were going to hurt each other, suggesting that you could intervene if necessary. Tobirama, however, pointed out that there were no other people around except for the three of you. You insisted that there was a child in peculiar yellow clothing and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 nearby, gesturing toward the scene. Hashirama then suggested that it was time to show you your new home, where you could all cuddle together, noting that you seemed a bit starved for affection. You requested Tobirama to hold your hand as well, not wanting to be left holding Hashirama's hand alone. With a sigh, Tobirama reluctantly complied. Upon arriving at an unusual-looking house, you expressed your disbelief that they had promised to leave you alone once you came with them. Hashirama explained that they wanted to ensure you wouldn't harm anyone, especially since you were stronger than most shinobi in the village. Tobirama added that they would be living with you. Realizing you had left your 3 barrels of sake in the forest, you demanded it. Hashirama suggested discussing your problems instead, which prompted you to run away in protest. After you shared your concerns, you noticed Hashirama tearing up in a childlike manner. He expressed his sorrow for your situation and threw himself onto you, prompting Tobirama to remind him not to suffocate you. Hashirama then excitedly suggested meeting Madara, claiming he would love to meet you. You allowed yourself to be dragged along, feeling overwhelmed by the friendliness of the place. Upon arriving at the 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 compound, Hashirama called out for Madara, dropping you unceremoniously on the ground. You winced in pain, rubbing your back as Tobirama helped you up while Hashirama searched for Madara. A man with long hair appeared, questioning who you were. You remarked that he looked homeless, which drew laughter from Tobirama and Hashirama but glares from others around you. Madara introduced himself as the leader of the 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 clan and inquired about your identity. Hashirama referred to you as the betrayer, revealing your name. You felt a surge of anger at the mention of the 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 name, recalling the pain they had caused you. Your gaze fell on a raven-haired woman who appeared frightened. When Madara asked why you were looking at her, you pointed out that she was responsible for your sister's death, your eyes filled with a fierce determination. The atmosphere shifted as everyone sensed your intent. You recited a phrase about retribution, following the terrified woman. Despite hearing someone call your name and feeling arms wrap around you, you shrugged it off and activated your jutsu, declaring that her chances of survival were 0. The woman pleaded for mercy, claiming she had no choice but to kill your sister. Madara stood beside you, stating that an 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 must face the consequences of their actions. You held the woman by her neck, expressing your disdain for her existence. With a curse, you took her eyes and handed them to Madara, discarding her where the hungry animals roamed. Madara smirked, expressing his approval of your actions. As you passed by others in the village, Hashirama questioned whether your actions were truly necessary. You countered by asking if he wouldn't seek revenge for the death of a loved one. You felt a sense of pride at the woman's screams, though you refrained from laughing, knowing it would label you as sadistic. As some women approached Hashirama and Tobirama, you rolled your eyes, thinking that those seeking lust were worse than animals. When they looked to you for help, you intervened, asserting that they were not interested and suggesting they should leave. They reacted angrily, but you simply kicked them away, declaring your name as you did so. Hashirama cheered, pulling you and Tobirama into the shared house. You despised Mondays, always feeling they were the worst, especially when you had to attend the academy. Being blind, you could not see the light, all you experienced was darkness. Your father, Hashirama Senju, often told you that you had the prettiest eyes, but you wondered why it mattered if you couldn't use them. However, being blind had its advantages. Your other senses were heightened, allowing you to feel the vibrations and pulses of those around you. You can somewhat perceive the chakras of others, which proves to be quite helpful. Your father explains that you lost your sight because Madara Uchiha sought revenge for what your dad did to him in the valley. He harmed your eyes to ensure you could not see. Your father gives you a gentle pat on the head and reminds you to stay safe. You nod and make your way to the academy, indifferent to being late. You simply wish to avoid it. The reason for your reluctance is the bullies. Fortunately, your sensory abilities allow you to evade their attacks with ease. Internally, you lament your blindness. Upon arriving at the academy, you groan, questioning why you must endure this. You think it would be much easier if your parents taught you how to fight instead. As you enter the building, you hear muffled voices, indicating that class has already begun. A shinobi calls out, expressing frustration over your tardiness. You note that it is the principal speaking. You respond, explaining that your lack of sight makes it take longer for you to arrive. The principal admonishes you, insisting that being the son of the first Hokage does not place you above others. You attempt to clarify but are interrupted as he demands you to enter the classroom immediately. With a sigh, you comply, wishing instead to be with your father, who could teach you far more than these instructors. Your teacher greets you with a teasing remark, and you take a seat next to your good friend, Hoshi Inuzuka. Hoshi, who often acts on instinct, faces her own challenges but remains loyal to you. She has a puppy named Hikari. A boy in the class mocks you, questioning what it is like to see the darkness of the world. Hoshi growls at him, but you signal her to stop. Another student joins in the taunting, and you feel your chakra flare slightly. Your mother, Mito, had advised you to be cautious with your chakra levels. You retaliate with a remark about the boy's father, causing his chakra to diminish and prompting a quiet curse from him. The teacher reprimands you, demanding an apology. You grumble, feeling frustrated by the unfairness of it all, but ultimately mumble an apology while keeping your head down. The teacher resumes the lesson. A boy behind you calls you weak, and you smirk, thinking of a clever retort. Hikari curls up in your lap, whimpering slightly, and you pet her until she calms down. When the teacher dismisses the class, you frown, knowing that the real bullying often begins after noon. A girl mocks your abilities, and laughter erupts around you. Hoshi expresses her disdain for the classmate's behavior and helps you stand. You inform her that you are heading to the training grounds and will see her tomorrow. Determined, you think about proving your strength to others, just like your father. Upon reaching the training grounds, you prepare your hands and mind. Remembering that you need to relax to train effectively, you focus. You call out your technique, but the resulting wooden dragons appear more like clumsy snakes. You hear encouragement from two familiar voices, recognizing them as your father and Hoshi. Hoshi eagerly asks if she can watch you, and you agree with a quiet response. As a child, you were the brightest in your family and had many friends from various clans. However, everything changed when bounty hunters raided the village, destroying everything. You recall the moment your older sister was taken by a large bounty hunter, urging you to flee while throwing you her favorite stuffed animal. You wanted to save her, but pain suddenly overwhelmed you, and you collapsed. When you awaken, it is daytime, and you find yourself under a tree. You wonder if it was all just a dream when a voice interrupts your thoughts. A boy with kind, dark brown eyes introduces himself as Senju Hashirama. You share your name, and he expresses a longing to be your friend, understanding the pain of losing a sibling. You nod and extend your hand in greeting, and he shakes it with enthusiasm. He suggests meeting at the same spot around noon, his smile brightening the day. After that encounter, your parents began to treat you differently, eventually having another child, a boy. Despite this, you continued to meet with Hashirama frequently, whether to train or simply to talk. As time passed, you felt the sting of neglect from your parents, but you stood your ground, even at the young age of 11. You read aloud a passage about the challenges of growing up neglected, reflecting on your experiences. The child often grows resentful towards their parents, believing they no longer need them. This can lead to a tendency to please others and overwork themselves. You mutter to yourself, tossing the book against a nearby tree. A cheerful voice calls out from a distance, announcing that Hashirama wants you to meet someone. You discover that he is also 12, which brings you some relief. As you approach your best friend, he excitedly introduces you to Madara, a boy who appears to be the same age as you both. You can't help but think negatively about him, giving Madara a cold stare, which he returns. You introduce yourself, still glaring, and he responds with his name. Hashirama notices the tension but chooses not to comment. He suggests heading to the stream to skip stones, and you and Madara exchange glances before nodding in agreement. Madara makes a taunting remark about your friendship with Hashirama, causing your expression to darken as you turn away. You remind yourself that he can have his own friends and is his own person. Arriving at the stream, Hashirama asks if you know how to skip rocks. You nod and pick up a stone, tossing it skillfully so it skips across the water. Hashirama cheers, impressed by your ability. As you glance over, you catch Madara glaring at you again. Hashirama, filled with enthusiasm, encourages you both to join in the fun. You notice Madara's intense gaze and feel the weight of his chakra, recognizing him as an 𝗧𝗏. Just then, Hashirama hugs you, bringing a moment of warmth amidst the tension. Hashirama suggests it's time to head back to avoid upsetting your parents, and you wave goodbye to Madara, expressing your dislike for him bluntly. Hashirama smiles, playfully suggesting that he thought you both had a crush on each other. You respond with a smirk, saying you'd prefer someone like him instead. Hashirama turns away, and you laugh at his reaction. He playfully protests, and you assure him you'll stop teasing. He leads you back to the large house you dislike, and you fist bump before parting ways. Years later, you reflect on that memory fondly. After that day, Madara began to tag along more often, eventually becoming Hashirama's best friend, which made you feel a mix of anger and jealousy. However, Hashirama's bright personality always kept you grounded. When you turned 13, both boys stopped communicating with you, leaving you to believe they were busy replacing you. You felt isolated, especially after your parents passed away from old age and your younger brother moved to another village, leaving you alone in the woods. While you enjoyed the solitude, darkness began to creep into your mind. Thoughts of regret and sorrow swirled around you, and you leaned against a wall, sliding down to the floor. You hugged your knees, trying to calm the storm within. You whispered an apology to your older sister, contemplating visiting her, believing no one would care. You resolved to save yourself from the darkness, finding a long piece of rope and tying it into a knot. You located a hook in the ceiling and prepared to take a drastic step. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted your thoughts. Hashirama appeared, visibly worried, and rushed to your side. He used his powers to untie the knot and pulled you into a comforting embrace. You looked at him, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, anger, happiness, and humiliation. Hashirama expressed his regret for not realizing the pain you had been through. You shook your head, urging him not to feel sympathy for you, insisting he had his own struggles. He held your arm, lifting your chin to meet his gaze, declaring that he needed you just as much as you needed him. His determination sparked a flicker of hope within you. Hashirama invited you to join him in creating a village, promising fun and companionship like before. You weighed your options and chose to embrace the light he offered, nodding in agreement. He eagerly asked if you needed help packing, and you moved to the kitchen, handing him a large onigiri. You noticed his face turn red, but chose to tease him about it instead. Hashirama thanked you, hiding his face behind the food, and you couldn't help but smile at the warmth of your friendship. He expressed his longing to be the #1 friend, wanting to be by your side. A wall seemed to form between the two of you as he spoke. You couldn't help but smile, realizing how deep his feelings ran. You accepted his feelings with gratitude and embraced him, noticing the sparkle in his eyes as he nuzzled into your shoulder. He reminisced about how he used to be shorter than you, marveling at how he had grown taller. You simply smiled and reassured him that an inch was insignificant. His excitement was contagious as he suggested packing your things to see your new home early. You nodded and led him into your room, where your bed took up a significant portion but was quite comfortable, and your closet was just the right size for your clothes. He admired your room, expressing his delight as he sat on your bed. You decided to playfully climb on top of him, resting your arms on either side of his head. You complimented him on his expression, noticing the blush creeping onto his cheeks. He stuttered your name, and you gently caressed his cheeks, feeling a warmth between you. He whispered a longing that caught you off guard, and your eyes widened as you noticed his nervousness. You got off him, and he questioned whether you were serious. You playfully pushed him back down, asking him to sit still. He complied, and you warned him about potential discomfort the next day. As you playfully teased him about his physique, you noticed his reaction and couldn't help but smile at his adorableness. You lifted his legs playfully, teasing him further. He seemed eager, and you could sense his anticipation. You lined yourself up, waiting for his consent, but he eagerly moved, causing a reaction from both of you. You began to move slowly, then picked up the pace as you sensed his eagerness. You teased him about his enthusiasm, enjoying the moment. When you noticed tears in his eyes, you slowed down, whispering reassurances. As the moment reached its peak, he embraced you, and you both shared a tender kiss afterward. He expressed his amazement, and you suggested resting together under the sheets, wrapping yourselves in comfort. You shared a fist bump before drifting off to sleep. After a long day at work, you returned home, surprised to find Hashirama and 𝗬𝗏 preparing a cake. You moved the cake to the fridge, chuckling at their sticky state on the floor, and whispered your affection for them as you moved them to the living room. You and your friend decided to gift Madara a necklace featuring his 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗓𝗏. Although you doubted he would wear it, you thought it was worth a try. Your friend excitedly presented a unique necklace, and you considered adding something colorful to it. After some time apart, your friend returned with additional jewelry and flowers, which you neatly arranged in a box. You both headed home, where your friend announced your arrival. Following a grunt, you found Madara in the kitchen, enjoying a piece of tomato. Your friend shyly wished him a happy Mother's Day, insisting he take the gift. You smiled as Madara accepted the box, his cheeks slightly flushed. Your friend smirked and went to start dinner while you shared a warm hug with them, teasingly wishing them a happy Mother's Day. Your children picked flowers for you, and 𝗬𝗎𝗎 excitedly handed you a peeling bouquet. Tobirama called from the kitchen, announcing dinner. You held 𝗬𝗎𝗎's hand, noting the unusual smell coming from the kitchen. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 nervously commented on the food, prompting a glare from Tobirama. You chuckled, appreciating their efforts as you hugged them tightly. As you went about your day, you noticed two familiar figures following you. Dismissing it as nothing to worry about, you continued until you reached a quiet area. Suddenly, they appeared with colorful carnations and a painting of the three of you together. You laughed, praising their sweet gesture. They both embraced you tightly, handing you the items with cheerful smiles, expressing their love. You smiled and nodded, feeling happy on this special day. High above in the tallest tree in Konoha, you enjoyed the thrill of climbing. A worried voice called out to you, and you glanced down to see a white-haired man alongside Hashirama. You scoffed slightly, though the tip of your tail flicked in amusement. When you jumped down, your landing created a small crater. Curious about the man, you pointed at him and asked Hashirama who he was. The man had white hair and 3 red lines on his face, with red eyes reminiscent of the 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝗔𝗓𝗏. You took in his appearance, noting his frown. Realizing you were still in your half-transformed state, you shifted back to your human form. Hashirama introduced the man as his younger brother, Tobirama. You expressed disbelief, pointing out how they looked nothing alike. Tobirama, with a glare, explained that he was an albino wolf. You smirked back after a moment, teasingly calling him the polar opposite of Hashirama. Tobirama bluntly remarked that you did not resemble 𝗵𝗃 at all. You glanced at him, complimenting his physique and expressing your fondness for his demeanor. Tobirama stepped back, scrutinizing you and commenting on your athletic build, insisting you needed better manners. Frustrated, you shouted about being compared to 𝗵𝗃, catching Hashirama off guard. Suddenly, you felt a shadow loom over you and turned to see 𝗵𝗃, who gave you a stern look before pulling you by your ear. You let her drag you, sensing curiosity from both brothers. 𝗵𝗃 expressed her understanding of your feelings but insisted you should not embarrass her in public, pushing you behind a tree. As she began to tug at your hair, your instincts kicked in, and your ears and tail began to emerge. 𝗵𝗃 smirked, pulling at your wolf ear, prompting you to growl and attempt to bite her arm. She quickly shifted her grip to your throat, pushing you against the tree. With a fierce glare, you focused your chakra into your hands, gripping her arm tightly and digging your nails in. You then delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. Gasping for breath, You fell to the ground, your lungs demanding air. As you muttered under your breath, your ears and tail vanished, and you brushed the dust off yourself, ready to face whatever came next. You feel a hand on your shoulder and begin to walk back to the brothers. Hashirama inquires about Mayto's whereabouts. You roll your eyes and gesture toward the visibly upset Mayto behind you. Tobirama sighs and pulls you all the way to the Senju compound. He expresses disbelief at the commotion involving you and Mayto. You tilt your head in confusion, much like a puppy. Tobirama confirms his suspicion, and you simply nod, puzzled about why you find yourself in his room. You comment on his pleasant scent, hoping to change the subject, as you prefer not to discuss the earlier altercation. Tobirama offers to teach you some manners, playfully pinning you against the wall. You respond bluntly, dismissing the idea. Mayto had once attempted to teach you manners, but you had resisted, even over something as trivial as keeping elbows off the table. Tobirama rolls his eyes and leans in closer. You mumble in surprise, feeling a rush of emotions as he makes a bold move. Your cheeks flush, and you instinctively pull away, trying to shake off the unexpected sensation. You ask him what he did, still trying to clear your mind. He smirks, claiming he gave you a kiss and hints at more to come. Embarrassment washes over you as you glare at him. He asks if you would like to learn more manners, moving closer. You gulp and nod slightly, avoiding his gaze. He encourages you to embrace your true self, gently caressing your cheeks. You comply, feeling a mix of emotions as the atmosphere shifts around you. He inquired if she enjoyed the sensation, his tone playful. Her ears drooped slightly, and she shrugged in response. He encouraged her to express herself verbally, his voice light and teasing. She rolled her eyes, mumbling a hesitant agreement. Without warning, he tore away her clothing, a bold move that caught her off guard. He guided her onto the bed, positioning himself on his knees before her. Confused, she sat up to look at him, but he instructed her to lay back down. Though she shot him a glare, she complied with his request. A mix of emotions swirled within her as she settled back. Tobirama stepped back, creating some distance. The character glanced down, noticing him adjusting his clothing, feeling a rush of nervousness. Tobirama playfully reminded him of an important rule, emphasizing the need to express desires clearly. The character frowned and turned away, contemplating the situation. Faced with the choice of either enduring Tobirama's persistent reminders about manners or complying with his request, the character decided to follow the albino man's guidance. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, he hesitantly asked for what he wanted, feeling a wave of humiliation wash over him. Tobirama prepared to engage with you, and as he did, you arched your back in response. A gasp escaped your lips as he moved with intensity. He reminded you of a rule, stating that one should never eat with their elbows on the table, his voice strained with effort. He produced HNDCFFS and secured you to the bed frame, continuing his vigorous movements. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as he pressed on, and eventually, he reached a CLMX, leaving you both breathless. You scream as tears stream down your face, feeling overwhelmed. Tobirama asks if you have learned your lesson, noticing the dimming light in your eyes. You respond with a soft affirmation, breaking free from the HNDCFFS and beginning to cuddle the sheets. He acknowledges your response with a simple, approving remark. The scene shifts to you, confused, as you question Hashirama about your destination to the 𝗓𝗓 compound. He remains silent, pulling you along by your hand. Despite your confusion, you comply, knowing he is 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐸 and noticing the long, smooth pieces of rope he carries. Upon reaching Madara's residence, he turns to you with a mischievous expression. You inquire about his intentions, feeling uneasy about being in the home of someone who rivals the god of shinobi. Hashirama instructs you to sit on the floor, and you comply, kneeling respectfully. He ties your arms with a piece of rope, causing a wave of nervousness to wash over you. As he covers your eyes, you voice your concern, but he reassures you, explaining that today is Madara's birthday and you are his gift. Despite the unexpected situation, you try to push aside your nervousness. Hashirama suddenly rushes out, leaving you alone as you sense Madara's chakra approaching. Madara's dark voice questions your presence in his home. You stutter, explaining that Hashirama brought you here but left abruptly. He whispers a teasing remark about why Hashirama would tie someone like you up, causing you to blush and close your eyes beneath the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏. You admit to being a gift for him, feeling embarrassed. Madara chuckles and removes the 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏, revealing his smirk. He expresses his curiosity about your abilities as his gift. You inch closer, feeling the tension rise, and he reacts with a quiet 𝗵𝗵 as you tease him. After a moment, you feel overwhelmed, and he instructs you to swallow, which you do reluctantly. He acknowledges your compliance with a passionate kiss, whispering that he wants you to stay with him. You nod, catching your breath, and he expresses his satisfaction with your cooperation, leaving you blushing and cuddling against him. The narrative shifts to 𝗬𝗏, who nervously asks for Hashirama. You agree to fetch him, closing your book filled with intriguing content. Hashirama joins you, sharing his frustrations about paperwork. 𝗬𝗏 enters with a boy named 𝗳𝗏𝗺𝗏, introducing him with a mix of pride and nervousness. You greet 𝗳𝗏𝗺 warmly, while Hashirama appears momentarily stunned. 𝗳𝗏𝗺 expresses his discomfort, and you comfort him, assuring him that it's a normal situation. He approaches Hashirama, who seems to lighten up as they engage in a game of shogi, laughter filling the air. You tease 𝗬𝗏 about her choice in partners, prompting a playful response. In another scene, Madara comments on his son's girlfriend, 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏, who enters with an energetic demeanor. You and Madara share a moment of surprise at her exuberance. 𝗬𝗏 introduces herself enthusiastically, showcasing her unique abilities. Madara's teasing remark about her personality prompts a glare from SN, while you apologize for Madara's seriousness, which 𝗬𝗏 finds amusing. 𝐒𝐎𝐢 leads you and Tobirama to meet 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗏, who shyly greets you both. You respond warmly, while Tobirama observes her closely. 𝗬𝐎� hints at a future connection, causing 𝗧𝗏 to blush. Tobirama invites her to dinner, and she politely declines, explaining her need to consult her family first. Lastly, you confront a punk-looking boy with red hair, demanding to know who he is. He retorts with equal intensity, setting the stage for a tense interaction. 𝗬𝗏 arrived earlier than expected and quickly grabbed 𝗵, signaling her to calm down. 𝗵 glared at the boy beside 𝗬𝗏 and demanded to know who he was. 𝗬𝗏 raised her voice, assuring 𝗵 that she would explain soon and that she would get Chusan to the living room. Despite her irritation, 𝗵 walked to the living room, where 𝗎𝗪𝗓 sat far away, creating a tense atmosphere. Izuna, sitting next to 𝗵, asked if 𝗎𝗪𝗓 was 𝗬𝗏's boyfriend. 𝗎𝗪𝗓 introduced himself as 𝗎𝗪𝗓𝗍𝗪. Feeling uncomfortable, 𝗵 stood up, unwilling to witness the interaction. She thought to herself that she did not want to see an 𝗬𝗓 trying to win over her daughter and Izuna. 𝗬𝗏 whispered, calling out to her mother, but 𝗵 firmly stated that the boy would leave her house. She headed to her room, turning back to ask 𝗎𝗪𝗓 if his parents were Yokubo and Senba, activating her Byakugan. 𝗎𝗪𝗓 glared but nodded in response. 𝗵 laughed, questioning why she would allow her daughter to marry a boy whose parents had tried to kill her. Izuna's eyes widened as he processed the situation. 𝗎𝗪𝗓 suddenly realized who 𝗵 was and exclaimed her name in shock. He immediately fell to the ground and bowed, but 𝗵 looked down at him with an unimpressed expression. He apologized for his earlier behavior and promised that his parents had been removed from the clan. 𝗵 glanced at Izuna, who nodded, then at 𝗬𝗏, who looked on the verge of tears. She told 𝗎𝗪𝗓 to get up, and he complied, his eyes filled with humiliation. Despite this, he declared that he would be with 𝗬𝗏 whether 𝗵 liked it or not. 𝗵 warned him that if he hurt her daughter, he would face consequences similar to those his parents had endured before leaving the room. 𝗬𝗏 yelled at 𝗎𝗪𝗓, expressing her frustration that he had pushed his luck. 𝗵 smiled at the sound of laughter before making her way up the wall to the roof. Later, 𝗵 arrived at school and noticed a new girl clutching her books and muttering to herself. She approached the girl with a friendly smile, offering to show her around. The girl looked up with teary eyes, surprising 𝗵. When 𝗵 asked if she had done something wrong, the girl suddenly pushed her against a locker and ran away, causing a scene. Everyone turned to 𝗵, who raised her hands in surrender, insisting she hadn't done anything wrong. Eventually, she made her way to class and sat next to Madara and Hashirama. She recounted the strange encounter, resting her head on Hashirama's shoulder as he comforted her. The teacher introduced the new student, and 𝗵 recognized the girl from earlier, who was blushing deeply. With blonde hair and blue eyes, she wore a tank top and tights, looking much younger than her peers. 𝗵 nudged Hashirama, pointing her out, but he hid behind her in embarrassment. The teacher urged the girl to speak, and she began to cry while stuttering her name, hoping to make friends. She glanced at Hashirama and winked, making a peculiar face. The teacher instructed her to sit down next to 𝗵, who felt a bit sulky about the situation. The girl hesitantly asked if she could sit elsewhere, specifically with a boy, causing laughter among the boys in the class. One boy remarked that 𝗵 was one of the kindest people there, but the teacher insisted the girl sit down. She plopped down next to 𝗵, who bluntly remarked that it stank, prompting the girl to cry again. In a fit of distress, the girl ran to the teacher, claiming 𝗵 had called her a nit. The teacher, smiling, instructed 𝗵 to comfort the girl and apologize. With a sigh, 𝗵 followed the tiny girl, who was only 4 feet 11 inches, outside. She called out to her, trying to coax her back. Eventually, 𝗵 heard singing from the roof and wondered if the girl had gone up there. When she stepped outside, she saw the girl singing a fight song. 𝗵 jokingly yelled for her to do a flip, but the girl stepped off the edge and fell. As 𝗵 watched, she saw the impact and blood splatter everywhere. With a mix of disbelief and dark humor, she approached the scene, poking the girl with a stick before heading back inside. In art class, 𝗵 arrived 5 minutes late, prompting her teacher to ask why. She casually explained that she had been stopped by some bullies. The teacher sighed but marked her tardy, then told her to sit at the green table. Noticing both the Senju and Uchiha brothers sitting there, she took her place between them and began to draw a picture filled with her favorite things. The class was only 30 minutes long, but she enjoyed it. Hashirama asked what she was drawing, and she replied that it included books, anime, her phone, and headphones. Izuna suggested she add the 4 of them, but 𝗵 remarked that they were annoying. Hashirama and Izuna pouted while Madara and Tobirama rolled their eyes. Madara confidently claimed that 𝗵 loved them, but she countered that their bickering was a pain. Tobirama suggested they might stop fighting if she included them in her drawing. They all nodded, and 𝗵 gave them an amused look, knowing they were a close-knit group despite their antics. "Who are you two, and what have you done with the real Tobirama and Madara?" The playful question hung in the air as both of them shot glares in your direction. "All right, fine, you can be included. Even though I was going to draw you 4, you whispered the last part, but it was still audible to the athletic group nearby. The 4 of them made gestures on their faces that indicated a sort of happiness. "Keep your end of the bargain, though," you warned, adopting a serious expression. They nodded in agreement, and the group's enthusiastic member enveloped you in a tight hug. "I love you," he declared, and you nodded, attempting to return to your work with a pencil in hand. Izuna shot a glare at the older male, trying to pry him away from you. "Izuna, this is just friendly affection. Calm down." Hashirama interjected. You glanced at the clock, noting that only 5 minutes remained. They all remained close, and you felt 4 gentle touches on your neck and cheeks. Instantly, your face flushed with confusion. You wondered what they were doing. "Showing that you have 4 new boyfriends," Hashirama explained. "4?" you exclaimed in a whisper yell, suddenly contemplating the implications of such a situation. You felt your cheeks heat up even more as you tried to conceal the new markings. "𝗧𝗵𝗲, let's go. I want to teach you how to create my secret jutsu," Hashirama called out. You smiled as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 eagerly followed her father. "Oh wait, 𝗧𝗏. Stay with your soon-to-be mother. You can bond with her some more," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shouted. 𝗧𝗏 nodded, looking at you with a shy smile. "𝗧𝗏, do you know how to cook and clean properly?" you asked. He looked at you blankly before shaking his head. You smiled and took his hand, leading him inside. "𝗧𝗵𝗲 will probably want to become Hokage, so you'll need to help her out," you said, beginning to teach him how to prepare 𝗧𝗵𝗲's favorite meals. While you were demonstrating, the window suddenly shattered, causing you to turn off the stove immediately. "𝗧𝗏, go get backup. The chakra in this house feels ominous," you instructed. He nodded and vanished. You grabbed your kunai and focused your chakra. My, you are quite clever for a homemaker, a voice taunted from the shadows. Sound ninja, you realized. But then again, you are the 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 advisor, the voice continued, stepping into view. What is your business here, you demanded, your voice low and intimidating. The intruder shuddered, and you sensed a surge of excitement in his chakra. I want to harm the Hokage, and what better way than to hurt his beloved wife, he declared. Perhaps you are foolish. Did you forget who the god of shinobi is? You replied coolly. He merely chuckled and lunged at you. Aware that sound ninjas could inflict harm without physical contact, you dodged and countered. You managed to strike him with several kunai, and eventually, he fell. My chakra is lower than expected, you muttered, leaning against the wall for support. The fight only lasted about 10 minutes, but it was intense, another voice commented. You should have known this man would come with backup. You are one of the smartest in the Hidden Leaf Village, the voice added. You rolled your eyes, sensing familiar chakras approaching quickly. I'm not foolish, but I know you three are, you said with a smile, activating the trap you had set just in case. In seconds, the remaining 3 attackers lay incapacitated. You felt a sense of accomplishment wash over you. Slumping to the ground, you closed your eyes. I love you all. Become strong. You shouted as the chakras entered the house. You succumbed to exhaustion with a smile, a few tears escaping down your cheek. 𝗏𝗏. Itama cried, rushing to cuddle your cold, lifeless body. Madara and Hashirama are fighting. Izuna burst into your office, panic evident in his voice. Your eyes widened, and you immediately donned Hashirama's armor. What do you think you are doing, you questioned, looking down at the two of them. I'm leaving the village. I will destroy it. You or him will not stop me. Madara shouted defiantly. Stay out of this, I'm Hokage, not you. Hashirama retorted. As their confrontation escalated, you began summoning your chakra spear, waiting for an opening as they both gathered more chakra. It's the 𝐒𝐽𝐽, you thought, glancing at the beast. It glared at you, and you realized it was under the influence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, you better behave after this, you muttered, appearing behind Madara. Love, go back to SN. He is only 16 and needs you, you whispered, piercing him with the spear. He turned his head toward you, eyes wide. I thought you loved me, he murmured before his eyes returned to normal, and the Susanoo faded. The 𝐒𝐽𝐽 glared at you, and you met its gaze with determination. Hashirama rushed to your side just as Madara's body began to move on its own. Die, a different voice shouted, pulling the chakra spear out and hurling it at Hashirama. You glared at him and struck back hard enough to redirect the spear, landing it around Hashirama's feet. Madara summoned a smaller Susanoo that impaled you. In the chest. Hashirama screamed, seizing the spear and stabbing Madara in the back. I'm sorry. My dear brother. I'll tell Kawurama and Itama how amazing you have become, you said, coughing as BLD escaped your lips, closing your eyes. Watch over SN please, you added, offering him a final smile. Later, brother, he replied, and with that, you slumped against Madara's Susanoo, lifeless. Why, Ensign? This man is dying. Naomi shouted, prompting you to spring into action. You rushed to assess the situation, finding the Hokage gravely wounded once again. His chakra is depleted, and his ribs, arms, and legs are broken, you noted, beginning to heal him. His heart is barely beating. Get a wind user to gently blow air around his face so he can breathe better, you ordered, glancing at the other nurses. Yes, Wen-san, they responded, scattering in all directions. You sighed as his ribs resisted healing. He still managed to survive. I will make sure to finish him off, a familiar voice sneered. Madara, why do you want to do this? He never did anything to you. You shouted, keeping a hand over Hashirama's chest to maintain his heartbeat. Silly YN, just let me kill him, and you can live, Madara replied with a crazed expression. Like hell I will, you declared, summoning a smaller version of Deku, the venom snake. Deku was asked to keep the enemy occupied while the protagonist attempted to stabilize the injured patient. Deku shot a fierce glare before stepping in to shield the protagonist from an incoming attack. With urgency, The protagonist carried Hashirama to a secret bunker hidden beneath the hospital. Once there, the protagonist instructed Naomi to heal Hashirama and try to wake him, while they prepared to confront the threat. As the protagonist returned, they found Deku severely injured. He expressed regret, stating that the next part of the battle would have to be faced alone before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Madara laughed, taunting the protagonist about the fate of Deku. With determination, the protagonist readied their golden chains to restrain the mentally unstable adversary. Madara, with a smirk, summoned his powerful chakra guardian, Susanoo. Chains erupted from the protagonist's back, ensnaring the giant. Madara mocked their efforts, launching an attack. The protagonist felt their chakra depleting and realized they were at a disadvantage. They shouted that only Hashirama could defeat Madara, but they were determined to ensure Madara would not escape unscathed. As Madara's weapon pierced the protagonist's chest, they coughed up BLD and summoned their messenger bird, which appeared distressed at the sight. The protagonist instructed the bird to deliver a note to their allies, pulling the weapon from their chest and attempting to heal themselves. The bird nodded, still in tears, and flew off, leaving the protagonist to face the consequences of their dwindling chakra. The note read, "If you are reading this, then I want to tell you. I'm gone. I was taken from you, but know that I love you more than the stars in the sky, sincerely YN." In another part of the village, 𝐸𝗚 warned their parent about a potential threat lurking nearby. The protagonist, slightly confused, reassured 𝐸𝗚 that they could handle any danger. 𝐸𝗚 walked away, likely to seek out their father. RON, with a fierce glare, declared their intent to confront their older sibling. The two activated their 𝗵𝘃𝗁 and engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging heated words about neglect and favoritism. As the fight escalated, RON threatened to harm 𝐸𝗚, prompting the protagonist to intervene. They managed to grab RON's arm, but RON retaliated with overwhelming force, sending the protagonist flying back. In a desperate moment, the protagonist used a kunai to strike RON, who fell, lifeless, on top of them. 𝐸𝗚 rushed over, crying out for their parent, while the protagonist, feeling their strength fading, reassured 𝐸𝗚 of their love and presence, even in the darkest moments. Meanwhile, Hashirama was alerted by 𝗧𝗏 about an urgent situation involving FON. Initially skeptical, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation when 𝗧𝗏 mentioned intruders threatening FON. With urgency, Hashirama and his companions raced toward the compound, but by the time they arrived, they found no signs of chakra. The sound of FON's voice echoed from the kitchen, declaring love for her family, but it was too late. They discovered FON lifeless, and the scene shattered Hashirama's heart. In the aftermath, SON approached Hashirama, confused and grieving. Hashirama delivered the devastating news of their parents' demise, and SN struggled to comprehend the loss. Anger and sorrow overwhelmed them as they questioned how such a tragedy could happen. Hashirama offered to care for SN, but the child remained silent, burdened by unspoken love for their lost parents. Tobirama received a letter from the protagonist's messenger bird, which bore the weight of sorrow. The note revealed the tragic fate of YON, and Tobirama's heart sank as he processed the loss. He called for Tsuyoy, delivering the heartbreaking news, but Tsuyoy refused to accept the reality, insisting that their parent was too strong to be defeated. The weight of grief hung heavy in the air, leaving the family shattered and longing for the loved ones they had lost. "They are the best of the best," he shouted, refusing to accept the reality. I handed him the letter, and his eyes widened with a mix of pain and shock. He muttered that they were truly gone and collapsed to the ground. Tsuyoy inquired about who had taken her life. I turned to him, my expression serious, and stated that the likelihood of Madara being involved was high. He nodded in understanding and embraced me, and together we shared a quiet moment of sorrow. Izuna's perspective shifted as he stood outside, contemplating where to place the white carnations for his beloved. She had suggested that, since he struggled with cooking, he should try his hand at gardening instead. It had seemed simple from a distance, but now it felt like a daunting task. He murmured that he had not seen his daughter lately, as she would usually be there chatting with him, and he set off to find her. Turning the corner, he spotted his daughter, along with RON and name. Upon seeing the distress, he called out to 𝐸𝗚. He pushed Oen aside and rushed toward his weeping daughter and spouse. Oen cried out that her mother was gone, her voice trembling with grief. The stutter she had long overcome returned in her moment of despair. She explained through her sobs that Oen had betrayed her mother, revealing that she was the one responsible for her death. Oen had tried to save her, but her mother's pulse had faded. Izuna's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at his beloved lying on the ground, a faint smile on her face. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he comforted Oen, rubbing her back gently. He whispered that she should not have died, holding his daughter tightly, fearing the loss of another loved one, just as he had lost Nikki. In that moment, all he wanted was to cry.